Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, Squirrel friends of the world. We are here to cover days 1 and 2 of Lori Vallow's trial number 2 for Arizona for the attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux. So let's just jump right on in and see what she's got to offer this time after cheating death miraculously and being able to appear here in court, pro se. It's a miracle. Okay.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in the jury. We'll commence with the opening statements.
She's gonna be doing her. Okay, so we have opening statements for the prosecution. Ms. Trina Kay.
A Jeep Wrangler. The Texas license plate, no rear tire, and dark tint was parked right up next to Brandon Boudreaux's driveway, idle. At 9:13 a.m. on October 2nd of 2019, Brandon Boudreaux returned home. That Jeep had been idling there already for over an hour. When Brandon turned onto a street, he immediately noticed this Jeep because it was parked so close to his driveway. The back of the Jeep was facing towards him, and he immediately also noticed that there was no rear tire. He saw a Texas plate on the Jeep, and then he saw that back window of the Jeep open up, a rifle barrel come out and point at him. And then bang, he heard a shot and his window shattered right next to him. Brandon hit the accelerator and he took off. He turned the corner and drove a block or so away and stopped, calling 911. He talked to the operator and told them where this Jeep was going. As Brandon was speaking with the 911 operator, he had no idea that that bullet had struck his car just a few inches from his head. You'll learn that in the back of that Jeep was this defendant's brother, Alex Cox. He had been lying in wait with a rifle for Brandon to return home. This defendant, Lori Vallow Daybell, the woman seated over here, had loaned her Jeep to her brother so he could drive it to Arizona. So he could be in the back of that Jeep with very dark tint that no one could see through and wait for Brandon to return home. The goal of this defendant and her co-conspirators to shoot and kill Brandon Boudreaux. So let's talk about October 2nd and the weeks leading up to that. All of the actions that this defendant did in furtherance of that conspiracy and the premeditated murder of Brandon Boudreaux.
In the timeline of events, this happened before Charles was shot. This happened before Tammy was shot at, before the kids were killed, before Tammy was killed. This is the first big event.
I'm going to start with a little background for you. In June of 2019, Brandon Boudreaux was still married to his then wife, Melanie. You're going to learn that Melanie is this defendant's niece. You're going to learn they were very close. And you're going to learn that they both had it out for Brandon. On June 25th, Brandon and Melanie got into an argument. And Brandon learned that this defendant had told his wife that he was gay, that he had hacked into her computer, and that Brandon was trying to work with her then husband to take her temple recommend away. You're going to learn that many of the people, including Brandon and this defendant, are members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And having your temple recommend taken away is a very significant event. You're going to learn and see that Brandon actually texted Lori Vallow on the 25th of June to confront her about these lies, and that she never responded. By July, just a short while later, Brandon and Melanie were seeing a mediator and proceeding through a divorce. You're going to also hear that during this time, Lori Vallow and Alex Cox lived here in Arizona. In fact, Lori lived in Chandler. You're going to hear about an incident that occurred on July 11th of 2019 in Chandler involving Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. The Chandler police were out at this defendant's residence, and they took photographs of some vehicles. One of those vehicles was a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with Texas license plates, LWD 0997. That will be very important to you. They also noted that Alex had his own car, a Ford F-150. Both of those vehicles were in Chandler in July. You're going to learn that in August through September, Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox moved up to Rexburg, Idaho, to be closer to this defendant's soon-to-be husband, Chad Daybell. Both of them moved into a complex at 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho. Lori took the Jeep Wrangler and a Nissan Rogue, and Alex brought his Ford F-150. So everyone had their own vehicles. You're going to learn that as the divorce is proceeding between Brandon and his then-wife, Melanie, that they put their house up for sale, and Melanie moved out and got a rental property. When their house finally sold, Brandon had to rent a home too. And on September 13th of 2019, he rented a house at 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert. Brandon will tell you his plan initially was to stay in his own house almost up to the time of the closing and then move into the rental property. You will see a text message that Melanie asked Brandon for his new address. They had children in common, so he didn't think anything of this. And he sent her the address. That was on September 17th. You'll learn that Melanie Boudreaux, this defendant's niece, was the only person who knew Brandon's address, who knew 3875 East Phelps Street, and who also knew this defendant and Alex Cox. Brandon barely moved into that house before the shooting. In fact, he'd moved in sooner than he thought because Melanie told him she was going out of town and offered him the kids for an extra weekend. And so he moved in sooner and took the kids while she flew to Rexburg, Idaho on September 26th through the 29th to be with this defendant. So in the weeks leading up to this October 2nd shooting, we'll talk about all of these things that were done in furtherance of this conspiracy, starting with Lori Vallow's Jeep. You'll learn that Alex Cox searched out a place to have extra window tinting put on the Jeep. And I say that because you're going to see the photos from the Jeep in July, and you'll see there's tinting on the windows, but you can still see into it. And so on September 25th, Alex Cox took that Jeep to Dan's Window Tinting in Rexburg, Idaho, and he paid $200 to put some of the darkest tint you could put on it. You'll see those photos of what that Jeep looked like afterwards. This is the first action of this defendant, Lori Vallow, in the conspiracy, loaning her brother this Jeep and allowing him to put on these dark tint to get it ready so he can lie in wait and no one could see him in the back with that rifle. It is her first mistake, using that Jeep and tying herself to the conspiracy and to the premeditation. Also on September 25th, you're going to
They should
learn
have done like in the Adelsons and rented a Prius. You know what I mean?
that Lori Vallow and her accomplice, Alex Cox, went to the Walmart superstore in Idaho Falls. You're going to learn that's not far from Rexburg.
Walmart.
And they purchased a burner phone. Now, a burner phone is a phone that you don't have to put your subscriber information to. And so how do we know that Alex Cox was there and Lori Vallow was there? Well, you're going to learn that each had their own cell phone, like most of us do, and that Alex Cox's cell phone was utilizing Wi-Fi inside that Walmart at the time that burner phone was purchased with cash.
What?
You'll learn that this defendant's cell phone that was subscribed to her was utilizing cell towers in the area of that Walmart at the time that that burner phone was purchased. Lori Vallow and Alex Cox knew that he would need a phone when he drove down here, but they knew you don't want to bring your own phone. It's a great, you'll be tracked, right? So they bought this burner phone so that Alex would have contact while he drove down here and away. But Alex made a mistake. Because like any other phone, you can still use a burner phone to access Google or your Gmail accounts. And you're going to learn that Alex accessed his Gmail account. In this investigation, you'll learn the police executed many, many search warrants, and one of them was on Alex Cox's Gmail account, homerjmaximus@gmail.com. You're going to learn that Alex searched for things like window tinting in Rexburg, that he searched for places to practice shooting ranges. You're going to learn that he searched different things about angles or trajectories of shots. You're going to learn that the day before, on October 1st and the morning of October 2nd, he searched 3875 East Phelps Street, where Brandon Boudreaux lived. You're going to learn that after the shooting, Alex Cox actually searched for directions on how to get away through a back road. He knew he hadn't killed Brandon. Brandon's calling 911, and so he searched for Pine Top, Holbrook, Moab, Utah, Fillmore, Utah, and eventually Idaho Falls as he made his way back through back roads. Wow. You're going to learn that the police also executed search warrants on this defendant's Gmail account, lollytimeforever@gmail.com. On September 30th, the day when her brother took her Jeep and started driving down to Arizona, she searched, quote, how to get the back seat out of my Jeep Wrangler. And she also searched a YouTube video, Jeep Wrangler JK rear seat removal, how to DIY YouTube video.
Wow.
This defendant continued to be a co-conspirator and to aid her accomplice, Alex Cox, by searching how to remove that back seat of the Jeep so he could better lie in wait to shoot Brandon. This was the defendant's second mistake, and more evidence of her being a co-conspirator and the premeditation. This defendant also, on September 30th, began aiding Alex by becoming his alibi. You'll hear from Nick Valance, who is an FBI agent who deals with cellular analysis,
Oh boy, we're gonna hear from Balance again.
at around 4:30 p.m. on September 30th, Alex Cox's cell phone, the one that he subscribed to, moved from his apartment in the same complex where he and Lori Vallow lived to Lori Vallow's unit.
Hi, Scott.
And from then on for the next couple days, Alex Cox's phone remained with this defendant. Meanwhile, that burner phone from that Idaho Falls Walmart on September 30th started moving towards Arizona. You will hear that on October 2nd of 2019, at about 8 in the morning Arizona time, about an hour before the shooting, this defendant created the alibi. She had Alex Cox's phone call her phone to make it look like he was still in Rexburg, Idaho, instead of in Gilbert, Arizona. That fake call lasted about 24 minutes. Both of those cell phones were using the same cell tower in Rexburg, Idaho.
Great.
This was Lori Vallow's third mistake. More evidence that she was a co-conspirator and of that premeditation to aid her brother in this shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. So how do we know, though, that Lori Vallow's Jeep drove from Idaho to Arizona? Well, we're going to start by learning about what we call LPRs, or license plate readers.
Woo!
You will learn and see a photo of Lori Vallow's Jeep in Arizona on October 1st of 2019, up near Holbrook on the I-40. You'll hear that the DEA has a license plate reader there, and they took a photo of Lori Vallow's Jeep with that license plate LWD 0997 on its way to Gilbert, Arizona. You're also going to learn that the police later recovered that Jeep back up in Rexburg, and they did a couple different search warrants on it. And what they recovered inside the Jeep, among other things, was a receipt from October 1st of 2019 from Mesa, Arizona, the day before the shooting.
What idiot.
From a restaurant called Los Favoritos out on Power Road.
Oh my God.
You're going to learn that at the time the burner phone is down here in Arizona. You'll learn that Alex Cox was using his Gmail and Googling an address on Power Road around the time when we then see the receipt. Alex Cox, Lori Vallow's Jeep, and Alex's rifle are here in Arizona waiting to commit this shooting. Meanwhile, up in Rexburg, on October 1st, this defendant does a little more additional help. She goes to a storage unit in Rexburg, Idaho, and rents unit C52. The next day, on October 2nd, when the shooting is happening down in Arizona, or after the shooting actually, she brings her soon-to-be husband, Chad Daybell, with her. And you will see video of this as she and Chad Daybell put the rear tire and the rear bench seat of that Jeep into the storage unit.
Wow.
Using the storage unit for that Jeep tire and that bench seat so that her co-conspirator, Alex, could lie in wait in the back of the Jeep, waiting for Brandon to return home that morning. This is, again, evidence of that conspiracy and of the premeditation to kill Brandon. So October 2nd, the morning of this shooting, you will see that Alex Cox was Googling that address, 3875 East Wells Road. His burner phone from Idaho Falls, Idaho, is in Gilbert, Arizona. He's using his Gmail account, and he is using cell towers around Melanie Boudreaux's residence. Now, this is important because Melanie knew that Brandon had their kids. They had 4. She knew that Brandon that morning was going to have to drop off 3 of the kids at school and that they would exchange their youngest. They would meet at a park. Brandon would text Melanie, let her know he was there. She would respond, and they would exchange their youngest child. While Brandon was leaving his house to take his kids to school, that Idaho burner phone moves to his residence and begins waiting for him.
Jeez.
Alex kept the Jeep running as he waited for Brandon to return. What Melanie didn't know was that Brandon was going to the gym after dropping off the kids, and so Alex had to wait longer. You'll hear that one of Brandon's neighbors noticed this Jeep. It's a neighborhood that doesn't have any real easy ingress or egress. You'll see a map of it, so there's very little through traffic. And so the neighborhood knows and recognizes most of the same cars. And you'll hear from a neighbor that as he was backing out, he saw this Jeep parked the wrong way on the road, nose to nose with another vehicle that he did recognize. He saw the dark tinting, he saw it was running, and he thought it just stood out as unusual in his neighborhood. It made him actually look into his rearview mirror to note it had a Texas license plate. This was about 30 plus minutes before Brandon arrived home. When Brandon got to the house that day, Alex was ready with the rifle. And we know that he was able to just lift up that back window because the tire wasn't on it. Alex fired one shot. Luckily, he did not hit Brandon. You will see that Brandon was driving a Tesla at the time. And unlike many cars, there's no frame around the window. The window just goes into the door, into the car itself. The shot hit the frame of the vehicle, but right where the window goes up into it. And you'll see that there is damage to the window, as well as the bullet hole into the frame of the vehicle itself, right above Brandon's head when he was sitting in that driver's seat. You'll hear that when Brandon took off, the window remained in the door, that he drove away and then eventually circled back around and went into his driveway. You'll hear that for a Tesla, when you put the car in park, the door automatically opens and the whole window just shattered out. Brandon was on the phone with 911 soon after the shooting. You'll hear that call, him actually sounding out of breath from the fear. And he waited for the police to arrive. Alex Cox, of course, is Googling how to get out of there and get back to Rexburg, Idaho. And by October 3rd, he was back there. That same day on October 3rd, you will see that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow went back to the storage unit. They removed that rear tire. They removed the rear seat of the Jeep and took it with them. You will again see video of that. You'll also see that they Googled that day, news in Gilbert, shootings of Brandon, to try to find out what the police knew. How did the police figure out that this defendant and Alex Cox were involved? Well, when the police were interviewing Brandon, they asked him if he had any enemies. Who would want to do this? And Brandon told the police the only people he could think of was Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. He told them that Lori had lived in Texas and that the Jeep had a Texas license plate. And he told them about that incident on July 11th of 2019 in Chandler involving Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. And he believed this was all tied together. You'll hear that the Gilbert police reached out to the Chandler Police Department and learned about that Jeep with the Texas plates, LWD 0997, the same plate that was seen on that license plate reader on October 1st coming into Arizona. The Gilbert police learned that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox were living in Rexburg, Idaho, and they reached out to law enforcement there. You'll hear that on November 1st, police in Idaho went to 565 Pioneer Road, that apartment complex, and they saw Lori Vallow, they saw Alex Cox, and they saw Chad Daybell.
Oh boy.
They didn't see the Jeep that day. And so they went back a few days later on November 4th and saw the Jeep located near Lori Vallow's residence. Tires back on it, rear seat is back in it. You'll hear that they impounded it. And on November 18th, the Gilbert police flew to Idaho to process it.
Wow.
You're going to learn about GSR, or gunshot residue. You're going to learn that they process the vehicle. Basically, they're little sticky kits. GSR is microscopic. You can't see it. So you try to collect it, and then you give it to an expert to look through it. You will hear that those kits were sent to the Phoenix Police Department and reviewed, and that particles indicative of gunshot residue were located on the kits that were tested from the rear of that Jeep Wrangler, and that this is consistent with a gun being fired from the rear of the Jeep. You also hear that the Gilbert Police Department collected DNA from areas like the steering wheel, the gear shift, seatbelt buckles, and that they got a blood blot from Alexander Cox. DNA profiles were created from the steering wheel and other areas around the driver's seat. And the DNA was found to be a mixture, multiple people, but the major contributor was Alexander Cox. Again, you will hear that the police executed multiple search warrants on cell phones, cell tower usage, data from Gmail accounts, and data from iCloud accounts. You will see a map of Lori Vallow's cell phone, Alex Cox's cell phone, as well as that burner phone from that Walmart in Idaho Falls, the one that was associated to Alex Cox's Gmail account. You will hear from Nick Valens from the FBI, and he'll show you how that burner phone went from Rexburg, Idaho, down to Gilbert, Arizona, was there for the shooting, and returned back to Rexburg, and was never used again after that. You will learn that the only phone number that that burner phone called or received calls from was Chad Daybell, this defendant's soon-to-be husband. The same phone, of course, that was using those cell towers right around Brandon's home at the time of the shooting. This defendant, Lori Vallow Daybell, has been charged with conspiracy to commit the first-degree murder of Brandon Boudreaux on October 2nd of 2019. The evidence in this case will prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant conspired with Alex Cox and others to kill Brandon. She provided the means, the Jeep, she helped get the Jeep ready, and she tried to provide an alibi for her co-conspirator. At the end of this trial, the state will ask you all to hold this defendant accountable and find her guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
Would the defense like to give an opening statement at this time?
All right, here she goes, guys. right, we're going to count the objections again.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Oh my God. On death's door, she was.
here we are at trial. And the judicial system can be difficult to understand at times. There are laws and rules and statutes that govern how things will proceed in this trial. You yesterday got to hear the preliminary jury instruction, so you kind of got an order of how things are going to go. In order for someone to be charged with a crime, as I have been,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to argument versus an opening statement.
Right.
I'll remind the defendant, an opening statement should be a preview
I think she elicited that even quicker than in the previous trial.
of what is to be expected at trial. So go ahead.
that law enforcement presents evidence that they gather, and the state prosecutors are going to present that to you. Sometimes the state charges the defendant with a crime. They have charged me with a crime, a very serious crime. Sometimes they take the allegations to a grand jury to decide if the
I'm
defendant
going
should
to
be
object
charged.
again, Your Honor. Improper
That's,
argument.
Yeah.
That's to strike.
Hold on. The jury should disregard that last comment. How the charges arrived here are not for the jury's consideration. The prior proceedings are not for the jury's consideration. Please proceed.
The state or the prosecution will then take the information gathered, the evidence from law enforcement, and present to you a story, a theory, their hypothesis of what happened. In this case, the prosecutor was not present during this alleged crime.
Of course they
The
weren't.
Gilbert Police Department was not present during this alleged crime. So it is their job to fill in the gaps, make up a theory, and present it to you, the jury, at trial. This is their job. They are not witness to the actual events because they weren't there that day with Brandon at the house when this alleged shooting occurred. This case is about a conspiracy. And a conspiracy is when two or more people make an agreement to commit a crime. They have to willingly and knowingly participate. Conspiracy is an ancient word that appears in the Bible on many
Oh
occasions.
God.
Judas conspired against Jesus with the chief priests for
I'm going to
30 pieces of
Here we go again. There's another objection. So, just like she did in the previous trial, is she trying to be like, yes, conspiracy's not bad because they talk about it in the Bible?
silver.
object to, unless this is being presented at trial, I'm not sure that this is appropriate opening.
Oh my God.
What is the legal objection?
Well, you're arguing. The opening statement is not argument. I'm going to allow it briefly, but I may cut you off depending on where you're going with that.
Cain conspired against Daybell, his brother. This case is a case of conspiracy. The charge against me is that I conspired with my brother, Alex Cox, to murder my niece's husband, Brandon Boudreaux. But you will find, as you begin to see the evidence put forth in this case, that there was not any animosity between Brandon and myself. I personally did not have any motivation to have harm come to Brandon. In fact, Brandon and I had a very friendly relationship all of the time that I have known him. I first met Brandon when he was marrying my niece, Melanie.
And Your Honor, I'm going to object to, unless the defendant's
Hold
testifying.
on. Can I have the parties approach briefly?
Oh my
Can I
God.
have you approach briefly?
Okay. All right. We're on 4 objections so far. Wow.
My niece, Melanie.
Go ahead.
I first met Brandon when he was marrying my niece, Melanie. Melanie and I are very close because my sister, her mother, passed away when she was just 9 years old. So Melanie and I think of each other and love each other like a mother and daughter, even though we are aunt and niece. So our families remained close, Melanie and Brandon's family and my family. And in each other's lives, like everyday lives. We spent holidays together and shared in everyday life. I was there for Melanie and Brandon's wedding and for the birth of all 4 of their children. I was also very close to all 4 of their children. In this case, you will hear Brandon himself tell you that someone shot a gun at his car. You will learn in this testimony that Brandon was not hurt. You will learn that he wasn't even sure what had happened. But you will hear that Brandon immediately blamed me, which begs the question, was I an enemy to Brandon? That is news to me, and hopefully by the end of this trial, we will all have some answers to that question. In this case, you will learn that Brandon had called 911, and Gilbert Police did respond. You will learn that Brandon speaks of a puke green Jeep, and then he offers the officers a camo green color that he's speaking of on his phone. He says a green Jeep. Then you will hear the neighbor who says that it was a dark blue Jeep that was parked in front of the neighbor's house.
Well, there you go. Not guilty. Definitely. Yep. Never mind.
You will learn that Brandon very quickly hired a private investigator to find out where I was living out of the state of Arizona so he could inform the police. You will see Brandon exchange email information with Detective Pillar, the case agent in this case, about my whereabouts and about the financial dealings of my niece, Melanie Boudreaux. You will learn that Brandon was not particularly satisfied with the investigation that Gilbert Police was conducting, so he did his own investigation, hiring his own private investigator to follow his wife, Melanie Boudreaux. You will find out that Brandon had access to the VIN number.
I want to note that that is really common in a really contentious divorce, especially when there's custody involved or a lot of money involved. This is very common. And also when there could be cheating involved, because that can affect how the proceedings go for a divorce. It's actually really, really common for someone to hire a private investigator and follow, the ex-spouse or whoever they're divorcing, if they're in the middle of the divorce, if they're separated. Now, in this case, it seems like this is tied to the fact that somebody tried to kill him, but nonetheless, just to point it out, even when there's not an attempted murder involved, it's really common for there to be a private investigator or more than one involved.
Of a Jeep and gave it to the police. You will find out that after that event, he quickly changed his story from a camo green Jeep to a gray Jeep. You will then learn that Brandon continued to provide information he was personally finding out to Detective Pillar, the case agent in this case. You will learn that Detective Pillar and Brandon discussed through email how they can demonstrate Melanie's financial gain if Brandon were to have died around October 2nd, 2019. This is what a conspiracy looks like.
What?
Two people trying to set up another person for a crime. My niece, Melanie Boudreaux, is named by the state as a
She's like, there was a conspiracy, but the conspiracy was to set me up for the crime.
co-conspirator. However, she has not been charged with the crime.
I'm going to object
but
and
I
have that
have.
struck as well, Your Honor.
Jury should disregard that statement. You're going to receive an instruction later that
Right.
all persons that may be involved would not necessarily be charged or called as witnesses, and you'll follow those instructions later. Go ahead.
I was not living in Arizona at the time this alleged incident happened on October 2nd, 2019. I was not even aware such an event had taken place. I did have a close relationship with my brother
You Googled it, so.
Alex, but I was not aware of his every move. Melanie also had a close relationship with Alex, but also was not aware of his location at all times. Brandon and Alex also had a good relationship until this accusation. They saw each other frequently at all of our family parties and get-togethers and would often be seen laughing and talking. Alex was a comedian who kept our family laughing.
Great.
Alex passed away in December 2019 of natural causes, so he is not here to
Well-
defend himself.
And I'm going to object again to that as well, since he's not party to this. He's
All
not
right,
here.
I'll just remind the jury that what is said in opening statements is not evidence. It's not sworn testimony. Please proceed.
Although the state has alleged that there are several co-conspirators in this case, I am the only one being charged with a crime. So you will be the judge. You will hear and see evidence presented by the state. The state has, according to the law, 100% burden to prove to you
No,
that
no, it's not 100%. Is she going to object? That misstates the law.
Misstatement of the law
There it
in
is.
terms of 100%.
Yup.
All right, again, this is
Wow.
a little bit bordering on argument, but the jury will receive the instructions on what
Not
is and what is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
It's proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not 100%. God damn it, Lori, really?
the state
Come on.
has the burden to prove that a crime has been committed here and that I committed that crime. That is the way the law is written. I do not have to show any evidence or put up a defense. I do not have to testify. That is the law. The prosecutors from the state have to prove to you that I conspired, meaning made an agreement with my brother to murder Brandon. So you will decide.
Brandon.
Right now, according to the law, I am innocent. I remain innocent
That's true.
until the state of Arizona and its prosecutors show you enough
She should have said unless and until, but whatever.
evidence to convince you that I had anything to do with this alleged crime. And I want you to look carefully and determine if this
In other words, she says until. Oops, so should have been unless and until.
event was a crime at all. Did a shooting actually occur? Only Brandon claims that it did. Only Brandon names me and Alex. You will learn that Brandon himself did own a gun. You will learn that Brandon knew how to shoot his gun. You will learn that Brandon and Melanie were going through a divorce. And you will learn that even though Brandon is the one who actually filed for a divorce, he was blaming me for his divorce. You will learn that the information that the Gilbert Police Department and Detective Pillar, the case agent on this case, learned about me and my brother Alex was from Brandon Boudreaux. You will learn that Brandon and Detective Pillar communicated frequently and were on a first-name basis. I want you to look closely at the motivation of Brandon and the Gilbert Police Department, because I'm the only one charged with the crime, and I need you to decipher what really happened here, because I'm the only one who's being asked to pay a consequence for this
And
crime.
again, Your Honor, I'm going to ask to object and strike that.
Sustained, the jury in their instructions received an instruction that said the jury is not to consider a penalty. That will be in the final instructions area as well. The jury's job is to determine whether or not the state has proved the case beyond a reasonable doubt or the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Go ahead, proceed.
You will hear many references during this trial about the state versus Lori Daybell. Well, who is the state?
Yeah, I think.
The state are the prosecutors.
I object to argument and relevance.
Sustained.
Oh, God.
And you, the jury, are brought in to stand between the state and me.
And I'm going to object again to improper statement of the law, argument, and relevance.
Sustained.
Wow.
You are here to say if a crime has even been committed at all. You are here to say if I committed this very crime and if the state proved this to you beyond a reasonable doubt. If at the end of this trial you have reasonable doubt, then I remain innocent. If the state does not prove to you that I, 1, committed a crime, and 2, committed this crime, then I remain innocent.
Wait, are you saying that if they prove that you committed a different crime, that, wait, what? Like all the other ones that you've been convicted of?
In this case, you will hear a lot of speculation. The definition of speculation is an idea or guess about something that is not known. During this trial, the state will try to convince you that I committed this crime by using speculation, innuendo, and insinuation. And the state is hoping that this will be enough. In this trial, you will in fact witness a power struggle between the state and the defendant.
Your Honor,
For what
I'm
a
gonna
fact
object to
really
argument.
Oh, Lord.
Sustained.
Because they want to convince you, the jury, that a fact is speculation, that a fact is innuendo, that a fact is insinuation, that they knew what I was thinking, what I was feeling, what I was planning, when they don't know at all. You, the jury, have all the power to decide what the facts are and what they're not. Not the state, not the judge, not law enforcement, you. So I implore you to listen carefully and decide for yourselves if the state's theory really makes logical sense. What motivation did I have? What malice have I ever shown to anyone? What benefit would I gain? I am a person who loves all people and has no malice towards anyone,
God.
not even the prosecutors who wrongfully try to convict me.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again to relevance and to argument.
Sustained.
Mary, she's pro se. She's defending herself.
I am all about spreading love and will continue to do so, even after this trial is complete, no matter the result. Thank you.
Oh, how sweet. Okay, let's give a quick rundown for anyone who's not familiar. All right. So Lori has already had how many trials? 1. So her first trial was in Idaho. She was convicted of the murder of her son, her daughter, and her now husband's wife, because they were having an affair before they were married. So they got married right after the wife was killed. So that's Tammy Daybell. So 3 murders in Idaho. Then, and she had counsel representing her for that. Then she comes to Arizona, and just recently here, she had her Arizona trial number 1. Now that was for the murder of her husband, which is husband number, God, I can never remember, husband number 4, right? Yeah, I think Charles was husband number 4. So Charles was husband number 4, if I recall. And she was convicted, and then once she came over to Arizona, she decided to go pro se. So she represented herself pro se for that trial that happened just here recently, before Karen Reed started, and was, to no surprise of anyone, convicted for that as well. And now she's here for her next trial in Arizona, still pro se. So we're on Arizona trial round 2. This is the attempted murder of her niece's, at the time, husband. And prior to this proceeding starting here, she came in saying that she was on death's door and too sick to go to trial or whatever. She showed up in a wheelchair and everything. And they had her assessed, and it was found that they couldn't find anything wrong there except for like a headache. So nonetheless, proceeding to trial. She cheated death so she could be here to represent herself pro se. And so if convicted, this will be for person, if you think that, so 3 murders, 4 murders, adding them all, this being number 5, attempted murder, but still. It is wild. Oh, there's more to it than that. Even that's just the synopsis of the road so far as her legal road. Also from last trial, the Arizona trial, number 1, Lori lodged 191 objections from the state. I saved this on purpose. I'm glad I did. Almost 200 objections. So we're doing another counter for this trial. So far, she got 12 for opening statements. So the state's going to call their first witness, who is this is a bold move, right? Their first witness is going to be Brandon Boudreaux. So.
All right, the state can call its first witness.
Thank you. The state will call Brandon Boudreaux.
Your Honor, could we have a,
You're going to come up.
Oh my God. So Lori's trying to object or do something here. And what? Watch.
Your Honor, could we have a,
You're going to come up here and be sworn in by the
Just ignore her.
clerk.
Can you please state and spell your first and your last name?
What do you mean, Twiz? This is only going to be a couple days, apparently.
Right hand, please. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, sir. Go
Like,
around the
this
court.
is expected to be done by what, Wednesday or something?
Order, have a seat up here to my left.
Your Honor, could we have a sidebar?
Is it about what we discussed earlier? The state's probably going to, you won't complete your direct before lunch?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
So again, in the chain of events, this was the first one. The attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux was before anybody else. So before Charles was killed, it was before the kids were killed, it was before Tammy was shot at, or that one, and then it was subsequently eventually killed. So this was the first in the chain of events.
I will, not for a second. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name's Brandon Boudreaux. I live here in Arizona.
And you can pull the mic just a little closer to you and roll in a little closer. Thank you.
Sorry.
It's okay. How old are you, Brandon?
I'm 40 years old.
You said you're currently living in Arizona?
I am, yes.
What do you do for a living?
Currently, I own a solar company.
Okay. I want to talk to you sort of about your marriages. Are you currently married?
I am.
Do you have a prior marriage?
I did, yes.
I want to talk about your prior marriage. When did you get married initially?
I was married initially October 31st, 2008.
And who were you married to?
Melanie Cope at the time, she became Boudreaux.
How long were you and Melanie married?
A little over 10 years.
Did you two have any children?
We had 4.
Do you recall approximately when you began divorce proceedings with Melanie?
It would have been in July of 2019.
And do you recall approximately when your divorce with Melanie was finalized?
It would have been in October of 2019.
Was it before or after October 2nd?
It was the middle of October,
Okay.
so after.
Now, do you have family here in Arizona?
I have a brother who lives in Tucson now, but at the time I did not have any family here in Arizona.
They lived in another state.
Yes.
Did Melanie have family that lived here in Arizona?
Yes, she did.
Did you know someone by the name of Lori Vallow?
I did. That was Melanie's aunt.
And did you spend a lot of time with Melanie's aunt, Lori Vallow?
Yes, we spent a lot of time together.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and tell us what she's wearing?
She's directly behind you wearing glasses and a blue top.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
It shall.
When you knew or were spending time with Lori Vallow, was she married at that time?
She was.
Who was her husband then?
Charles Vallow.
And how often would you see Lori Vallow and her family?
Pretty often. We would spend holidays together. We often vacationed together, and our children were close, so it wouldn't be unordinary to see each other every week.
Were you close with Lori Vallow's prior husband, Charles Vallow?
I was, yes.
Did you know other members of Melanie's sort of expanded family?
Yes, I did.
Did you know a person by the name of Alex Cox?
Yes, I did.
Who was he in relation to Melanie?
That would be her uncle.
So Lori's
On the
brother?
bright side, right? remember, this jury shouldn't know anything about who these people are. So on the bright side, for those of you guys who are newer, I was literally just going to pause it and explain who Alex is. But then I remembered, oh, wait, they're going to have to explain all of that for the jury, right? Their family relations. Now, what won't come in unless Lori kicks the door wide open, which she almost did last time, what shouldn't come in, right, is the other deaths or convictions, obviously, but the other deaths. She was really close to kicking that door wide open last time. What will she do this time? We shall see. So, in other words, what I already explained road so far for Lori in terms of her convictions, that's something that won't be explained, at least in front of the jury. I'm sure there'll probably be outside the presence of the jury, it will probably come up. But as far as everything else the jury needs to know for this trial, they're going to have to walk the jury through it. So,
Who was he in relation to Melanie?
That would be her uncle.
So Lori's brother?
join
Correct,
the club,
yes.
Mary. Yep, crime docs.
And
not-
before your divorce from Melanie, did you see Alex Cox often?
Not as often as Lori, but yes, I did see him.
Okay.
Usually at a family get together.
Did you know anyone by the name of Chad Daybell?
No, I did not.
Did you later become aware that Lori Vallow married a Chad Daybell?
Yes, I did.
Can you try to describe for us the relationship between,
All right, real quick, Chad Daybell. So Chad Daybell is currently on death row for his conviction. So remember, like I said, Lori had the 3 murders in Idaho. She went to trial before Chad because she maintained her right to a speedy trial. They were initially seeking the death penalty for her, but that got removed because there was a lot of late discovery coming in, and that's actually a huge deal. Judge Boyce set precedent, and it was the right decision. He set precedent with that, though, because it was less than 30 days for a trial, and there was a lot of new discovery that was coming in. It wasn't the state's fault, like it wasn't intentional. It's just the way that it was. And so he precluded the death penalty, which means it wasn't a sanction against anybody. It was just that there was no way for them to continue to seek the death penalty. However, Chad went to trial, I think, about a year later after Lori in Idaho for the same 3 murders, and was convicted, and death penalty was still on the table for him. And the jury found that the death penalty was warranted. And so he is on death row in Idaho.
Melanie, your ex-wife, and her aunt, Lori Vallow?
I would say that she looked at her as maybe more than an aunt, like closer to a mother figure. Her mother passed away when she was younger, and she let her hold a lot of influence in her life.
Okay. Starting sort of the end of 2018 through 2019, did you notice Melanie spending a lot more time with Lori?
Can you ask that question one more time?
Sure. Starting sort of the end of 2018 through 2019, did you notice Melanie spending more time with Lori?
Yes.
In 2019, did you start to notice issues with your marriage with Melanie?
Yes, I did.
Without going into what was said, did you ever speak with Charles Vallow about Lori Vallow interfering with your marriage with Melanie?
Yes, I did. On a few occasions.
I want to talk to you about June 25th of 2019. Did that day stick out to you?
Yes, it does.
Why do you remember that date?
On June 25th of 2019, I had a long disagreement with my then wife. My grandfather had passed away suddenly of a heart attack a few days earlier, and she had told me she didn't want to go to his funeral, and that had led to the start of a disagreement that quickly changed and was very different than what I thought was going on.
I'm going to have you put your mic just a little closer to you.
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. So you said it started out as a conversation about going to your grandfather's funeral,
Yes,
and then it changed into something different?
it did, yes.
During this conversation with Melanie on June 25th, were you accused or told that you had been involved in doing some things to her aunt, Lori Vallow?
I was, yes. This sticks out because it was so bizarre to me. I was trying to talk to my wife about our relationship, and she was using different language that was confusing. She kept saying that she was going to reveal things about me, and it just didn't make sense. And then she accused me of hacking Lori's computer, which I knew I hadn't done, and I didn't know why it mattered to what we were talking about. So, that something like that sticks with you because it's just doesn't connect.
Do you know how to hack into other people's computers?
I do not.
So you're being accused of hacking into Lori Vallow's computer. Did anything get raised during this conversation regarding your sexuality?
Yeah, it was a very long argument. It started in the afternoon and went past midnight. And as things kept escalating, more different allegations that didn't make any sense kept coming up. And one of those was that God had revealed to her that I was gay. And that one stuck out because Charles had told me that that Lori was trying to convince her of that, which I thought was so bizarre. It just didn't make any sense. I was married and we had 4 kids. So.
Did you ever hear anything about allegations that you were trying to help Charles take Lori Vallow's temple recommend away?
It didn't come up in that specific.
All right. So the temple recommend, again, just to reiterate for those who are less familiar, has to do with LDS Mormonism. And the temple recommend was a huge, what's the right way to say, catalyst for a lot of what went on here. We've heard about this a lot in the other trials. Lori really did not want the temple recommend to get taken away from her. So
argument, other than as a side mention of why I might have hacked a computer. But yes, I did hear those allegations.
I want to ask you, are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day
here
Saints?
it is.
Yes, I am.
Were you and Melanie both practicing members?
We were, yes.
Was Lori Vallow and her family practicing members?
As far as I knew, yes.
When we talk about a temple recommend, what is that?
Inside of our faith, we try to set aside the temple to be a place that's sacred. It's a place where you can be closer to God. And because you want it to be a sacred place, we try to live to a higher standard if we're going to go in there. It's the idea of trying to be more like the Savior's example and keeping promises or covenants that you make to him. And so in that process, most of us self-report to a bishop or an ecclesiastical leader and a stake president or a higher ecclesiastical leader just to verify that you're doing your best to keep those promises. It's kind of a way to help you assess to decide if it's a place that you should go, or am I living in a way that I can go and feel good about, trying to get closer to God in that space, and am I living in a way that sets it aside and makes it somewhere special, somewhere sacred?
Okay. If someone's temple recommend is removed who is a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, is that a really significant thing?
For most of us, we would feel like, personally, I would feel that way. It's something that is sacred to me and it is important. And so I would not want to lose that. It would be something that would reflect that I'm not doing a very good job of my goal to try to be more like my Savior.
Okay. When you were having this argument, this conversation with Melanie on June 25th, what are you thinking?
It began with just frustration, which when I took a little time and was introverted and thought about it, I realized wasn't fair. If she didn't want to go to a grandfather's funeral, I recognized that me feeling frustrated was something I should deal with myself, but not try to force someone else to do something that they weren't comfortable with. And then it was just really painful because the rest of it there's a lot of frustration that comes from, at the end of it, she was asking for a divorce and demanding that we end our marriage. And, I had 4 kids and this was.
It seems like he was totally sideswiped or whatever, by this. Like they were talking about this funeral, and then it ended with her being like, I want a divorce.
It was going to change their entire world. It was going to change everything for my family.
Blindsided.
Did you, having spoken with Melanie, feel that Lori Vallow was involved in some of these things that Melanie was telling you that was why your divorce should end?
Can you ask that question one more time?
You can see that he is still very much, this was 2019, right? And understandably so, you can see that this is still very, I think that there's probably a lot of PTSD. I'm not trying to diagnose anybody, but in the sense that having a hard time, like not hearing the question, it's like almost like that automatic reaction, like with PTSD, that can be like, there's fight, flight, freeze, faint. Like, to me, seems sort of like a freeze or like type of reaction where like you're not able to process any more information because your brain is trying to make sense and process of all these traumatic events. This is just my take on it. But you can just see it in his eyes and in his face, and
Telling you that was why your divorce should end?
Can you ask that question one more time?
Sure. As you are listening to the things that Melanie was telling you that evening or afternoon into the evening of June 25th, did you believe that Lori Vallow had been involved in some of these ideas that were being told to you as to why your marriage should end?
Yeah, I mean, how else does her aunt's computer getting hacked even come up without Lori being involved? So I got pretty frustrated at one point, and I think I told her I'm going to take a break, and I texted Lori and Charles and tried to call both of them to discuss it with them because I wanted them to understand the gravity. This is my family. This is my kids. This changes the rest of their lives. It's not just whatever was going on for those two.
So you told us that you just mentioned that you actually sent a text message or a couple of text messages to Lori Vallow that evening?
Yes, I did.
Can you scoot just a little closer? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Poor guy. Wow.
Why did you text Lori Vallow that night?
Hope that she would have integrity, that she would respond and acknowledge that I didn't hack her computer. I don't know. Honestly, just hope. I was trying to find something to fix the problem.
So you felt strongly enough that Lori Vallow was involved in these ideas that Melanie was putting at you that you actually reached out to her?
Yes.
Your Honor, show the defendant Exhibit 122. I can have my paralegal bring that up. I want you to look at Exhibit 122. Do you recognize those text messages?
Yes, I do.
Are those messages that you sent to Lori Vallow on June 25th of 2019?
Yes, they are.
Do those relate to the allegations that were being told to you by Melanie that Lori had provided her?
Yes, they do.
And that was you trying to fix these things that were lies?
Correct.
State will move to admit Exhibit 122,
Any objection?
No objection.
122 is admitted.
if I may publish.
Well, he's exactly right on that one. It is very fucked up.
Okay. Brandon, just so we understand, when you were shot at on October 2nd of 2019, did you actually provide the police with your cell phone
I did. Yes.
so they could download everything?
Yes.
And is this from your cell phone?
Yes.
So we see on June 25th of 2019 at 6:45 p.m., the first message that you sent? And was this phone number, the 808 number, Lori Vallow's phone number?
I'm going to pull the CCs off so that we can see this better. Okay.
Correct.
In the message, what did you tell Lori?
I told her that Melanie believed I helped to try to get her temporary recommend taken away, and that we both knew that it wasn't true. Do you want me to just read it?
Sure.
Lori, I sent this to Charles. I'm sending it to you as well. Charles, Melanie believes I helped you to try to get Lori's temple recommend taken away. You and I both know that's not true. She does not believe me. I wanted to send this to both you and Lori. If either of you care at all for me or my children, you'll come forward and be truthful. I've never done anything to hurt either of you. I can't believe you would lie to her about something like this. I gave you a blessing when you're at your worst in my home. My children will be punished if my wife leaves me or can't believe me when I have done nothing. This is on your heads to make it right.
So your initial thing was about that temple recommend because that was so important, right?
Yes.
But that was just one of the lies that had been told to you by Melanie.
Yes, and at this time I didn't know that she also believed that I was gay. That came after I had sent these texts.
Did you get a response after this first text?
No.
Do we see then a second text at 9:10 p.m., same day, September 25th?
Yes.
What did you say then?
At least have the respect to talk to me to my face, not whispered behind my back. She believes you and you are lying. This is going to affect my children.
Okay. Did she respond to you then?
No.
And a couple minutes later, did you send Lori another message?
I did.
What did you say then?
I will not stop until the truth is known. It says I didn't dip, but a typo. I didn't do the things you said, and because I know I did not, I will find a way to prove it.
Did Lori ever respond to any of those?
No.
So so where this is at for this guy's in his life, right? He's got a wife, he's got 4 kids, and out of the blue, his wife is like, hey, like, I want a divorce. Like, Lori's telling me that you're gay and that you tried to hack into her computer and take her temple recommend away. And so basically, from what we've heard so far, what Melanie is saying is not like, I want a divorce because of whatever between the two of them. It's like, because of X, Y, and Z. And they all have to do with Lori, apart from even the gay thing, because that came from Lori. And so it's like, these false allegations, which that's hurtful enough when people are saying shit that's not true, especially when it pertains to like if somebody's believing it and it's going to have a direct effect on your life. And divorce is especially when there's kids involved, we all hear about that in the law. That's like such a difficult thing, incredibly emotional, especially if you're thinking about how the entire thing is based on these false allegations. You can see why you would be super motivated to be like, hang on, if you're saying that this, we're going to get a divorce because of these things, but these things are all not true. All I have to do then, right, is, if you're him, prove these things aren't true. And then we can go back to living our lives, right? You see what I mean? So you can see how it's like, this could all be prevented. This is all fixable. Like, that's how I'm interpreting what we're hearing so far. So.
Were you able to convince Melanie that these things that Lori had told her were not true?
No.
Would she listen to you about it?
After that evening, she would never spend time alone with me again. There's always someone else with us everywhere that we ever talked or communicated.
Did you want to get divorced?
No.
Wow.
Did you agree to a divorce?
I did.
How did you and Melanie decide to go forward with a divorce?
We used a mediator.
How does that work?
You have choices. You can either each get your own lawyer and they can help advocate for you through the process, or you can use a mediator. Those are the two, or you can do it yourselves without lawyers, I guess, as well.
Exactly right, Mary.
And as you go through that divorce process,
it's just even worse to hear that he didn't actually want a divorce. Like, Jesus Christ.
really discuss 2 key concepts: all of the money and the finance side, and then the children when you have children. And so a mediator is helpful in being able to help you understand what the law thinks if you both can't agree on something, and help you go through and think. It's a lot to think about. And, you're I was very emotional going through that. And so they're helpful that they can kind of guide you to make sure you're covering all your bases and you're thinking about the future for your kids, thinking about what's fair in the financials, all of those things.
At that time, what were the ages of your kids? And I got to go back a few years. So in 2019.
9, Braxton would have been 9. And then I would add a 5-year-old and what would like be 2000?
Trying to do the math.
A 4-year-old and a 2-year-old.
And you told us that you started to see a mediator sort of in July of 2019.
Yes,
Do you recall if it was the beginning, middle, or end of July?
beginning of July.
So really fairly quickly after you were confronted with these theories of you hacking Lori's computer and trying to take her temple recommend away.
Yeah.
As you went through a mediator, did you agree to have joint custody of your kids?
I did.
Did you and Melanie have a house at the time you were married?
We did, yes. And in the mediation, we agreed to sell it.
Now, prior to the sale of the house, did Melanie move somewhere else to live?
Yeah, we agreed that I would help her find a rental, which we did. And then our house was an expensive house. We were listing at about $1 million. And so having those young kids inside of it while you're trying to have it show ready all the time was a concern. So we agreed we'd get a rental house where the kids would be able to stay so that they could just be kids and not have to try to live super, super clean. And I would stay in the house and just kind of live in it as a shell house till it's sold.
Okay. Do you recall approximately when Melanie moved out?
July, around the 14th or so, I think. I'm not 100%. It's been 6 years.
Mid-July?
Yeah, mid-July.
So the kids were living with Melanie in the rental house, and you were staying in sort of I'll call it a community property house at this point. Do you recall when your house sold?
In September, I think we got it under contract, and at which point I started looking for a rental house, probably,
For yourself?
yeah, for me to move into so that we could then do our joint 50-50 custody
Okay.
with our kids.
Did you find a house to rent?
I did.
And was that the 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert?
Yes.
When you were looking for a residence, did you consider at all the location of Melanie's rental house?
Yeah, I tried to, we had agreed we would stay within a couple miles of each other so that it would be convenient.
When you,
Sorry, did not mean to do that. I was trying to do I'll hit the other thing. Okay, let me go back. Where were we here?
Just doesn't connect.
do you know how to?
Sorry, guys.
It would be more like my savior.
Okay. 122, do you recognize,
Here's the text messages.
No,
Okay.
did you agree?
but I had lived in that same neighborhood, so I tried to move closely to a place my kids would be familiar.
Okay, here's where we were.
Did you sign a lease for that 3875 East Phelps Street on September 13th of 2019?
Yes.
What was your plan in terms of when you were going to move into that new house versus staying in the community home?
I was going to stay in the community home until right before we finished everything up, so like the end of September, and then I would move over to the new house.
And when was the community house supposed to close?
October 1st.
Okay. And what was the mediation agreement for that money on October 1st? Who would get what?
It was going to be split between me and Melanie, and it was supposed to all go to one account, and then I would transfer the money over
So did you guys hear the house closes on October 1st? October 2nd was the attempted murder.
to her.
So at some point, did the plan ever change as to when you were going to move into the Phelps house?
Yes, I heard from Melanie that I had an option to get my kids early, which I was getting very limited time with my children. That was hard for me. You know, it's difficult going through transitions like that.
Ugh.
So she had offered, she said she was going out of town and that I could have my kids early if I got the house early. And so I was excited, and I quickly changed my plans and made a quick move from the current house into the new house to get ready, because when you have young kids, you have to kind of prepare. You can't just move them in. Everything needs to be kind of organized.
During the mediation, had you and Melanie come up with an agreement as to when each of you would have the children?
Yes.
What was that agreement?
Mondays and Tuesdays would be my days. Wednesdays and Thursdays would be her days. And then we would rotate weekends.
So weekends for you guys was Friday through Sunday?
Correct.
And then how would you hand off the children, and what would happen with your youngest?
I worked, so she would watch my youngest even on my days. And then handoffs would happen at school. If they were in school, we would just drop off and the other person would do the pickup. If they weren't in school, then it would be drop off at each other's houses.
Okay. So you said you worked. Did Melanie work?
She did not.
So Melanie kind of just tells you she's going out of town on the 26th and offers the children to you. Do you recall about when you moved into now this residence on Phelps?
It's been a really long time. Shortly after, I think, that conversation, but a few days prior to when I got the kids. I think it took me a couple days to move in.
So you had the kids on the 26th.
I did, yeah.
How did you told us you had been planning to move in a little bit later. How did you get moved earlier, quicker? Did you have people help you? What'd you do?
My neighbors that lived across the street from me at the house that I was selling noticed that I was moving and offered to help. I just went and got a truck and decided to move. I was excited. I didn't tell anybody even. I just kind of jumped after it. And then one other friend found out, and he brought another friend. So there's 4 people who helped me move. And they were the only people. I mean, I immediately had my kids after. They're the only people who even knew that I had moved. It was a very quick decision.
This is all really important, right? Because nobody knew the address. Nobody knew he'd moved. It was all happened really quickly. It was only the 2 neighbors and the 2 friends. And so, yeah.
Now, you told us that part of the agreement would be that you and Melanie would drop off the kids. At any time, did Melanie ask you for the address of your new residence?
Yes, she did.
Did you provide it to her?
Yes, I did.
Do you think anything of it when she asked you that?
I mean, no, I did. I had said I would give her my address always. We had to drop each other the kids. So she had to know where I lived.
Okay. You told us that you hadn't told anyone else your address?
Yeah, it wasn't like a secrecy. It just hadn't come up yet because it was so quick.
So Melanie knew your address,
Yes,
and then you said 2 of your neighbors helped you move?
Correct.
So they knew your address. And then you said one of your friends helped you move?
And he brought another friend. So 2 of my friends knew where I lived.
Okay, so 5 people knew your address?
Yes.
Shown defense counsel 123, if I can have my paralegal approach. Those text messages,
Yes, I do.
are those the text message between you and Melanie where where she asks you for your new address and you provide it to her?
They are.
And was that on September 17th of 2019?
It is.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 123. So again, you told us that you had provided your cell phone to the Gilbert Police Department on October 2nd. Is this from your phone?
Yes.
And so Melanie texted you on September 17th at 10 in the morning. What's your new address?
That's correct.
And a few minutes later, 27 minutes later, you provided her 3875 East Phelps.
Correct.
You told us your parents did not live in Arizona, right?
That's correct.
And at the time, really, you didn't have any family in Arizona. Did your neighbors that helped you move know Lori Vallow?
No.
Did your neighbors that helped you move know Alex Cox?
No.
How about your friend that helped you move, the 2 people who helped you move with them? Did they know Lori Vallow?
No.
Did they know Alex Cox?
No.
Did you post your address on any LinkedIn or social media?
No.
So on September 17th and on September 26th, when you got the kids, were the only people that knew your address and knew Lori Vallow and Alex Cox, your then wife, Melanie Boudreaux?
Yes.
So on September 26th, you're in your rental house on Phelps Street. You have your children with you. And is this sort of the first time you have been there with your kids?
Yes.
And this was over a weekend, correct?
Correct.
So you had your kids sort of that weekend of Saturday, the 27th and 28th. And then did you follow your normal schedule now of Monday and Tuesday having the kids?
Yes.
And then was October 2nd sort of Wednesday, October 2nd? And that would be the day you would normally exchange the
Correct.
children?
That was the first day that I would not have my kids.
Okay. And so on October 2nd would be the day that Melanie would now have control of the kids that evening.
Yes.
So I want to talk a little bit about your schedule with your kids the morning of October 2nd.
Yeah.
Can you tell us sort of what your general schedule was? What'd you get up and do with all the kids?
Yeah, it's been a long time. You know, my kids are different now, but back then I would probably wake up an hour and a half early. Got to wake each kid up individually. Kind of each of them has different needs. I think Breeze was still in diapers. Blake might have even still been in diapers. So you wake them up, you make sure that you get them cleaned up, changed, you feed them. You got to get 3 of the 4 of them dressed. They don't know how to dress themselves. So you got to give yourself time. So probably an hour and a half making food, getting kids ready, making sure everybody's good to go and prepared so that when you get within a short amount of time of school, you can get the 2 that are in elementary school there on time.
All right. So you said you had 2 that were in elementary school. Were they in the same school?
Yes.
And so that leaves 2 other kids.
Yes.
What did you do with the other 2 kids?
Blake was in like a pre-K preschool that was right by the new rental that we got Melanie. And then I dropped Breeze off at Melanie's. Well, she didn't want me to come to her house, so I would drop her off at the park and then watch her run to her mom.
Okay. Do you recall approximately when you left the house that morning to start taking the kids to drop them off at their different locations? Let me ask you this. Do you recall approximately when the kids had to be at school?
7. I probably would have left at 7:30. They probably started at 7:50. That's.
And were the schools you said close to your Phelps Street?
It was like probably a 5 or 10 minute drive, depending on if there was some traffic or not.
Okay. So who did you handle first? Where did you go first?
I'd always drop the 2 that were in elementary school first. That was on the way to their mom's house. So we would take those 2, drop them at their school, and then I would drive the rest of the way to their mom's house and at the park and drop at the park right there by her house. And then I would go drop Blake at his school.
Okay. So on the morning of October 2nd, did you follow that same schedule and go to the park to drop off your youngest?
Yes.
And how would Melanie know that you were there?
I would text.
Okay. Did you do that morning?
I did.
And then you said you would kind of just once you knew she was there, let your daughter go to her.
Yeah.
So would you visually see her and then let your youngest go to her?
Of course, yeah.
Show defense counsel exhibit 124. I can have my paralegal approach with that. Do you recognize those text messages?
Yes.
And are they from October 2nd of 2019 around 7:40 in the morning?
Yes.
And do they reflect you letting Melanie know that you were there with your youngest?
Yes.
State will move to admit 124.
Any objection?
No objection.
124.
Do we see here on October 2nd at 7:40 in the morning, you sent a text message to Melanie saying pulling up,
Correct.
and then you received a message for her that she'd be there in a minute?
Yes.
Were you able to hand off your youngest to Melanie?
Yes.
Did you go home after that?
I did not.
Did you tell Melanie where you were going after that?
I did not.
Where did you go?
I went to the gym.
How long? Well, let me ask you this. Where was the gym in relation to your Phelps house?
It was a couple minutes away. It was on the way. It was
Interesting.
midway between her and
Roll
my
out
Phelps
there.
house.
Okay.
And Markel.
And how long were you at the gym? About?
Hour and a half.
Can you tell us what kind of car you were driving back in October 2019?
It was a black Tesla Model X.
Okay. 2-door, 4-door?
4-door. It's
Okay.
like an SUV.
How long had you had that Tesla?
A few years. I bought it, I want to say 3 or 4 years earlier.
Okay. So Melanie knew about that car?
Yes.
You had had it when you two were together,
Correct.
and you continued to have it as you were going through the divorce proceedings.
Correct.
And you drove that Tesla to that park when you exchanged your youngest.
Yes, I did.
I want to talk a little bit about Tesla vehicles. They're electric, right?
They are, yeah.
They drive a little different than gas cars.
They do, yes.
Can you tell us first about the acceleration?
When you're driving a Tesla, they have when you take your foot off the gas, they built in a system that makes it slow down, so it like brakes for you. So they call it one pedal driving, but so when you push it, it'll accelerate really fast because that's just how electric motors work. The torque's very quick, so you can go much quicker. And it also, when you take your foot off the gas, it'll slow down a lot quicker too if you leave that feature on. So it drives very different than a gas car. You don't use the brakes as much.
Okay. So if you take your foot completely off the acceleration pedal, it almost stops.
Yeah, it can be very abrupt. It can feel like hitting the brakes.
And so had you learned over those years how to kind of slow down by taking your foot slowly off that acceleration pedal?
Yeah, you drive different.
Did your Tesla have any type of technology built into automatically open a garage door when you're within a certain range of it?
Yeah, it did. It had that exact feature. It was when it got in a certain range, it wouldn't just send a garage door signal and open it up.
Had you programmed that feature at the Phelps house?
I did, yes.
If you put your Tesla into park, what would happen?
I used the feature where it would make the driver's side door just open automatically for you, so you didn't have to reach over and open it.
Would it open all the way?
It would just slowly open. Sometimes it would open all the way. Sometimes it would open like a quarter of the way. There's like a sensor to make sure it doesn't hit stuff.
Okay. And so that was something you had programmed already. So every time you put your car in park, that would happen for you.
Yes.
I'm going to talk a little bit about the driver's door of your Tesla. In a lot of cars, we see a metal frame that goes around the window. Did your Tesla have that?
No, they make the window seal up into the frame of the car, and so there's no top frame on the door itself, no metal top frame.
Shown defendant exhibit 25. I can have my paralegal approach. Self without the glass, but the frame of the door.
Yeah, does a really good job showing that.
State will move to admit exhibit 25.
Any objection?
Good, a picture.
No objection.
25 is admitted.
Okay. So is this actually a picture of your vehicle from October 2nd of 2019?
Yes.
And so we can see that there's no sort of metal frame around where the window would be, right?
Correct.
Okay. And is this actually your glass window right here?
Yes, I believe it fell out when I opened the door, or when I put my car in park.
Okay. I want to talk to you about that morning of October 2nd. You drop off your youngest with Melanie. You said you went and dropped off your fourth child at sort of a day pre-K type of course?
Yeah.
And then you went to the gym.
Yes.
After you went to the gym, what did you do?
I drove back from the gym to my house.
Okay. What was your plan that morning?
My plan was to shower and go to work and meet with my business partners, and we had an owners meeting that day.
Okay. Can you tell us what happened when you turned onto Phelps Street that morning?
That morning, I made my usual left onto Phelps Street, and there's one house and then my house, and so it's not like you're driving. You're coming through a turn, so you're not moving super fast, and there's not a lot of distance, so I don't really push the gas very hard. But I remember coming around the corner, kind of letting it almost kind of coast as I was waiting for it to catch the signal and send my my garage door up. And while I was doing that, I noticed a Jeep that was parked, and it was really awkward.
Why was it awkward?
Well, it was parked on top of the car that was normally there. So there's usually a van there, and it was just like parked nose to nose to the van, and it was like The back of it was almost blocking my driveway. It was parked so you just wouldn't think anyone would choose to park like that. So it kind of stood out to you right as you came around that corner. I noticed it had a Texas plate. The other thing that was awkward about it was no back tire, which Jeeps always have the back tire. That's like their thing. So all of that stood out, right? I mean, you don't have a lot of time when you're coming around a corner like that, but all of that just like, I was like, oh, that's weird. And I remember thinking my neighbor must know somebody from Texas because I'm new. I don't know anybody yet. And I was like, and man, they parked awkward. You know, like that's a really crappy park job.
So that we understand, was the Jeep parked sort of the opposite way of traffic?
Yes,
Okay. And so when you come around the corner, you're seeing the back of the Jeep.
correct.
And you said it was nose to nose with a white vehicle?
Yeah, I believe it's a van.
And was that a vehicle you had seen in the few days you had lived there?
Yeah, it had been parked there every day so far.
Okay. So you recognize that one. Was there a lot of other vehicles parked on the street?
No,
Just that Jeep right up to that one and on your driveway?
correct.
When you were coming in and sort of slowing down, what do you see happen?
So as I let the car kind of coast in, the back window pops up. I see a muzzle. I hear a bang. Then you know your fight or flight kicks in at that point. So for me, I just immediately thought, and my window shattered. You know, all that happened in like the snap of a finger, and so I just immediately thought someone's shooting at me because I saw a muzzle. So I hit the accelerator and I just went straight. I no longer was planning on turning into my driveway to let the garage door trigger. And
I'm going to
then,
have you pull your mic just a little bit down again.
yeah, I'm sorry. I can lean forward. Could you hear all of that?
So let me go a little bit through it. So you said you saw the rear window open.
Yes.
Is that sort of the window that normally the tire would block from opening?
Yes.
Did you see any hands or anything pushing it open?
I can't say I did. The windows were dark, and I remember it lifting, and I remember seeing a muzzle.
Let's talk about the muzzle. Could you tell, like, was it a handgun muzzle, a rifle muzzle? What are we
It
talking
looked like a rifle or a long gun. Yes. Also, possibly like there was a silencer on it or a suppressor or something because I remember the muzzle looked a little bit awkward at the end.
Okay. Have you shot guns before?
Yes.
Have you shot rifles before?
Rifles and handguns and shotguns.
Did you grow up sort of shooting, hunting?
Yeah, my family hunts. I'm not a big hunter myself.
But you're familiar then with rifles and shotguns.
Yes.
Had you shot handguns before?
Yes.
So when you saw this, what did you think it was, the muzzle that you saw?
I mean, you had a very short window, but it looked like a rifle to me with maybe a suppressor or something on it.
Okay, so it was able to come out of the window enough that it looked like a rifle to
Yes.
you. You said you heard something. Can you describe that for us?
It's a loud bang, gunshot. That's the only thing I can think of.
And you've heard gunshots before.
Lots of gunshots, yeah.
So you hear this and you recognize that as a gunshot.
Yes.
And you said then your window shattered.
Correct.
Did you see a hole through your window?
No, which was confusing. So I was, all this stuff is happening quick. I'm sure I had some kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Shock, some form of shock. I'm sure there's a little bit of that. But I remember the first thought I had was I need to call 911. Someone just shot at me. So that, I remember my phone flying forward and backward because I was driving quickly and accelerating quickly. I remember getting my phone and calling 911 and just, I mean, I remember having a hard time breathing, just feeling overwhelmed that somebody shot at me. And then I think maybe because I was feeling a little guilty or something, I remember thinking like, oh, maybe, there's no bullet in my car. I don't see a bullet hole anywhere. Maybe it wasn't a real gun. Maybe I'm overthinking this, you have a lot of thoughts going through your head.
Did you ever say maybe it was a paint gun?
Yes, I think I did.
Thinking now, have you seen a paint gun before?
Yeah, I've played paintball lots of times.
Does paint come out? And
Not as loud and it marks stuff everywhere.
would it have left, in your experience, having fired paint guns, does it shoot out paint that you would then see?
Yeah, wherever it hits, it leaves a bunch. I mean, that's why it's called paintball.
Did you see any paint on your window?
No,
Were you thinking clearly at that point when you're thinking about that?
I think there's a lot of thoughts that go through your mind. It is a very stressful situation. I've never had someone shoot at me before.
You called 911 and you told us that you drove away from the area, right?
Yeah, I accelerated, went around a corner and I parked by, there's a pool right there in the community. So I pulled over and parked next to the pool.
I want to show defense counsel different maps of the area. Those two exhibits and tell me if you recognize them as maps of the neighborhood, a closer up, as well as a further than those.
Okay, we got maps.
One. Actually, I think it's this way. When you were driving to your residence, I'll do it this way. We see here 3875 East Phelps Street. Is that your address at that
Just
time?
reviewed.
And so it was 2 houses in.
Yeah.
When you were arriving back to your residence that morning of October 2nd, can you describe for us how you came in to the neighborhood?
I guess people probably can't see when I point. I would have gone up.
Let me pull out just a little bit.
I would have come around where the map kind of starts. There where your pen was. If you go down that corner, I would have come there off Fairview, come all the way up, gone up that street where your pen was, and gone. And that's the way that I came in, where your pen just traced.
So you went through this intersection and then you turned left here, and that's where you saw, as you turned that corner, that Jeep Wrangler.
Correct.
Did you notice if the Jeep had 2 or 4 doors?
2 doors.
Okay. Did you notice anything about the license plate?
It was a Texas plate.
Were you able to get the license plate number?
I was not.
After the shooting, you told us that you sort of took off, and I'm putting exhibit 3 up now. I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. So we see Phelps Street. Is that the same street we were talking about?
That is
You told us that you accelerated. Was it this direction on Phelps?
correct.
And what did you do when you got to this intersection?
Made a right on Cole, and you can see there's a pool right up there. I parked right there in front of that pool where that little walkway is, right on the.
So you parked right near the pool here.
Yeah, right where your pen tip was there, kind of by the E.
Were you on the phone with 911 prior to reaching that pool?
Yes, I was on the phone with 911, I think, as I got towards the end of Phelps Street.
Did you see the Jeep as you were there at the pool?
I did, yes.
And where did you see the Jeep go?
It came down Phelps Street, went north on Cole, then it made a right on Waite when it saw me, and then it continued down Waite and made a right down whatever that road is. There's no name on it. And then I lost it at that point. It went down Fairview, and if you go to the bottom of this, it actually exits out onto Pecos Road. So I knew where they had to have gone because the only way out of that neighborhood is to go down that Fairview Street, drive and go around on Francis and then go out onto Pecos. And so that's what I told the police when I told them what happened. I told them that it had exited out onto Pecos.
So basically, the only 2 ways to get out of your neighborhood was either to go up Cole, where they would have had to go past you to get onto Fry, or to go south to Pecos Road
Correct.
through this neighborhood.
Yes.
You're going to do Amita.
Members of the jury, we're going to recess. We're going to resume at 1 p.m. Please remember the admonition. Please be in the jury room ready to go at 1 p.m.
I know, right? Okay, they have a lunch break. Right. So this is outside the presence of the jury, it says. Okay, we're not hearing any of it.
Yes.
Okay,
I haven't
one.
been.
Okay.
That should be done. I know there's spots here in this building right behind this courtroom. What other issues?
We were unable to get a hold of my investigator. He isn't answering the phone or has not answered the emails yet. So I didn't know what remedy we can take for that. I have an idea, but
Okay, what's your idea?
maybe doing the cross out of order, maybe taking on another after the direct is done, so that I could get with him to get that information.
Do you know if any of the documents you'd plan on using may have already been marked by the state as exhibits?
We could look at them and
I think that's
check it
where
out.
you might want to start is
Okay.
if it's already been marked, or maybe tell the state what you're looking for. Because if we don't need to wait for things that are already available to us, that would be ideal.
And could we do that on the break or?
I guess what we'll do is we'll proceed with direct of this witness, and maybe we'll take a short break when the state's done with this witness, and then we'll try to sort it out.
Okay.
Was there some motion that was filed over the lunch hour?
Yes.
I haven't seen it. What is it?
It's a 10.1 motion that I thought was filed yesterday, but they just brought a notary in today.
Or a change of judge again?
Correct.
All right. Well, I guess that can be referred to the criminal
Lori filed another motion for a change of judge. Wow.
presiding judge.
Wild.
We can deliver a copy to Judge Green today, and I'm sure she'll get to it as soon as she can. But we'll proceed with trial.
Okay.
Wow.
Let's bring in the jury. Can I remind the witness, you are somewhat soft-spoken, so try to remember to get as close to that microphone as you can.
Okay, fine. And the jury.
When we had broke, we were talking about your travel and the travel of the Jeep after the shooting, correct?
Accurate, Heather. Yep.
In terms of your movement, you told us that the Jeep had gone, I'm going to take this out of the shiny gloss. You told us the Jeep had gone on Phelps up to Cole, and you were here, and that's where you saw it turn on Waite.
Correct.
Were you able to kind of see across here to watch the Jeep?
Yeah, you can't see from this aerial view, but there's just like a fence and there's nothing else there, it's just bushes. So you can see almost that whole street there on Waite from where I was sitting.
Which direction was your car facing? Towards Fry or away from Fry?
My nose was pointed towards Fry.
Okay. So you were able to see the Jeep then continue and turn down this street?
Correct.
After that, did you see the Jeep again?
I didn't.
Where did you go? What was your return route back to your house?
I did a U-turn there on Cole, and then I turned onto Waite, and I drove down Waite and then back onto Phelps.
So sort of following the path of the Jeep as well until you got to Phelps?
Yeah, and then I just pulled into my driveway.
Okay.
And then I sat and waited for an officer.
Were you on with 911 during that whole time?
I was.
Share defense. Exhibits 4, 9, 13, and 14. When you came back to your house, well, let me ask you, I want to ask you some distance. When you first arrived at your house and you saw that Jeep, you told us you'd never seen it before. Can you tell us approximately how far away you were from the back of that Jeep when you heard that gunshot?
Well, you could kind of see in that map, there's only 2 houses. I was at the end of the first house, and the driveway was on the end half of my house. So I was past the point of my house and moving towards that driveway. So I would probably say a few feet, 15 feet or 10 feet or something like that was the distance.
Do you recall ever saying maybe 20 or so feet?
I'm sure I could have. It was a long time ago.
I've shown the defendant exhibits 4, 9, 13, and 14, if I can have my paralegal approach with these exhibits. You can take a look at those and let me know if they depict Phelps Street and the house you rented, as well as some cones to represent different things in the street.
Yes,
Do you recognize all of those?
I do.
State will move to admit 4, 9, 13, and 14.
Any objection?
No objection.
4, 9, 13, and 14
13 and 14.
are admitted.
I'm going to start with 4. In this photograph, we see a police car down here. Is this your car here?
It is.
So is this the street that, when you're turning down Phelps, you're talking about coming from this end?
Yes,
So you passed one house and your house is the second house.
correct.
Okay.
And that's the white van that was parked there.
Okay. So we have another photo. Let me first kind of go here. In this photograph, is this your residence? And this is exhibit 9.
Yes,
Okay. And this is your driveway.
correct. It's on the outside
And
edge.
so is this the area? Well, let me ask you, where was the Jeep parked?
You can see just the front of the white van's bumper there. It literally, the bumper of the Jeep was touching that van's bumper was just right on top of it. So the back of the Jeep would have been right where your pin point is right now.
Okay, so right at the edge of your driveway?
Correct.
I'm going to use 13 and then 14 to give us kind of, we'll go back and forth between them. So in 14 here, is this the white vehicle you were talking about?
Yes,
And this shaded area between the Jeep and the driveway is where you're discussing that the Jeep was parked?
correct.
And then this is your driveway.
Yes,
The rear of the Jeep was facing you.
correct. It was facing towards me.
We see 2 cones here. What do those depict in terms of the location of your vehicle?
The front of my vehicle would be that one that your pen's pointing at, and the back of my vehicle would be there. That's an estimate. Obviously, we were trying to recreate, but that's an estimate about where my car was when I heard the shot in my window shattered.
Okay. So at this point, when we were talking about slowing down, had you started to turn into the driveway yet?
No,
So you were still sort of straightforward?
correct.
Okay. And so the distance that we're talking about is what we see here in 13 from this cone to the edge of your driveway here?
Correct.
So a little over the width of your driveway.
Yeah.
When you saw the rifle come out of the rear of that Jeep, can you describe for us what you say you saw on the end of it?
It was cylindrical, and it looked a little bigger than a normal. I mean, every muzzle at the end of those rifles has some kind of a sight or usually something on it that they use to when you're shooting. But this looked like it had something different on it. It was a little bigger, and that's why I said a suppressor or I didn't get a long look at it, but it definitely stood out to me that it looked a little different. I think that's the part that I described. It was noticeable.
Okay, so it was wider or bigger than the normal barrel itself.
Correct.
Okay. When the window shattered next to you, did anything come in to you that you recognized at that time?
No.
Did you understand at that point there wasn't a hole in your window?
Correct.
As you are hear that bang and see your window shatter here, is that then when you accelerate this direction that we see down Exhibit 14?
Yes, that's exactly what I did.
Okay. And then when you got to the end of this street, which direction did you go?
I went right.
Okay. And then you headed straight up Cole and stopped at that park or whatever with the pool.
Yes.
As you are waiting in the driveway here in your car, did you get out of it? I know you said the door opened, but did you get out?
I didn't get out and look at my car. The door opened, the window fell down, and I think that I just kind of let the window fall there, and I might have moved like part of the window over, but I'm pretty sure I think that and I'd have to probably review, but I'm pretty sure they asked me to stay in my car till the police officer arrived. So I'm pretty sure I just stayed in the car and waited for the officer.
So before the officer arrived, did you look at your vehicle itself? I'm going to put up Exhibit 25 again.
The first time that I looked at the outside of the exterior of my vehicle was actually when the officer walked me over to my car. And both of us at the same time saw on the top of the door frame there's the spot where the bullet hit. And that was the first time that I knew for certain that I had kind of been shot at. And I remember probably another feeling of shock again, kind of like the first time when someone shoots at you and it's loud. And I remember just thinking like, that's really close to where I was sitting. Like it was inches from my head.
Show the defendant Exhibit 26. I'd like for you to approach. Brandon, do you recognize what that is a photograph of?
Yes,
What is that a photograph of?
that's the photograph of the top of my car.
That show the bullet hole that you saw?
It does, yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 26.
Any objection?
No objection.
26 is submitted.
So we see here in Exhibit 26, sis, the bullet hole.
That is.
Dumb question, was it there before?
No,
Was your window broken before this?
no,
And you were sitting right here.
correct. You can't see it as well, but that's when you sit in that with the way I was sitting in the chair, my head would have been right at that level.
When you called 911,
Wow.
were you sort of
Crazy.
telling them both sort of what had just happened as well as what was ongoing happening, what you're seeing with the Jeep?
Correct.
Did you make that, you told us, as you're immediately driving away from this shooting?
Yeah, I immediately thought the right thing to do was call 911.
Did you tell the operator at one point you were almost out of breath?
Yeah, when I remember when I first called, I'm not a doctor or anything, but I just remember I couldn't breathe. I was like feeling surprised. Maybe I don't think we have a word for that feeling.
Were you scared?
Yeah.
Do you have concern for your life at that point?
Yes.
Or were you trying to figure out what had just happened?
Yes.
Here I've shown the defendant Exhibit 125, the 911 call that you have. Let me go play that just to have the witness identify himself in it.
Go ahead.
You can approach with the computer.
Yes.
We're going to get into the 911 call.
Recognize that as your 911 call and as your voice. Thank you. Under the state will move to admit.
Okay.
Objection.
Oh, I know Heather, right? Totally.
Moved to a new home about a week ago.
What kind of vehicle is it that drove?
October 2nd, 2019, 9 hours, 14 minutes, 53 seconds.
911, where's your emergency?
Someone just shot my window.
Okay, where?
They're in a Jeep. I'm in the Cooley Station neighborhood. I was pulling in my house at 38755 East. Away, but I can see them driving off.
Okay, someone shot at your vehicle?
Yeah, and it hit my window, shattered my driver's side window.
Okay, when you pulled into his driveway?
As I was trying to pull in my driveway. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm a little out of breath. They just drove off. I saw them drive off.
Okay. Do you know who these people are?
I have no idea. I moved into a new home about a week ago.
What kind of vehicle is it that drove away?
Jeep Wrangler, had a Texas plate on it.
Jeep Wrangler?
It was olive green.
Olive green? Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on just a
Oh,
second.
Lori said he said
Texas
Jeep.
license plate.
No.
Yeah, I didn't get the plate. I'm sorry. I got a little nervous.
That's okay. That's all right. Oh, which way did they go? Do you remember?
You're driving south towards Pecos Road, between Pecos and Wrecker.
Okay. Okay. You don't see the vehicle anymore?
No, they left. They drove off.
Did you see how many people were in the Jeep?
Yeah.
Hello? Oh, did you see how many people were in the Jeep?
There must have been at least two because somebody shot at me and then somebody else drove off, and I don't think they had enough time to climb from the back into the front.
Right. Okay. And then do you have any injuries? Did they shoot at you?
They shot at me, hit my window, it bounced off. It might not have been a real gun. It was loud, but it might have been like a paintball gun or something. I mean, it should have hit me or gone through my window. It just
Okay.
shattered it. It didn't go through.
Okay. Okay. And your window is shattered?
Yeah.
Okay. And you have no idea who these people are?
No idea.
Okay.
They were just parked like right in front of my house.
Okay. They were parked out. So they were parked across the street in front of your house?
You know, in front, right on the same side of the street as my house, right in front of the minivan there. They're just parked right in front of that.
Okay.
I'm pulling in my house because they're gone.
Okay. Where are you at right now? Where are you at?
In my car at my house at 3
Okay.
East 12th Street. I'm going to walk over here and see if I can see what they shot at me.
And what kind of car were you in?
I'm in a black Tesla Model X.
It's a black what?
Tesla Model X.
Okay, black Tesla Model X. Okay. Okay. All right. I do have officers on the way to meet you.
Okay.
Do you want to go inside or do you want to wait outside wherever you feel?
I'll wait out here. Yeah, I don't know that it was a real gun. Maybe it was. I can't tell. I don't think it was because we should have gone through my window.
Okay. All right. And what is your name?
My name's Brandon Boudreaux.
And your phone number? Okay. Okay. I'm going to stay on the line with you just to make sure you're safe, just in case they come back. Do you have any weapons on you?
No.
Okay. Okay. Do you see the officer pulling up?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Looks like he's coming up Phelps. You said 3875 East Phelps, correct?
Correct. I wonder if he's on another section of it. He might be on another section.
Okay, because his car is showing right near Fisher Lane and Phelps Street.
I'm at, what is the cross street? Sorry, I just moved over here. Yeah, I'm at Fisher and Phelps. I don't see it.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. It's funny. His car was showing there for a second, and now it's showing back at Higley and Pecos, so that's kind of weird.
Wonder if he saw the Jeep drive off or something.
Maybe. I know that there's actually an officer that's heading towards you, and then there's other officers that are dispatched that are looking for the car. So we've got several guys looking out for the car, but we have one headed towards your house.
Yeah.
I think he accidentally hit his arrive button is what happened because he's still moving. They're just out of nowhere. Did you see the guy that
I didn't see who it was. It was weird because I was pulling in and I saw Jeep Texas plate and I thought, oh, that's weird. You know, my neighbor must have someone visiting, and then they like lifted up their little back window in their Jeep, and I saw like a muzzle, and then I heard a snap and my window shattered. So I just, instead of turning into my driveway, I just hit the gas and drove off because I didn't know. And then kind of when I got my bearings, I realized I should call 911.
Okay.
So then I drove, and then I didn't drive very far. I just drove around the corner and waited for you guys to pick up, and then I kind of saw them come around the corner and go down the road and start driving down south towards Pecos and Record.
Okay. And did they look like
I knew
Hispanic
that was the
males,
way
white
out.
males?
I didn't see a person at all. I didn't get to see a
Okay.
person.
Okay.
I knew there was only one way out of Pecos Manor, and that's down there on Pecos Road, so that's why I told you that.
Okay. All right. I do see the officer pulling up on Fisher from Fairview.
Okay. Just coming from the other way. He'll come around right now. I'll see him in just a sec.
Okay.
Yeah, I see him.
Okay. All right. I'll go ahead and let you go.
Okay. Thank you.
Uh-huh. Bye-bye.
Bye.
October 2nd, 2019.
I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the things that you told the 911 operator. You mentioned in the call that you thought it might be a paintball gun because it should have gone through the window. When you were saying this, were you at all contemplating that there's no paint on your window?
No.
Were you sort of that frantic, you're just trying to come up with excuses or ways to explain what happened?
I was just trying to figure out why a bullet didn't come through the window. A bullet should always go through the window was what was going on in my mind. So I was trying to come up with a reason.
So you didn't know through this whole call that your car itself had been hit?
No.
We hear that you, when you got into the driveway, a loud crash.
Yes.
What was that?
When I put my car into park, the it automatically opened that door, and then the whole window just fell right there. And most of it kind of stayed together, like I think the window tint or something held a lot of it together, but also a lot of it didn't. And it was like all over inside my car and all over on the a little bit on the driveway.
Okay. You also told them that you thought there might be 2 people. Why did you think that?
I was trying to figure out how someone could have been laying in the back shooting at you and gotten into the front and gotten out of there so quick. I was thinking that you had to jump over a chair. It seemed like they moved very quickly. So I think I was just trying to come up with a logical reason how they could have moved so fast.
We can have the Elmo again, please. Thank you. Putting Exhibit 1 back up here. So this is the residence that you were arriving back to, correct?
Correct.
And your car was facing this direction, west?
Correct.
And so the Jeep itself was also facing west?
Correct.
When you drove up to the pool, is that in this area off of Cole?
Yes,
And were you all the way up here before you saw the Jeep turn onto Wait?
I was. Yes.
So there was some time actually before the Jeep was able to follow and catch up with you.
Correct. I think in your mind, everything's happening so fast. I was just surprised by how quickly they were moving, but listening to it, for instance, you can hear that there was a lot more time that elapsed than what you thought in the moment.
So time when you were going through this stressful situation seemed faster to you. And now listening to the 911 call that you're talking while this was occurring, you can tell it's a little slower.
Yes.
Do you recall where you were when you were able to finally get your phone and start calling 911?
I was at the end there of Phelps Street, about to turn onto Cole and then I had to unlock my phone. So it took me a couple more seconds around the corner to get it.
Okay. So you were able to drive down Phelps, get into your phone and get up to Cole and park there. And then you saw the Jeep also turn on Cole and then turn on Wait.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Did you ever see anyone
As in a
in the
person.
vehicle, in the Jeep?
I didn't see who was driving the Jeep.
When you saw the rear window go up, you couldn't see who was in the back?
I didn't get a look at a person, no.
And then when the Jeep turned, you're looking in your rearview mirror towards it?
Yes, and then because I noticed it, I turned my body and looked out across.
And so as the Jeep came up Cole and turned onto Wait, you were not able to see who the driver was.
No.
Yeah, the kids were at school.
In the 911 call, we hear the 911 operator refer to the officer as a he.
Here.
Was the first officer on scene a male or female?
Female.
When the female arrived, you got off the call with 911?
I did, yes.
And did you speak with her and then walk her over to your car?
I did, yes.
And did she point out this bullet hole in your car?
She did, yes.
When you saw that, what happened physically to you?
I remember within a short amount of time, I asked her if I could sit down. I started getting a little bit overwhelmed because I realized that someone shot at me, was trying to kill me. If my head was that close, that's the only logical thing.
Before you saw that bullet hole, were you still sort of trying to explain how there's not a hole in your window?
Yes.
After you saw that bullet hole, did you start to think that someone had tried to kill you?
Yes. I remember I texted my father, told him that.
What did you text your father?
I said, I think someone just tried to kill me.
Were you thinking about how close you had come to death?
Yeah.
As you were experiencing all these emotions and trying to figure out how to handle this and texting your dad, did the police ask if there was anyone that could come stay with you?
Yeah, they did. And because I didn't have any family, I just said, I had my 2 business partners who were really good friends, and I asked if they could come.
Oh my God.
Did you have to tell them where to come?
Yeah, they didn't have my address.
Did they come and stay with you?
They did.
Did you eventually move with them across the street to kind of hang out in the shade?
It was hot, so yes, we moved over to a cooler spot as the day went on.
And we see in Exhibit 9, is this actually you guys sitting over here?
That is.
At some point, did a detective come get you and interview you?
Yeah, Detective Pillar came over and got me.
Did he interview you?
Yes, he did.
Where did that interview take place?
We walked around that corner. He had his car parked and in a kind of a shady spot, and we did an interview in his car.
Okay. Was that recorded?
I believe so.
The first patrol officer on scene, that female officer, did she ask you if you could think of anyone who would want to harm you?
She might have. I don't recall. I'm not certain.
Okay. When you met with Detective Pillar, did he ask you if you knew anyone who would want to harm you?
Yes.
Do you remember a lot of your interaction with that first officer?
To be honest, like the part that I remember the most is just when I saw the bullet hole, and I think maybe just kind of got a little bit of shock because it was real when I called 911. But then I kept thinking to myself, a bullet didn't come through my window, And, you know, I just, when I saw that, I just realized like, no, someone is 100% trying to kill me. And then it was just, it's kind of an emotional little bit. Like I felt a little overwhelmed.
When you talked to Detective Pillar, was that a little bit later, but while you're still sitting here on the scene?
Yes.
Had you had time to kind of get yourself back under control?
Yes.
Do you remember that conversation more than your
Yes.
conversation with the first officer?
Yes, I do.
At that time, when you were asked by Detective Pillar if there was anyone you knew who might want to harm you, were you able to provide any names?
I told him the only person I could think of.
And who was that?
It was two people. It was Lori and Alex.
Is that Lori Vallow?
Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
So the morning of October 2nd of 2019, you have already told Detective Pillar that's who you believed is the only person you could think of who would want to harm you.
Yes.
Had you met Detective Pillar before that morning?
No, didn't know him.
Did you tell the police to tell Detective Pillar that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox had been involved in an incident in July of 2019 in Chandler, Arizona?
I did.
Did you think that that incident had something to do with this?
I did.
You were asked by the police, or do you recall being asked by the police if you had any issues with money or anyone else?
I do.
And did you have anyone else that you could think of that would want to shoot at you?
I did not.
Did you tell the police about your wife Melanie's relationship with Lori Vallow?
I did.
You told us that the Jeep that you saw parked right next to your driveway that we see here in Exhibit 9 had a Texas license plate, correct?
Correct.
Did you tell the police that Lori Vallow had lived in Texas?
I did.
So during the time you had known her, you were aware that she and Charles Vallow had lived in Texas.
Correct.
Did it seem relevant to you that you see a Jeep with a Texas plate in front of your house?
It did.
So on October 2nd, when you were shot at, Melanie was living here in Arizona, correct?
Correct.
And she lived close to your house in Phelps? Within a couple miles?
Within a couple miles, yes.
And she was the only person who, outside those 2 neighbors and 2 friends, who knew this address.
Correct.
On October 2nd of 2019, did you know where Lori Vallow was living?
No, I did not.
And on October 2nd of 2019, did you know where Alex Cox was living?
No, I did not.
But in July of 2019, you knew they were living in Chandler, Arizona. Or
Yes, I did.
Lori Vallow was living there. Did you ever learn that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox moved to Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes, I did.
Did Melanie ever move out of Arizona?
Can you restate that?
Sure. Did Melanie, your wife, or maybe by then your ex-wife, ever move out of Arizona?
Yes, she did.
Do you recall when she moved out of Arizona?
The end of October 31st or November 1st, 2019.
And did you learn where she moved?
Next door to Lori.
In
Idaho.
Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
The state has no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, I need to take a couple-minute recess to sort out an issue. I'll have the jury retire to the jury room. Please remember the admonitions.
All right, Jerry.
All right, you may be seated. The jury is no longer present. Do you have some exhibits that you could use, or what are you missing? Or
I don't have any exhibits that I need. My investigator has he has the whole file. He has the whole file on Brandon. I tried to get it from him last night, but
Oh, here we
I was
go.
unable to.
are
get
there
in
being
contact.
arrangements made? Maybe your paralegal can pick it up from him tonight or someone?
We're trying to do that, exactly.
Do you have another witness here? Do you mind going out of order?
Your Honor, if that's necessary, we can go out of order so that we can continue proceeding today.
She was in a
I'll
wheelchair.
inform the jury that normally, as we said in the
She
preliminary
was in a wheelchair right up until opening statements. Shocker.
instructions, that there'll be a direct examination, a cross-examination, and then a redirect examination. But this time, we're going to take a witness out of order, and the defense will cross-examine Mr. Boudreaux at a later time in the trial.
Okay.
If you need me to contact OPDS to try to get something done with getting a hold of your investigator, or you want me to, please let me know before we leave here today. All right,
Judge, if I can just make sure, I told my witnesses too,
okay,
because I obviously didn't know this. So if I could go check and see if they're
Absolutely.
here before we bring the jury in.
that's fine.
And Your Honor, can we make this a 15-minute break or no?
Do you need some time? All right, we'll go ahead and do a 15-minute recess for the court reporter as well, and just let us know when your witness is here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, here we go. Next state's witness.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth,
Okay.
so help you God?
All right, you're going to have a seat here to my left.
please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Elizabeth Collins.
And do you live here in Arizona?
I do live here in
I
Arizona.
wish they used that shock belt on.
Back in 2019, did you own any rental properties?
I did.
And did you own a rental property at 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes.
Is that here in Maricopa County?
Yes, it is.
When did you purchase that house?
I purchased that house in October of 2018.
And how long had you been renting that house?
I've been renting it since I purchased it.
Was this a long-term rental or one of those short-term Airbnb type of things?
Long-term rental.
Did you have a minimum lease length?
Our minimum lease length for the initial lease is 1 year.
So you'd had at least one person in there since you'd purchased the home?
Correct.
Prior to October 2nd of 2019, had you ever had any issues at that house?
Never.
Any prior disturbances in that neighborhood?
None, and none that I was aware of.
Okay. No shootings at the home?
No shootings at the home.
No police going out there to your knowledge?
None to my knowledge.
Was this pretty much a normal quiet rental property?
Yes.
Did you ever rent 3875 East Phelps Street house in Gilbert to Brandon Boudreaux?
I did.
Did you go through a company to advertise the lease?
We did. We used a realtor that was a friend of ours to help us advertise the property for lease and to do the legal documentation.
Okay. I'm going to put up what, oops, can I have that, Alma? Thank you. Has previously been admitted as Exhibit 9. Do you recognize the street?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to zoom in a little here. Do you recognize this house over here and this sign?
Yes. So the rental property is on the right-hand side of that photograph.
So basically the house right here?
Yes.
Then you indicated that you used a company to do your lease agreement.
Yes, I did.
I've shown the defendant Exhibit 119, if I may have my paralegal approach. Do you recognize Exhibit 119?
Yes, this is the lease agreement.
And then that's the one that you made with Brandon Boudreaux?
Yes, it is.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 119.
Any objection?
No objection.
119 is admitted.
So in Exhibit 119, we see that you were the landlord, one of the two, I guess, landlords.
Yes,
And then you rented this to Brandon Boudreaux.
correct.
Did he have other individuals listed on the lease agreement to also be present at the property?
Just the names of his children?
Okay, so his 4 children were listed on there.
Yes.
What was the date for the lease to begin?
Oh, I believe it was September 23rd, 2019. We signed it on the 13th, which is what threw me off, but
Perfect. So the lease agreement started September 23rd and was going to be until September 30th of the next year.
correct.
And then you indicated that this was signed on the 13th of September.
That's my recollection.
Let me go to the last page of Exhibit 119. So does that show the different signatures, or at least yours at that time? I think.
Correct. Mine and my husband's.
And then we see Brandon's signature as well for the 13th.
Correct.
Now, when you leased this property to Brandon Boudreaux, did you include, or was there ever any inclusion of a person by the name of Melanie Boudreaux on that lease?
No, there was not.
Did you ever have the name of anyone by the name of Lori Vallow on that lease?
No,
How about Alexander Cox?
no.
As someone who leases properties, rental properties, do you put your lease agreements out in any type of public website or social media?
No, never.
So you wouldn't have put it out there that Brandon Boudreaux was now living at 3875 East Phelps Street?
No, that would be unprofessional.
So prior to October 2nd of 2019, once you signed that contract, that was just your information and his information?
That was my understanding, yes.
And you never told anyone about who was moving into your house?
Besides my realtor, no.
Perfect. Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
Any direct?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any. You can step down. Thank you.
Okay, so we
Go
have yet
ahead.
to see Roy cross-examine anybody this trial anyways.
State will call Robert Abbott Marco.
All right, now witness.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your
Same.
first and last name?
Robert Abitamarco, ROBERTABATOMARCO.
Thank you. Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
You're going to walk around the court reporter here and have a seat to my left.
If you can roll up close to the microphone, thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Robert Abitamarco.
Can you tell us, do you still live in Arizona?
Yes.
Back on October 2nd of 2019, where did you live?
3870 East Phelps, Gilbert.
Did you rent or own that house?
Rent.
How long had you lived there?
A little over 2 years.
Okay. Can you describe for us that neighborhood? What was it like?
It was a quiet residential neighborhood. It was a very quiet street. It was not a through street. A mixture of families living there.
Okay. Had you ever had any problems or issues on that street?
No.
Okay. And you said that it wasn't a through street. For that whole neighborhood, I guess let me ask you, sometimes there are neighborhoods that have that are kind of cut throughs to go to other main streets. What was your neighborhood like in that way? Was there a lot of traffic of people trying to cut through to get to other thoroughfares?
No, it was a series of residential side streets winding and inside the residential community.
I'm going to put up Exhibit 3 here. Pull it out a little. Does this sort of show that neighborhood with this being Phelps Street where you lived?
Yes.
So when you're talking about this neighborhood, there's no easy way to get from Pecos to Fry Road, right?
Correct.
Since you lived in this neighborhood for a couple of years, did you see some of the same vehicles parked on your street all the time?
Yes.
And so you sort of knew which ones would belong to your neighbors?
Generally, yes.
Okay. I'm going to put Exhibit 1 up here. Not sure if you're able to make out sort of little house shapes. Are you able to see those house shapes up there?
Yes.
Okay, so we see this is 3875 East Phelps. Where was your house? Was it on the same side of the street, on the other side of the street?
3870 would have been on the same side.
So on the same side of the street as this, and where was it in relation to that?
One to the left looking at it.
Okay, so this is Phelps. Are you on this side of the street or this side of the street? The upper or the lower?
I'm sorry. I was on upper, third house in from right there. Yes.
Okay, so here.
Yes.
All right. So kind of across and a little catty cornered from 3875?
Yes.
Perfect. I'm going to show the feds a couple exhibits, 5 and 7. Back in October of 2019, were you working?
No.
Did you have sort of still a schedule of what you would do most mornings?
Yes.
I want to bring your attention to October 2nd of 2019. Did you leave your house that morning around 8:40?
Yes.
Do you recall where you were going?
Yes.
What were you going?
I was going to the EOS gym on Higley and Pecos for a 9 o'clock appointment.
Okay. How far away, how long would it usually take you to get there?
5 to 10 minutes.
So you gave yourself a little room to get in there and get ready?
Yes.
At that time in 2019 at this residence, did you usually park in your garage or your driveway?
The driveway.
Okay. I'm going to put up, if I can have my paralegal approach with exhibits 5 and 7.
Go ahead.
So if you can look at these two photos and let me know if you recognize these exhibits, what they're photographs of.
Yes.
Are those photos of sort of the street and neighborhood where you lived on Phelps back in 2019?
Yes.
The state will move to admit exhibits 5 and 7.
No objection.
They're admitted.
You told us that when you lived on this street that sometimes you'd see the same vehicles there. Was there any vehicle on sort of the opposite side of Phelps Street that you would regularly see and you would have to pay attention to when you were exiting your driveway?
Yes.
What was that?
There was a van owned by my neighbor who parked generally across from my driveway or a little off.
Okay. I'm going to put up exhibit 5. Do you see a van in this photograph?
Yes.
Is that the van you're talking about?
Yes.
So this white van here.
Yes.
Are you able to show us in this photograph or describe for us where your house or driveway was located?
The house is what's seen at the far left of the image, the beige colored house, and the driveway would be right where you're indicating.
Okay. So this was your driveway right here.
Yes.
And so you would often have to kind of pay attention to this white van so you didn't go out and bump right into it?
Yes.
On the morning of October 2nd, did you get in your car to leave and notice any other vehicles that morning?
Yes.
I'm going to put up exhibit 7. In this photograph, is your driveway here?
No.
It's one over.
Yes.
Okay, so we can't see your driveway. This would be your neighbor's house.
Yes.
Where did you see another vehicle that stood out to you the morning of October 2nd around 8:40 in the morning?
parked in front of the white van, nose to nose, where that tree is.
So right in this shade area?
Yes,
All right, so when you say nose to nose, the front of the Jeep was to the front of this van?
yes,
And so the rear of the Jeep would have been along where this
Yeah,
driveway
you
was.
can see why
Yes.
it's weird.
Did anything about that vehicle catch your attention?
yes.
What?
I noticed that it was running. It had tinted windows. I didn't see anyone, and it was right across from the back of my driveway.
Okay. So the tinted windows, were you able to see if anyone was inside the vehicle?
I was not.
What kind of vehicle was it that you saw there?
It was a Jeep.
Were you able to tell anything about 2 or 4 door?
No,
Do you recall anything about the color?
it was dark.
And you said the Jeep was running.
Yes,
When we talk about the Jeep being nose to nose, is that sort of the wrong way on the street, parked the incorrect way on the street?
yes,
Did that also stand out to you?
yes.
Had you ever seen that Jeep before in your neighborhood?
I don't recall seeing it.
So it wasn't something you had seen before.
No,
When you were backing out and leaving, did you feel like you needed to take note of anything else of that Jeep?
yes.
Why?
It seemed out of place. And again, being concerned that it was running, not immediately seeing anybody with that vehicle or in that vehicle. And I was under the impression that nobody was home at the house that it was parked at.
Okay. So here's a car that's running in front of a house that might be empty with dark tinted windows. It seemed a little concerning to you.
Yes,
So because of that, did you do anything as you were leaving?
yes.
What'd you do?
When I left, I backed out of my driveway so that I was going to be heading in the opposite direction of those vehicles. And I looked in my rearview mirror to look at the license plate.
Okay. So in Exhibit 7 here, were you heading this direction?
Yes,
So in your rearview mirror, you would have been able to see the back of the Jeep. When you were looking in your rearview mirror, you were able to see the back of the Jeep.
yes.
What did you look for when you looked in your rearview mirror?
The license plate.
What did you note about the license plate?
That it was a Texas license plate.
So that's sort of the white with black lettering.
Yes.
Were you able to take down a license plate number?
No.
Do you recall the vehicle itself, if there was a tire on the back of it?
I don't recall.
When you returned home after going to the gym, can you describe for us what you saw?
Yes. There were a lot of police vehicles and police personnel on the property, on the street. Access to my street, the way I came back, was restricted. And I had to speak to one of the officers, identify who I was, and indicate where I was going.
Did you have a police officer come talk to you at some point in the day?
Yes.
And did they ask you about whether or not you had seen anything unusual that morning?
Yes.
And did you tell them about this Jeep?
Yes.
And why did that stick into your mind to tell them?
Well, it was no longer there, and I felt it was, again, out of place or an unusual at that time.
I have no other questions for this witness. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Will she cross? Will she cross?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? Don't see any questions. You can step down, sir.
Okay, moving right along. Okay, now we have police.
Thank you. Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
All right, have a seat up here to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure, my name is Nolan McDermott. I'm a sergeant with the Gilbert Police Department.
How long have you been with the Gilbert Police Department?
18 years.
Where do you currently work?
I'm currently assigned to internal affairs.
Can you tell us about the different areas you have worked at the Gilbert Police Department over your years of service?
Yes, I've spent a majority of my time on patrol, both as an officer, field training officer, and a patrol sergeant. I've also spent time in our criminal investigations division, where I was a detective over special victims units and our violent crimes unit.
Now, over the years at the Gilbert Police Department, have police officers, both patrol and detectives, been responsible at times for processing the scenes?
Yes.
Did you have any training over the years on processing scenes?
Yes, both in the police academy and then through training through field training program, and then as well as just training with colleagues throughout various cases.
Back in October of 2019, what unit were you working in?
I was assigned to the violent crimes unit.
And were you a detective in that unit?
Yes.
How long had you been there at that time?
I was with that unit probably only about a year, but I'd been a detective for about 3 years at that point.
Were you on duty on October 2nd of 2019 at around 9:15 in the morning?
Yes.
And were you called out to 3875 East Phelps in Gilbert, Arizona, Maricopa County?
Yes.
What were you called out there for?
I was called out with other detectives initially referenced a shooting.
Okay. And is that common practice for shootings?
Yes.
Do you recall when you arrived at 3875 East Phelps Street, sort of what the scene looked like?
Yes, there was crime scene tape erected. There was several patrol officers out. Looks like they had taped off a crime scene around a particular residence and the street in front of the residence, as well as kind of bordering some homes next to the target residence.
What is the point of crime scene tape?
The point of crime scene tape is to erect a physical barrier, both for the public to be alert that the police are on scene and conducting an investigation, try to limit the amount of traffic, meaning both vehicle or people entering that crime scene, to keep it as sterile as possible.
When detectives are sent out to a shooting, are they each given different roles?
Yes, they can be. Each scene might be a little different, but generally we'll divide tasks up to process or investigate.
Okay. Were you assigned a role to process the crime scene?
Yes, I was participating in that.
Okay. Were other detectives then assisting you in processing the crime scene?
Yes.
Who were the other detectives who were out at the scene?
Detective Pillar was there and Detective Ferrer was there.
Okay. When you got to the scene, were photographs taken of the street, the vehicle, and any items of evidence?
Yes.
Why are photographs taken of sort of the scene, the street, and the area around there?
To memorialize both the scene and any evidence or any items of evidentiary value, either collected or observed at that scene.
Okay. When you go to a scene, do you always know what might be relevant?
No.
So do you take photographs to try to document something in case something becomes relevant later?
Yes.
In this scene, where was the vehicle located when you arrived, the vehicle involved in the shooting?
Yes, when I arrived, the vehicle was in the driveway of the target residence.
And when you say target residence, what do you mean by that?
The residence in which Mr. Boudreaux was residing at the time.
Okay. That's the 3875 East Phelps?
That's correct.
As you are photographing this scene, were orange cones, for lack of a better word, used to document the approximate location of where Brandon Boudreaux's vehicle was located when it was struck with a bullet?
Yes. Trying to provide a visual of what we thought would be the approximate location.
And so that has to be based upon just to the best of his memory.
Yes.
Was the area also looked, or did you look in that area where Brandon had indicated his car was when it was struck to see if maybe any glass or anything had fallen in the road?
Yes.
Did you locate any?
There was a small, looked like glass particle or shard that was in the roadway.
Okay. Was it similar to, well, let me ask you, when you went to the scene and saw the Tesla in the driveway, did you see the driver's side window anywhere?
Yes, the driver's side window was actually in the driveway, just adjacent to the driver's side of the Tesla. The vehicle was parked in facing towards the garage, and the window was adjacent to the driver's side door, with the void in the driver's side door where that window would be.
Okay. Inside the Tesla itself, did you observe pieces of the glass that had shattered?
Yes, there was glass shards both inside the vehicle and then outside the vehicle, adjacent to the splintered window.
And did those shards that you saw in the road where you put those cones look similar to the shards you saw inside the Tesla and around the door there?
Yes.
When you were looking at the window that was now on the driveway, did you look at it to try to see if there was any impact to it, what caused it or where it shattered from?
Yes, we did. There was a divot or a mark towards the top of the window would be, as if it were raised to the top of the vehicle frame or that door. There was kind of a divot, the best way I can describe it, that appeared out of place compared to the rest of the window.
Okay. For the Tesla itself, some cars have doors where there's a metal frame around the glass window. Was there a metal frame around the glass window for this Tesla door?
No, not for where the window would be for the door. The window was kind of by itself where it would extend or rise up into the frame of the vehicle.
I have minus a few exhibits 6, 8,
Hey, Flash!
10 through 47. If I can have my paralegal approach with those. Have the witness take a look at these photographs.
Hey, they're going to get these into the record here. Minimum evidence.
October 2nd of 2019 of the Tesla and the Phelps Street and the area around there.
Yes.
State will move to admit exhibits 6, 8, and 10 through 47.
No objection.
They're admitted.
When you were taking photographs of the
100%.
scene, putting up Exhibit 6 here, you try to take photographs showing the whole street itself, meaning not just the one location where the car was or the Tesla itself. You're trying to get the whole area.
Well, yes, that's true. To be clear, I didn't actually take this particular photograph, but when documenting, we were trying to capture the area, give an overview of the scene.
Okay. So in this scene, can you describe for us sort of the directionality we're looking and what we see here?
Not that I'm trying to help Lori, but she could have objected, right? If they're having him look at a picture and he didn't take the actual picture, you know, we see that all the time where, I mean, that's, you know, the foundation, right? You'd object to foundation, but anyway.
Yes,
I'm
the
trying to help her.
marked patrol unit that's sort of in the center at the very far end of this particular image, that's east of the target residence. The Tesla is on the right side of the picture in the driveway, and it is parked facing south. And those cones kind of in the center, also east of the Tesla and the residence.
Were those cones the ones we were talking about in reference to the approximate location of Brandon's vehicle when he was shot at?
That's correct.
Exhibit 8 here, is that sort of a closer version of that?
Yes.
Exhibit 10, in your understanding, where was the Jeep located?
So the Jeep would be somewhat out of frame from here, but it was our understanding that it would be located kind of on the bottom left of this image.
Okay, so this is the driveway for Brandon Boudreaux 3875 East Phelps?
Correct.
And so the Jeep was somewhere down here?
Yes.
When you were documenting this, did you understand then, was this meant to be sort of the front of the vehicle and the rear of the vehicle, approximately? And I'm going to put up 12 so we can see a better width of that.
I don't recall if those were marked to present in terms of the vehicle itself and the distance to the front and the back. I don't recall that specifically. The purpose of this was to give us kind of an idea, or at least to memorialize the scene for where we our best understanding of where that Mr. Boudreaux's vehicle was at when the shooting occurred.
In 14 here, so again, this is at least supposed to be approximately where the Tesla was located?
Correct. And this particular image is from the other direction. So, for example, that patrol vehicle that's pictured in the center of that image, that's to the west of the target residence.
Okay. And so in this photograph, Exhibit 14, where did you understand the Jeep to be located?
Our understanding was the Jeep would have been in the vicinity of the shaded area, where on the south side of that street, parked, I guess, behind or in front of that white van.
Okay. I'm going to put up Exhibits 18 and see if I can. When you were photographing, or when this was photographing, did you all attempt to sort of document some of those little shards of glass?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that what we see here in Exhibit 18 right there?
Yes.
As well in Exhibit 19 here?
Correct.
Okay. And you said those were similar to the same type of glass you had seen in the vehicle and around the vehicle once it was parked in the driveway?
That's correct.
Was it your understanding, let me say, when you are trying to process a scene, do you get briefed on some of the general facts of the case?
Yes.
What does that mean to get briefed?
More often than not, detectives aren't the first on scene. Generally, a patrol officer would respond to take the initial information, and then upon the arrival of detectives, we would generally get a briefing from those patrol officers on scene with the best knowledge of the information they had at the time.
Okay. So did you understand or know the path of travel of Brandon after the shot was fired?
Yes.
What was your understanding of the path of travel after the shot was fired?
My understanding was Mr. Boudreaux continued west on Phelps Street to his first available street to turn on, which was Cole, I believe, and he made a right to go northbound from there.
This is Exhibit 1, sort of a map of that area. So west would be this direction?
Correct.
And then north on Cole?
Correct.
Did you understand that he eventually then came back, sort of making a big loop to return to his residence?
That's correct.
Now, we had talked about the vehicle itself. As a detective and as a patrol officer, had you ever seen gunshots or bullet holes in a vehicle before?
Yes.
And I'm going to go through the photos of the vehicle itself. I'm going to show you Exhibit 21. Can you tell us what we see here?
Yes, this is Mr. Boudreaux's vehicle. It's parked in the driveway facing south. The driver's side of the vehicle is facing away from us in this particular image.
Did you note any damage on the passenger side of Mr. Boudreaux's vehicle?
I did not.
You see in 22 the rear of his vehicle?
Correct.
Did you note any damage there?
I did not.
Were you looking for damage to see if there were any other gunshot holes in this car?
Yes.
Now, as you got to the driver's side, I'm going to put up 23 and then 24, did you notice anything on this vehicle?
Yes, there was damage on the vehicle frame, kind of directly above the driver's side door and where the window would have been.
Okay, so I'm going to kind of do some closers up. 26,
Yes, the damage, again, being on that kind of the top end of the vehicle frame above where the driver's side door and window would be.
and 27. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, this is just a closer image of that same damage.
The victim had made a statement to 911 that maybe this was a paint gun that hit him. Did you see any paint or anything that would indicate this was a paint gun?
I did not.
Is this the type of damage you would expect to see from a paint gun?
No.
28, and then I'm going to go into 29.
As
What are we
what?
seeing here? We see an A marked on that. What's that for?
Lucky AF.
That particular marker is just another indication to memorialize the scene. So the prior image was an image without it, and then this image is to mark it, just as another point of reference the damage we were identifying.
As we're looking at this, you were advised, were you advised when you were briefed that as Brandon was driving westbound on Phelps, that the rear of the Jeep was facing towards him, was facing eastbound?
Yes.
And were you advised that he said a rifle came out of the back of the Jeep and then fired a single shot at him?
Yes.
Looking at just the shape of this hole, you said you have seen bullet strikes or bullet holes in vehicles. Did that appear to be coming from front to back?
Yes.
So was it consistent, the damage to the vehicle, to show that the bullet had come from in front of the Jeep or in front of the Tesla into the Tesla itself? Does that make sense? Probably not.
The damage I observed and the damage that's documented in this photo is consistent with Mr. Boudreaux's statement of him proceeding westbound with a rifle being pointed towards him, pointed east, and this penetration from that projectile is consistent with his story.
Okay. Now, when we talk about trajectory, what does that mean?
Generally, it's just the direction in which something might travel.
In this case, were you able to determine the exact direction of the rifle barrel out of the rear of that Jeep?
I was not able to determine exactly the direction of that rifle barrel out of the Jeep.
And were you able to determine the exact location of the Tesla in the street?
I was not.
There was no photos or video cameras to show that.
Correct.
So at best, can you say that the directionality of that hole, that bullet strike into the Tesla, is consistent with it coming from the back of the Jeep?
Yes, based on the information provided to us, it's consistent.
Now, as you were looking at this, and we see in 25 that there's no frame on the top part of this door, so the bullet strike, was that actually into the body of the Tesla itself?
Yes, that's a fair description.
So in order to look for the projectile, what did you guys do?
This particular photograph, right below that penetration point, is some rubber molding that was
penetration,
also
guys.
damaged. That was consistent with that glass window maybe rising up.
So
and
I'm
extending
wondering
in.
if we're going to get into the trajectory, and we're going to use some hard rods here to examine the penetration and the angle of penetration. What do you guys think?
Into the molding is probably part of the feature of the vehicle. So we moved some of that molding around to see if we could try to locate any projectiles.
I'm going to show you some photos
We
from
should
that.
find
This is
something,
Exhibit
I
40.
would
What are we
think.
seeing here?
This is some of that rubber molding I mentioned earlier. There was kind of a groove in there, for lack of a better word, in that molding where it captured some glass shards, and we did find some fragments, metal fragments in the that groove within the molding as well.
So what we sort of see in here.
Correct.
Is Exhibit 44 sort of show what you're talking about, where you're trying to pull out all of this molding to look for any fragments of that projectile?
Correct.
And does 45 also kind of show that search where you're pulling that apart?
Yes.
Ultimately, were any fragments recovered?
There were some fragments recovered. This particular image just documents those fragments recovered from within that molding. That was documented earlier as well.
And were those collected and pounded?
Yes.
So that's shown defendant 190. You can take a look at Exhibit 190 and let me know if you recognize.
Yes, I recognize it.
And on the backside, inside the clear bag, is there sort of the paper bag that documents that those fragments in there are from this case that we're discussing today?
Yes, the label on this particular bag is the report number reference this incident.
Thank you. The state will move to admit Exhibit 190.
Any objection?
No objection. Your
190 submitted.
Thank you. Now, as you are trying to recover any fragments, you told us that the window sort of went up into this molding or into the car frame almost.
Correct.
Given that you only found fragments, was anything done to try to see if any of those fragments or the projectile itself had fallen out at any point?
That's right.
Yes, we, after kind of learning or being briefed on the path of travel that Mr. Boudreaux took in his vehicle following the shooting, we walked that area as well as the area immediately around the vehicle when it was parked in the driveway to try to locate anything additional in terms of projectile fragments.
When we're talking about projectile fragments, these could be teeny tiny little pieces that you're trying to find on the street.
In this particular instance, that's correct.
And now we're talking around a whole block and up to where the pool is.
Correct.
Did you and other officers search that whole area?
Yes, we did.
Were you successful in locating any other fragments?
We were not.
Was a metal detector even brought to try to search across the road and see if you could potentially find any of those fragments?
Yes, Yes, we did bring one out to try to locate anything additionally.
Was anything else found?
No.
Now, we had talked about inside the vehicle, and I'm going to show some photos here, 32. What were you documenting here in 33?
This particular image documents what I mentioned earlier in terms of my observations. This documents some additional glass shards that were located on the floorboard inside the vehicle. That's the driver's seat.
Okay, 34, 35. So the window itself, I know you told us, was mostly together, but small pieces of it broke apart?
That's correct.
And that's the same type of small pieces you saw out in the road by those cones?
It appeared consistent, correct.
Did you see any other of those little shards anywhere else on the road other than where Brandon had indicated he was when his vehicle was shot?
Not that I recall.
Okay. In Exhibit 36 and 37, what are we seeing here?
This is just a particular rod that was inserted to try to give an idea in terms of
There it is.
a general idea of trajectory. Again, to kind of confirm
it doesn't matter.
what information we had from Mr. Boudreaux reference.
Let's all remember these rods. It's really important that they are straight, that they are hard, that they are true, and that way they can get the exact right angle when measuring the trajectory.
Where the gunshot had come from in terms of then striking his vehicle. This is really just another visualization of that to memorialize it.
Okay. So again, without knowing, well, let me ask you this. In the back of a Jeep, if someone sticks a rifle barrel out, can they move the barrel at almost basically 180 degrees of angle? Is that yes?
I'm sorry, what were you asking?
If somebody sticks a rifle out the rear window of a Jeep, they could move that rifle barrel in basically 180 different degrees, correct?
Yes,
And you, because there's no video showing that, you have no way to know the exact angle that that rifle barrel was sticking out.
that's correct.
So this was just to help show the directionality, at least, of how that bullet entered into the Tesla.
That's correct.
And we see the same thing in 38 and then a closer up in 39.
That's correct.
Now we talked about the glass piece itself. I have Exhibit 46 up here. And again, we see another sticker or marker with an A on it. What were we looking at there?
This is a image of the driver door window that was in the driveway at the time of our arrival. As I had mentioned earlier, we had noted a divot in the window itself. This particular image is depicting that divot as we've identified it with this marker that appeared consistent with the damage that we observed on the vehicle. Essentially our best estimate of where that strike point in the vehicle would have been to cause the window to shatter.
So when we look at the other edges of the vehicle, you didn't see any similar type of damage where the window has that divot and the more, I guess it being more broken apart.
Yes, that particular divot, again, appeared consistent with what we were observing on the vehicle. So I didn't note anything different on the window that maybe could have accounted for the damage with the window being rolled up in the vehicle.
After processing the vehicle, did other officers look for any type of, or did you ever come back and help look for any type of surveillance cameras that might have caught anything?
Yes, we returned and conducted a kind of a canvass of the neighborhood. Myself and additional detectives did.
Did you personally find any videos that on Phelps Street or any of the surrounding streets that caught anything?
I did not.
During this investigation, did you learn who Lori Vallow was?
Yes.
Did you learn that she had a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with a Texas plate of LWD0997?
I did.
Did you learn that she was, in October of 2019, living in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes, I did.
Did you learn that her brother, Alex Cox, was also living in Rexburg, Idaho in October of 2019?
I did.
Through different records, did you learn that Alex Cox was residing at 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
And did you also learn that Lori Vallow was living in that same complex?
Yes.
Did you reach out to local law enforcement in Idaho to help locate and impound that 2018 Jeep Wrangler?
Yes, I did.
When you were investigating this case, had you been advised by Detective Pillar and others that the Jeep, or that Brandon had noted the Jeep had a Texas plate on it?
Yes.
And had you, as part of the investigation, learned that Lori Vallow had resided in Texas previously?
Yes.
Were you advised that Brandon Boudreaux had told Detective Pillar on October 2nd that he was aware of an incident in Chandler, Arizona on July 11th of 2019?
Yes.
And in contacting the Chandler Police Department, did you learn that that 2018 Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plates had been at the residence with Lori Vallow on July 11th of 2019?
Yes.
Did you then write up a probable cause statement and send that to the Rexburg Police Department to help write a search warrant so they could seize and impound that Jeep?
Yes.
And that Jeep being the 2018 Jeep Wrangler that Lori Vallow had with a Texas plate of LWD0997?
That's correct.
Were you notified on November 4th of 2019 that at that time Detective Hermosillo with the Rexburg Police Department had located and impounded the Jeep from 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
And did you provide that to Detective Pillar?
Yes.
Was he the case agent at the time?
Yes.
And did you leave that to him to deal with processing the Jeep?
Yes.
Without going into what was said, on December 21st of 2019, did you speak with someone by the name of Colby Ryan?
I'm sorry, what date was that again?
December 21st of 2019?
Yes, I did.
Is Colby Ryan Lori Vallow's son?
Yes.
Did you learn that Colby had been given Lori Vallow's blue Nissan Rogue with Arizona license plate CRT 2994?
Yes.
Were you provided information as to where Colby Ryan had picked up Lori Vallow's Nissan Rogue?
Yes.
On December 26th of 2019, did you go to that residence?
Yes.
Was that here in Maricopa County?
It was.
Was that in Mesa?
It was.
Who lived at that residence?
I spoke with a Heather Blackmere.
Was it Hannah? Or
I'm sorry, Hannah, yes.
did you learn that Melanie Boudreaux was now remarried to Miss Blackmer's brother, Ian?
Yes.
And did you know that Melanie Boudreaux was Lori Vallow's niece?
Yes.
Was a search warrant obtained for that Nissan Rogue?
Yes.
And was that executed on December 21st of 2019?
Yes, it was.
Were photographs taken of that?
Yes.
Probably going to get some exhibits here.
Witness to review.
Yep.
3 through 98.
Yes.
Lori Vallow's.
Yes.
This is the Nissan Rogue that you had learned about through Lori Vallow's son, Colby Ryan,
That's correct.
and that you had spoken to Melanie Boudreaux's family about that it had been dropped off at.
I'd spoken to Ms. Blackmore reference that vehicle.
State will move to admit exhibits 93 through 98.
Any objection?
Just relevance, Your Honor.
Your Honor, it's relevant both because this vehicle is going to be seen in video in Idaho relating to the self-storage unit where items were stolen.
It's admitted. Those exhibits are admitted.
Thank you. So exhibit 93, what are we seeing here?
This image is of that said Nissan Rogue, and this image is taken at the Gilbert Police Department property building.
And were photographs of the sort of whole vehicle taken that we see in 94?
That's correct. This is just a different angle, as well as this is a different angle of that same vehicle.
So we see a license plate on this vehicle of CRT 2994.
Correct.
And was inside the vehicle during the search warrant, did you obtain the registration or take photographs of it?
Yes, that's correct.
And was it registered to Lori Vallow and Alexander Cox?
Correct.
And we see it was from September of 2019.
Yes.
Inside the vehicle, did you look through it to see if there were any receipts or anything of potential interest?
Yes, we did.
Inside the vehicle, did you recover a boarding pass or I guess luggage receipt for a Melanie Boudreaux?
That's correct.
And that would have been from October 26th of 2019.
Correct.
So inside the vehicle that belonged to Lori Vallow was a receipt for a flight for a Melanie Boudreaux.
Correct.
And then did you also recover some receipts reflecting, I guess, Rexburg, Idaho, or Idaho Falls here from October 13th of 2019?
Correct.
And then October 31st of 2019?
Correct.
And again, Idaho Falls there.
Yes, that's correct.
So inside the vehicle that you recovered in December in Arizona were receipts relating to Idaho Falls, Idaho from October of 2019.
Correct.
Were you also involved in executing a search warrant on Alex Cox's residence in December of 2019?
Yes.
Did you locate Alex Cox's Ford F-150 at that time?
That particular vehicle was present during that search warrant. Yes.
It was present at the residence.
Yes.
And did that have an Arizona license plate of CPQUINT?
Yes, that's correct.
And was that vehicle located in Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes,
Was that vehicle later towed to the Gilbert Police Department?
it was.
And did a different detective later search that vehicle?
Yes.
When that vehicle was towed to the Gilbert Police Department, did you then obtain another search warrant to execute on Alex Cox's Ford F-150 on December 31st to allow a detective to remove an infotainment center?
Yes, that's correct.
And was that Detective Tom Olzak?
Yes.
And what was the reasoning for that?
The purpose of that search warrant and the assistance from Detective Olzak was to learn any information reference that electronic or infotainment device that maybe it's stored on that device, reference the location of that vehicle.
And did Detective Olzak take that infotainment system with him to analyze himself?
Yes.
I have no other questions for this witness.
Okay, will we cross him?
Cross.
Probably. The motive here was money. Well, okay, having said that. Okay, so first of all, here comes Lori's first cross that we've seen this trial. Second of all, from what I can tell so far, it seems like the motive is money. However, we're just on day one. State's only had a couple witnesses. There could be some other motive, but from what I can tell so far, it seemed financial. So we got our objection counter.
It's Sergeant McDermott?
That's correct.
Okay.
Oh God.
And you said that you've been processing scenes, Sergeant McDermott, for how long?
I've been a police officer for 18 years. I can't tell you exactly how long I've been processing scenes, but I've been in a patrol capacity and a detective capacity for approximately 16 of those 18 years. So I would have been processing numerous scenes for that time.
Okay. And were you a scene agent for this?
I would say I was one of several detectives there who could be classified as scene agents.
Okay. So, and you had mentioned before that it was you and Detective Pillar and one other person.
I mentioned Detective Ferrer.
Oh, that's right, Ferrer. Okay. And when you were getting briefed by them, what time did you arrive at the scene?
I don't recall. It was sometime in the morning after the call had come out.
And who was there already when you arrived?
There were at least 2 patrol officers there upon my arrival.
So Officer Robb was there?
Yes.
And did she brief you at all?
I don't recall exactly who briefed me, but it would make the most sense that she would have.
Because she was first on the scene?
I don't know if she was first on the scene, but I know she was present at the time that I arrived.
Okay. And so who did you receive your information from after you got there?
Again, I don't recall specifically, but it would make most sense that Officer Robb would have provided it.
And do you recall her indicating that she didn't even think it was a gunshot?
I don't recall that specifically, no.
That she stuck her pin in the hole and said she didn't think it was a gunshot? You don't recall that?
I don't know that, no.
There was a picture that we looked at that had the one piece of glass in the street. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then could that piece of glass have been moved by someone's shoe accidentally from people walking around in that scene?
It's possible.
Because there weren't any more pieces besides one piece of glass in the street. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then was that glass in any way, that one piece of glass, was it tested to see if that was actually part of the window from the Tesla?
No.
Could you tell if it was part of the window from the Tesla?
All I can say is it appeared consistent with the other evidence we had to reference that window on scene, but I can't tell you definitively if that one shard was from that window.
Like if it was the same color as most of the other shards,
It did appear to be the same color and was consistent with the rest of the shards that we observed on scene.
but it could have been from a Coke bottle kicked in the street or anything else like that.
I can't say that's not possible, yes.
And so did you use the location of that one piece of glass to try to determine where the Tesla was located at the time of the shooting?
That was one factor, yes.
But if it had just been kicked over there or moved accidentally on the bottom of someone's shoe, then it wouldn't indicate anything. Is that correct?
I mean, I'd have to concur that it's possible.
So all the pieces of glass that fell out, would that be consistent in your understanding? Wouldn't there be more than just one tiny little piece if there was a bullet explosion?
I can't answer that definitively to tell you one way or the other. I don't know how the physics of that would happen, so I don't know if I could honestly answer that for you.
But logically, there'd probably be at least a couple pieces, right?
Object to speculation. He's already indicated he doesn't know.
Sustained.
So when you arrived, where was Mr. Boudreaux?
I believe he was standing maybe outside the front door of the residence. That's my best recollection.
Okay. And who else was there on scene?
I recall Officer Robb was on scene. I believe Officer Bullock was on scene. I believe that was it.
Did you see the friends of Brandon that we saw in the picture of Mr. Boudreaux?
Yes,
You were
now
there?
that, I'm sorry, go ahead. Now that you mentioned it, yes, I do recall Brandon having some friends there.
And how many friends do you recall Brandon having there?
I believe there were 2.
And where were they where were they when you observed them?
I don't recall that.
I mean, were they near Brandon or were they in a different location?
I don't recall specifically.
Do you recall them walking around in the midst of the scene, like in the driveway?
I don't recall that specifically, no.
So you did not observe them walking back and forth in the driveway?
I don't have any recollection of that, no.
Did you review the body cams from that day?
I have not.
You've never seen the body cam from Officer Robb?
If I have viewed it, I don't have any recollection of viewing it. So I don't have any particular recollection of watching those body cams.
Okay. Was there any glass in the garage?
Not that I recall.
Did you search the garage?
I don't have a particular recollection of searching the garage specifically. I can't tell you if it was searched or not by any other detective or officer there.
But you did not search in the garage?
No, not that I recall.
And the garage door was open when you were there?
I don't recall specifically.
And you don't, and with all the, excuse me, with all the reports that have been made, there's no report indicating that anyone searched the garage to your knowledge. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You had mentioned in your report about Brandon making a U-turn and following the shooter. Is that correct?
Correct.
But in your testimony earlier, you talked about he went around the block.
That's correct.
And so which is it? I'm trying to understand where the U-turn came in.
According to our information, what I understood it to be is Brandon, after the shooting, proceeded west on Phelps to Cole Street. He went north on Cole past Waite. Slightly north, there's a community pool there. He stopped in that general vicinity. And then as the Jeep proceeded north on Cole and then east on Waite, Brandon conducted a U-turn to on Cole to then go south and then east on Waite towards Fisher, I believe is the name of the street. That is that north-south street that runs just east of Phelps.
So after he pulled over by the pool, he did the U-turn?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, so after he went on the pool, he didn't just go around the block. He turned around and went around the block?
Yes, eventually after conducting that U-turn is then when he went around the block to eventually make his way back to Phelps Street, where his residence was at.
And you indicated in a report that he followed the suspect briefly after that U-turn. Where did you get that information?
That was information we learned on scene that I believe Mr. Boudreaux had passed along to officers or detectives on scene.
And you don't know who that was?
I don't know specifically who, no.
And you don't know how you obtained that information then?
That was information I learned on scene. I don't know who in terms of which officer or detective obtained that specifically.
But you did not hear Brandon. Brandon did not express that to you directly. It was through someone else?
I don't recall Brandon expressing that to me directly.
Okay. So in your report, you say that you were unable to locate any projectile anywhere in the Tesla. Is that correct?
We located fragments. I don't think we did not locate anything in terms of a complete projectile.
And were those fragments tested
No,
to see if they were actually bullet fragments and not part of the Tesla?
there was no additional testing done. Those fragments appeared consistent with a projectile.
In what way are they consistent with projectile?
The projectile, in terms of potentially, in terms of making an impact on something, could disperse in fragments. To me, they appeared consistent with other fragments of projectiles that I've observed before.
And is that something that could be known through testing?
Potentially, I can't tell you a specific test. I just don't have the knowledge of a specific test to tell, but potentially.
So in our modern world,
Oh,
can't
God,
they,
here she goes.
can't they test things and find out exactly what gun it came from, that kind of thing, projectiles?
Check again, just speculation, he just said he didn't know.
Again, you can answer if you don't, but if
And
your
where's
answer's I don't
that
know.
ejection? Yeah, so Flash is asking if there's a section in Discord. There should be one called Paw Nerds. Paw Nerds would be the pet one, pet section.
Just give your answer.
I'm sorry?
You can answer.
I don't know specifically.
But in your years of experience, have you ever tested projectiles to find out if they were actually bullet projectiles?
Generally, in terms of my experience in testing projectiles, would be more complete projectiles to try to determine if we could learn, just generally, where maybe what firearm it might have come from. But in terms of fragments, I've never personally, to my knowledge, tested anything additional in terms of fragments to learn. That's just been my experience.
And could it be known from a fragment if it was a handgun or a rifle?
Not that I know of.
So it could only be tested to find out if it was actually a bullet fragment and not actually a piece of metal from the actual Tesla.
I guess you might have to rephrase your question, make sure I can answer it accurately.
Sure. So the projectile pieces itself that we looked at,
Yes.
they can only be tested to find out if they are an actual projectile from a gun.
I don't know the limitations in terms of the testing to answer that for you accurately.
And you work for the Gilbert Police Department, is that correct?
Correct.
And they generally, you would know as a detective of 18 years, like what kind of testing is available to your department, right?
Yes, generally.
And so why was it not tested or not looked into further to see what kind of bullet fragments those were, or if they were bullet fragments?
I can't answer that for you. I can just tell you that no additional testing was done.
And were you the one that took the fragments out, that
Yeah.
found them?
Yes.
And what is that process like? Tell me exactly what you did, how you took them out, how that worked.
Yes, simply,
Explain it.
my recollection was just locating the fragments in that rubber molding we had observed earlier, and then just removing them and packaging them from there.
And you package them in like an evidence bag or Ziploc bag?
An evidence bag, yes.
And so how long did it take you to find those fragments?
I don't recall that.
Like more than 10 minutes?
I don't know.
And then you took those fragments out with your fingers or with a tool?
I don't recall. I think in that particular instance, my recollection is they were on that rubber molding, so I probably just removed them with a gloved hand to package them that way.
So you don't have a tool in your hand or anything? You weren't like, I don't know what kind of tool it would be, so I'm just asking.
I don't recall having any
Wow,
tools to
Lori,
remove
good
that.
job.
So you found those 4 small fragments, is that correct?
I found fragments. I don't recall how many. What I believe there were, what was ever in that particular evidence bag is what I had located.
And then they were put into an evidence bag, is that correct?
Yes.
And then what happened to them after that?
They were impounded by Detective Frere.
So you handed them over to Detective Ferrer,
Yes.
and then where did it go from there? Do you know?
It was impounded at our property building.
That day?
Yes.
And then who would be the person in your department who would send those out for testing?
Well, any detective or officer can send anything out for testing.
Okay, it doesn't have to be the case agent.
It doesn't have to be, no.
So you being the person who actually extracted them from the vehicle, you could say, hey, let's test these.
I could, yes.
And you did not.
No additional testing was done. No, that's correct.
And why not? Why did you not request additional testing?
I don't know. What wasn't anything that came up for me to do.
So were you just under the impression that it was an actual bullet hole?
I don't know. Can you rephrase your question?
So you didn't test those because you assumed that it was a bullet hole and those were fragments from a bullet?
The damage on the vehicle was consistent with a penetration mark from a firearm and a bullet. The fragments located also appeared consistent to me with fragments from a bullet. That's my observation.
Could it have been from any other thing?
Yes, it's possible.
Like, could you hit it with a tire iron,
Hit what with a tire iron?
the vehicle?
I guess I'm not sure I understand your question.
Could it not be a bullet hole at all? Could it have been hit with a tire iron?
The damage to the vehicle appeared consistent to me to be, again, a penetration point from a firearm and a bullet. There wasn't nothing that I observed to that damage to lead me to believe that was anything else than being struck by a projectile.
But it could have been something else.
I don't think so. I think from my experience that the damage and what I observed is consistent with a penetration point from a firearm and a bullet.
Court reporter and clerk and staff are overdue for a break, so let's take a short 10-minute recess and then we'll go through the rest of the day. Please remember the admonition.
All right, the jury.
Okay, what's gonna happen now? Hang on. Things are happening. Okay. Okay, so this is Lori's got her investigator up there.
I'll issue the other order about the medication.
The medication. Oh God. She's on death's door.
All rise to the jury.
Okay, she's continuing.
Sergeant McDermott, when you got a hold of the Jeep, did you do any further trajectory analysis on it?
I'm sorry, you're referring to the Jeep?
Correct.
I never got hold of the Jeep.
You didn't go to observe the Jeep at all?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know who did go observe the Jeep?
Detective Pillar, Detective Olzak.
And were you ever made aware of any measurements of the Jeep?
No, I was not.
Did you measure the Tesla?
I don't believe any measurements were done concerning the Tesla.
Like how tall it is, how many inches?
No.
Would you be surprised that it's 68 inches tall?
Objection, relevance, speculation.
He can answer.
I don't know how tall the Jeep is. I'm sorry. I don't know how tall the Tesla is.
Would you be surprised that the Jeep is 66 inches tall?
Objection, speculation. He has nothing to do with the Jeep.
He already said he didn't observe the Jeep. I'll sustain the objection.
So the trajectory where you stuck the rod into, we looked at the picture, that was you that stuck the rod into the Tesla?
I didn't personally stick the rod into the Tesla, no.
Okay, you did not do the trajectory testing.
I did not stick the rod into the Tesla. There was no additional trajectory testing, if you will, completed.
Were you there when we looked at the picture? Were you there to observe that rod being put into the Tesla?
Yes.
And who did insert that rod into the Tesla?
I don't recall. I know it wasn't me, though.
But you observed it.
I was present when that particular rod was inserted, yes.
And from your understanding, they were testing trajectory. Is that correct?
I think, yes, that's a fair statement. We were trying to get another visualization of where we
Hi, Kimmy, welcome.
suspected that the projectile had come from based upon where the vehicle was located at.
So in all of your information that you're going on is basically information provided to you by Mr. Boudreaux.
I guess, can you clarify a little bit more what you mean by all of my information?
So your information on where the Jeep was, where the Tesla was during the shot is all from Mr. Boudreaux. Is that correct?
Mr. Boudreaux provided a statement to us. The physical evidence on scene was consistent with his statement to law enforcement.
Are you a trajectory expert?
I'm not.
Is there one on your team?
I guess, can you clarify my team?
Your department, I'm sorry. Is there one in your department, the Gilbert Police Department, that you know of? Someone who's a trajectory expert?
I can't speak specifically for any of our crime scene techs that the Gilbert Police Department employs. I don't know what their specific training is, reference trajectory. I don't know in terms of any other detectives in terms of their specific training. I can't answer that question accurately. I'm not familiar enough with their training.
Okay. So there's no one that you would say, oh, we have to ask Detective so-and-so because he's an expert in trajectory.
I don't possess that knowledge currently to say that, no.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Let's talk about the physical evidence at the scene. The bullet hole in the Tesla. Was this, let me ask you this. You were asked a hypothetical by the defendant of someone hitting the Tesla with a tire iron or something. Why would that not make sense for what you saw?
As I had mentioned earlier, the damage to the Tesla that I observed was consistent with a penetration point from a projectile, consistent with a projectile from a firearm, just based on my observation and experience.
When you are looking at that, are you looking at the indentation to the metal on the vehicle?
There was indentation on the metal, on the vehicle frame. There was a scuff mark inside the frame of the vehicle that was also consistent with a projectile striking it. as well as some metal fragments we located, which were all consistent with the information we received in terms of a gunshot being fired.
The fragments inside or that you located in that rubber molding, were those sort of copper colored? Let me find a photo of them 1 second. Exhibit 41. And I can provide you 190 if you need that.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I can have my paralegal approach at 190. Having looked at Exhibit 41 and 190, did you observe copper on that?
Yes.
When you are talking about a fragment of a bullet, is that are bullets often wrapped in a copper around the actual projectile?
Some projectiles can be wrapped in a kind of a copper casing, yes.
So you're asked whether or not anything in this, when looking at these fragments, if they could have been pieces of the Tesla. As you pulled apart that molding and looked through the hole into the frame of it, did you observe anything else in that Tesla that looked like these type of copper fragments?
Inside the Tesla, I'm sorry to clarify?
Sure. When you pulled down that molding and you're looking through the hole, the projectile hole, and trying to find these fragments, did you notice anything else in that area that seemed consistent with these being part of the Tesla?
No.
In your experience in 18 years having fired guns and collected projectiles and projectile fragments from scenes, is this what a projectile fragment looks like?
Yes.
So there's nothing in the Tesla that looks like that, and this is exactly what you see as a fragment in your experience?
Yes, that's correct.
So when we're talking about the physical evidence at the scene, we're talking about the actual bullet hole into the car?
Yes.
That in your experience and training is consistent with and looks like other projectile holes you've seen?
Yes.
And when we talk about the physical evidence, we're talking about the fragments?
That's one part of the physical evidence, correct.
And those were located in line with that bullet hole in the Tesla?
That's correct.
So when you're talking about what this projectile was from and what made this hole, are you looking at both of those things and saying this is made by someone shooting at the car?
Yes, the totality of the evidence is consistent and makes sense with, again, a penetration point from a projectile from a firearm.
When you talk about the physical evidence as well, are you looking at the windshield itself?
When we looked at the windshield, we also looked at the driver's side window where that penetration point was located at.
In terms of the glass that was located on the driveway, was that
worried about
mostly,
tire iron?
I'll call it, held together by the window tint?
Yes, there was a film that was keeping the shape somewhat intact.
The shards that you observed in the Tesla, as well as around that window, were they of the same sort of color and some of them of the same sort of shape as the one you saw out in the street?
Yes, it appeared consistent.
You were asked whether or not you searched the garage. Did you have any information that anything had happened in the garage?
No.
So other than there being a garage to this house, the shooting didn't occur there, to the best of your knowledge?
Correct. There was no evidence to suggest that there was anything that had, any part of the scene had anything to do with the garage of that residence.
You were asked about whether or not the only information that said this shooting occurred was from Brandon Boudreaux. Do you agree with that?
That was information we received from Mr. Boudreaux, but the physical evidence on scene was also consistent with a shooting.
And did you ever become aware of a neighbor also putting a Jeep in the same location that Brandon Boudreaux had indicated it was?
Yes, I had learned that later.
Did you interview Brandon Boudreaux?
No.
So what you heard would be information either relayed to you in the briefing or later learning through Detective Villar?
Correct.
You were asked about testing those projectile fragments. Did you have a rifle or gun to compare them to?
No.
In your experience, in your training, have you generally submitted projectiles or projectile fragments to try to compare them to see if they came from a gun?
Yes, we have submitted projectiles more completely. I don't have any personal experience in submitting fragments personally.
Did you have any doubt when you saw those that those were fragments from a projectile?
I did not.
Did you have any doubt when you saw that hole, that was a hole from a bullet or projectile entering into that Tesla?
No, I did not.
In terms of the trajectory, you've indicated that detectives, not yourself personally, put a rod into that projectile hole, correct?
Correct.
What was the purpose of doing that?
Again, as I'd indicated earlier, just another visual representation to kind of show what we believe to be in terms of the information provided on scene by Mr. Boudreaux of this rod being inserted into that penetration point to give another visual representation that it was consistent that the direction in which this bullet came from, again, without repeating it too much, was consistent with the information that we had.
Okay. So the projectile, the rod showed that it was coming in sort of, I don't have my pen anymore, but sort of into the front of that Jeep frame. I guess it would have been consistent with a vehicle being here shooting at him. Let me put it that way.
Yes, the penetration point and the evidence, especially specifically the damage to the Tesla that Mr. Boudreaux was driving, proceeding westbound on Phelps with a vehicle, which he indicated was the Jeep, positioned on the south side of the roadway facing west as well. A gunshot coming from that vehicle, the Jeep, east towards Mr. Boudreaux as he's driving westbound. That information was consistent with the damage to the Tesla of this penetration point, again, which was penetrating from west to east into the vehicle. That information was consistent with the physical evidence we observed on scene.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? Not seeing any, sir, you can step down.
If I may go get my
Go
next
ahead.
witness.
Yes.
Thank you.
Wow, moving right through it, guys. Next witness coming right up.
Hearing from
Would you please?
And I have been with the police department. Yeah, absolutely. Hello, my name is David Frey. I'm a detective with the Gilbert Police Department, and I have been with the police department for about over 20 years now. Right now, I'm assigned to the Violent Crimes Unit, which investigates anything with violence, homicides, armed robberies, and that type of thing.
Can you tell us the different areas you have worked while working for the Gilbert Police Department?
Absolutely. I started with patrol. I did that, and then I went to become a school resource officer in high school, which was a great gig. And then I was assigned by the chief as an internal affairs detective. I did that for 2 years, and then I tested and I made it to the Violent Crimes Unit.
How long have you been in the Violent Crimes Unit?
Since about 2019.
On October 2nd of 2019, were you in the Violent Crimes Unit?
I was.
How long had you been there at that time?
I would say since July of that year.
Were you part of the detectives who were called out to 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert?
I was.
When you arrived, can you describe for us what you saw, what the scene looked like?
Sure, detectives get called out a little bit later, so the scene is usually secure. When I pulled up, I recognized that there was yellow police tape around the scene, or at least a portion of it. There was police officers with their marked vehicles in the area.
When you got to the scene, were you briefed or given any information about what it was you were there for?
Yes, we usually receive a briefing from either the case officer that's there on scene or a detective that is right there before I did.
Okay. And what did you understand you guys were investigating there?
What I was told was a gentleman was coming home to his house. When he was getting ready to pull into his driveway, he was shot at. He quickly left the area and called 911.
What was your role at this scene?
I usually just, this time I filled the gaps where it needed to be. So I took photographs. I collected any evidence that was there at the scene, coordinated with the case detective, Detective Pillar.
Did you work with Detective McDermott?
I did.
And did you ever work with Detective Biggs?
Yes, I did.
While you were there, did you see the Tesla?
I did. By the time I got to the residence, the Tesla was parked in the driveway and the doors were open.
When you, let me ask you this. In your time as a police officer, have you seen bullet holes in vehicles before?
Yes.
And can you tell us, as a either detective or patrol officer, did you ever have any training on, let's start first with processing crime scenes?
Yes, I attended the crime scene and advanced crime scene.
And what is the crime scene and advanced crime scene?
Crime scene can mean many, many things, from photographs to collecting latent prints, trajectory, blood spatter.
Okay. So when you saw this Tesla in the driveway, did you observe or look at a defect in the car?
Yes.
I'm going to put up starting with Exhibit 26. Where did you notice this defect?
That was the driver's side, right above the door or the window.
And when you observed this, I'm going to put up Exhibit 30. What did you believe this to be?
That is consistent with a bullet hole or a projectile that would go through metal.
Are you sure it wasn't from a tire or
Why did you determine that this was from a bullet?
Well, we look at the totality of the circumstances, what's being told to us, what's being reported. According to the victim here, he said that he was shot at because he had saw a weapon. And so that's what we were taking it as a bullet hole. It does have the consistency of a bullet hole. You can see the clean that goes into the metal.
When you say clean that goes into the metal, what do you mean by that?
Well, a bullet is very hot when it comes through, projectile. And when it comes through, it can go through metal pretty easily. Depends on the round or the type of, it's either handgun or rifle. This is a larger hole. With the melting around, you can see around the sides. So I would assume with the victim saying he was shot at, that's where the bullet hole would have been.
When you are looking at a scene, are you also looking to the physical evidence to tell you whether or not this is in fact a bullet hole?
Yes, we look at the bullet hole or the hole, see if there's any evidence, maybe pieces of projectile, any type of, could be a casing on the ground or any of that type of stuff. That's what we're looking for as far as a bullet hole or damage to a vehicle.
So in this case, the shape of this hole and the clean that you described told you that this was from a projectile striking and going into this vehicle?
After we found the projectile, pieces of projectile also.
So in addition to the shape and clean of the hole, you also looked to the physical evidence of the actual projectile fragments?
That is correct.
Were you present when those were found?
Yes, I was.
And we see here in Exhibit 40, was this sort of some molding that was along the frame of that Tesla?
Yes.
Just, I guess, a little to the rear of the bullet hole itself?
Yes.
And in that molding were projectile fragments recovered?
Yes, and that is one right there.
When you looked at these fragments, what told you they were projectile fragments?
Well, the consistency of what a metal, I'm not a metallurgy by any means, but this would be consistent to what a projectile looks like after it has been struck, something of hard metal. There's also, there could be some jacketing left on the projectile also. Could be markings, so we're looking at for all of that.
Do you look sometimes to see, for instance, that if there's anything like a copper on the fragments?
Yes.
In this case, do you recall if there was copper on the fragments?
Yes, I believe there was.
In your training and experience, having worked as an officer for over 20 years and having seen other projectile fragments, was what you and the other detectives found in that molding consistent with all the other projectile fragments you'd ever found?
Yes, they all are similar in shape and size and color.
And in your training and experience, when a bullet hits something hard like a metal, have you on other occasions seen projectiles fragment like that?
Yes. And that depends a lot on the bullet itself.
So depending on the bullet and what it hits changes how if it fragments or not.
That is correct.
In this case, though, knowing this went through metal, were you surprised to see it fragmented?
No.
In this investigation, did you help canvass the scene to try to find any residents who might have cameras that might be around to show anything?
Yes, and that's a normal practice.
In doing that, did you find anyone who had any cameras that showed anything?
There were people with cameras, but they didn't catch. Sometimes the cameras don't go all the way to the roadway. It's just to their walkway for their own purposes.
Okay. Did you help in any way with searching the roadway to try to recover any other pieces of those fragments?
Yes, but searching for fragments on a roadway is very difficult. We even brought out a metal detector to try, but we're talking about a vast area because the victim actually drove away from the scene. So some of the projectile could have been left in the vehicle until he left. He turns a corner, he speeds up, slows down, it could have fallen out. So it's very difficult to find anything else on a roadway that large or a scene that large.
And you're talking about what could be small little pieces.
Very small.
So although you guys attempted to follow the path that Brandon had expressed he'd driven,
Yes, we did.
did you locate anything?
No.
As a detective in the Violent Crimes Unit, do you often help other detectives with sort of follow-up work?
Yes,
So if they need a little help executing a search warrant or doing something like that, you might get tasked with that?
absolutely.
So in addition to helping to work this scene and helping to process the Tesla, were you asked later on in December 23rd of 2019 to help execute a search warrant on a Ford F-150 that was owned by Alex Cox?
Yes, I was.
Where was that search warrant executed? Where did you, I guess, process and search through the vehicle?
The Gilbert Police Department has a property building, and it's a very large parking lot for vehicles. And there are 2 fully covered bays that we actually can bring our vehicles into to keep us kind of out of the weather. It's very hot in Arizona, obviously, so it's very hard to search out in the middle of a parking lot. So these bays are air conditioned, and we were able to close the doors, and that's what we did at 2750 East Williamsfield Road, and that's in Gilbert.
So were you tasked on December 23rd of 2019 to help execute a search warrant on a Ford F-150 that was owned by Alex Cox?
Yes, I was.
Were photographs taken during that search warrant?
Yes.
Shown the defendant exhibits 112 through 118, if I can have my paralegal approach.
Well, she's not leaving prison, that's for sure. There's no way that's
If you
happening.
can take a look at those and let me know if you recognize those photographs.
Yes, yes, I do.
Are those photographs that were taken during that search warrant on December 23rd?
Yes, what usually happens is we'll have a crime scene technician who will, when we start the warrant, they will take overall photographs before we even search the vehicle, before we even touch the vehicle. So that was where a lot of those photographs came from. Once that is completed, and sometimes they search for DNA, they swab the insides of the vehicle. Then once that is all finished, then I will actually go in to the vehicle to search it.
State will move to admit
The
exhibits
thing
1
is
and 12.
that the right to represent yourself, that is like a constitutional right. Having said that, it can get removed, but only on the rarest of circumstances. Like Daryl Brooks, I think, got dangerously close to that line because it's one of those things where because it's a constitutional right. It's sort of like with Sarah Boone, right? When she wore out her welcome of that's the wrong way to put it, but when she wore out her number of court-appointed counsel, right? It was like she'd been through like 9 of them, right? And he made a very thorough record before saying she was going to be forced to represent herself. Similar thing where it doesn't happen very often. Same the other way around, where it's like if you're pro se, being forced to be represented by an attorney, it's like not going to happen very often. But because our constitutional right is like we have a right to represent ourselves, we also have a right to court-appointed counsel. Whenever you're switching that from whatever the defendant chose, it's a big deal. So anyway, she has that right. Well, she's not getting any more time outside of prison for this. You know, like she would be present in trial even if she was represented by counsel. And anything that she's doing to work on her case is done at the prison or at the jail. It's part of the challenges, right? So all of her discovery is brought to her jail cell, right? If she's going to go listen to audio exhibits or whatever, it's all at the jail. So she's not getting to leave jail more than anyone else. So that's important to know. And the other thing, right, is her convictions elsewhere don't have any bearing on this. This is a separate proceeding, right? Even her conviction in this same state from just a few weeks ago has no bearing on this proceeding. This is a separate proceeding. It's a separate crime, separate charges, and it's all kept separate, you know? So.
Through 118?
No objection.
112 through 118 are admitted.
Like, if anything, I could see making an argument that if you're being charged, with serious crimes like that where you're facing life in prison, I could see it being more so that you should be forced to have representation, not pro se, because like too much is at stake. However, that's a defendant's constitutional right. And it's sort of like, well, if you want to go that route, you know, so.
So in 112, do we just see, I guess, photographs are taken of the exterior of the vehicle, like you said?
Yes.
So 113 and then 114, does that show the rear and the license plate of this truck?
Yes.
So it was a personalized plate, CPQUINT?
Yes, and when you first showed me those pictures, I've searched a lot of vehicles. So the first couple pictures show the truck, but once I see the license plate, I remember that license plate specifically because it is personalized.
Okay. So in this Jeep, did you look inside to see if you could find a registration?
It was the F-150 I searched. And yes, I found the registration. And it was all those items that were photographed were found in the middle console in between the driver and passenger seat.
So in Exhibit 116, we see that this vehicle was registered to Alexander Lamar Cox.
That is correct. And that is that truck. We do match it with the VIN.
Okay. And this was from 4/8 of 2019.
Well, that's when that
was printed at least.
Yeah.
Did you find inside a letter from Chad Daybell to Alexander Cox?
Yes, I did.
Did you find inside this vehicle any evidence of gun ownership?
Yes.
Yeah, she has a shock belt under her outfit there. That's the whole deal, right? If you're going to go pro se and even if you've not been convicted, let's say she's never been convicted before, right? If you're standing trial for a dangerous crime, a violent crime, you know, it's going to vary by the state. But again, Daryl Brooks is another example. They put a shock belt on him, and it's because they have the right to not look like they are already convicted, just the same reason why they can wear civilian clothing, right? So for a defendant to show up and they're still innocent until proven guilty, for them to show up in either jail attire, right, or to have handcuffs on, it gives a certain, you can see how a jury could be like, oh, they're guilty, right? You know what I mean? They're trying to give them every benefit of the doubt to look like they are not in custody. And sometimes it comes out in trials that they are in custody. And usually that's if the defendant wants that to come out. But the point being, you want to look like you still have all of your rights. And so in order to be able to move freely about, to conduct, to represent yourself, right? That's why they put the shock belt on them, which shocks them with, I forget how many volts, but it's apparently a huge deal. That's like, it'll render them unconscious for like minutes. And it's like, I'm sure it would be a mistrial if that happened. But that's like, if for example, that would be used in the event that they're going to start like physically attacking somebody or something like that, right? But they need to be able to walk around and move around, and that's why they don't have the cuffs on. Right. Same is true. Right. Same is true here, James, right? Same is true here. Yeah, you're talking about Taylor Schabusiness there, Mary. That's who you're talking about. Yep. She never represented herself, but yeah. She's last I saw, she just attacked somebody else as well. She just won't stop. Yeah, Schabusiness.
And in the picture, you can see.
And I'm going to put up 117. Is that a closer up of one of the items?
Much better.
What is that?
That is a practice bullet. When you're loading your gun, it will help you dry fire. Because when the chamber of a weapon is empty, it usually will not fire unless it has something in there. So that's what we use for this type of thing. It's a 223 round, so that means it's going to be a rifle. And this is just a practice round. So you'll be able to cock the gun however it is, and it will load so you can pull the trigger. And that's usually for help aiming the rifle.
And then did you also find some earplugs in there?
Yes, and that's common for when you go to the range or even at the Gilbert Police Department when we shoot our qualifications. We are issued some earplugs just like that, the orange.
And did you impound all those items?
I did.
The state has no further questions for this witness.
All right, Cross.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead and start.
Who was there when you arrived?
I believe Detective Pillar, Detective McDermott. I arrived with Detective Biggs.
Okay. Did you see Officer Robb there when you arrived?
I believe she was there.
And what did you do when you first got there?
This was several years ago, but it would be normal for me to get a quick briefing to see what happens and what needs to be done.
Okay. And who briefed you?
I can't recall, but it's usually either a patrol officer or it could be the case detective.
Which was Detective Pillar?
Yes.
Okay. And is it Pillar or Pillar?
Pillar.
Okay. And you don't remember if it was Detective Pillar who was the one who briefed you?
I'm sorry, I do not.
Okay. But you were briefed to what did the briefing consist of?
What basically crime we had, what had occurred at the scene, and if there was any evidence on scene to start with.
And did you observe other people at the scene as well?
Yes, there were several officers, and I do remember the victim was with a few other friends, I believe, but they were outside the crime scene.
And where was the victim and his friends located when you saw them?
They were outside the crime scene.
Can you tell us where that was in the neighborhood?
Well, it was visible from the actual house. So crime scene was across the road, I'd say maybe 50 yards away from us.
Okay. Just sitting or standing or hanging out?
I think they were just staying there until Detective Pillar was going to go question them.
You had mentioned that Brandon told his story and then someone briefed you about it. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you took photos? Is that
I
correct?
took, yes, some photos, yes.
How many photos do you think you took?
I don't recall.
A lot?
I don't have an answer for that. I'm sorry.
More than 20?
Yes,
Okay. Less than 100?
probably.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay, guys, we're almost at the end of the day. I'm going to actually skip on to the next day because I want to get through as much of this as possible because this day is going to have Brandon Boudreaux's cross-exam. It's also the day that Lori gets thrown out of court. I haven't seen any of this. I've only just seen the moment where she gets thrown out of court. I don't even know when that is. That's the only thing I've seen of this day. So, her standard cross there, again, that's not as key of a witness. So let's jump on in here. He comes on the record.
Yesterday, Mr. Abernathy, one of the advisory council, said he would be late today because he had a childcare issue, but that Ms. Hicks, the other advisory council, would be here and ready to start at 9:30. What time did that email come in?
Oh, this actually might be when she gets thrown out.
The email came in at 9:20 that she was printing off pictures.
All
So
right.
remember yesterday on day one, Lori had the whole reason why they were delaying the cross exam, right? Is because Lori was like, I need these certain pictures. Da da da. My investigator is still printing them off. Why the hell they weren't done ahead of time is beyond me. But now, so here's what Judge Bresky is saying. Okay, let's hear this again.
Yesterday, Mr. Abernathy, one of the advisory council, said he would be late today because he had a childcare issue, but that Ms. Hicks, the other advisory council, would be here and ready to start at 9:30.
Okay, that's the first
What time
thing.
did that email come in?
The email came in at 9:20 that she was printing off pictures.
All right, so we got an email at 9:20 saying she's still at her office printing off pictures, which
The
is
same stupid pictures.
wholly unacceptable. Ms. Daybell, you represent yourself. You do not need your advisory
Wow.
council here, but I'm going to split the difference. She's being sent an email that says if she's not here at 9:50, we're going to start. If there's pictures that need to be printed off, staff can do that. Staff can bring it over later, but should have been here at 9:30. If this were federal court, she'd probably be going into custody. I mean, this is
Y'all.
for later, but should have been here at 9:30. If this were federal court, she'd probably be going into custody. I mean,
He's talking about her advisory council and he's talking about contempt of court. He's not talking about Lori going into custody. He's talking about her advisory council.
if there's pictures that need to be printed off, staff can do that. Staff can bring it over later, but should have been here at 9:30. If this were federal court, she'd probably be going into custody. I mean, this is
Amazing.
ridiculous. All right, I'm just letting everyone know what the
And he's been so mild-mannered and so patient with this.
holdup is. We're going to start at 9:50.
Judge, at 9:50, I do need to make a record regarding character evidence and the defendant opening the door before she questions some witnesses.
Okay.
Just want to make sure that that's out there,
Opening the door. We talked about this on the most recent Karen Reed live stream.
so she's aware of that.
We'll do that at 9:50. Do you want to stay out here or go back?
Wow. She's got her troll hairdo though today, guys. Yay! We love that. She just the
Opening, she spoke about that she was a person who loved all people, that she has no malice towards people, and then she also spoke about Brandon hiring a private investigator. I want to start with the fact that the defendant is appearing to try to bring in 404 character evidence.
Okay.
About herself. Rule 404A does not allow the defendant to bring in character evidence to prove action in conformity, which is clearly what she was doing.
Yeah.
Assuming she does, then the rules would permit the state to then bring in specific act evidence of this defendant. The defendant is trying to say she is a peaceful person. She has no malice. I believe that will open the door to allow the state to bring in the fact that she is a 4-time convicted murderer.
Okay. Let's back this up and put it slower. Oh shit. Now she flew real close to the sun, as they would say in Murdoch, when it came to the previous trial on this issue, right? As we know, I kept thinking she was trying to get the door open because it seemed like that. However, it didn't happen. But she's clearly pushing it even more so this time. You can tell from the judge. Wow.
To bring in 404 character evidence about herself. Rule 404A does not allow the defendant to bring in character evidence to prove action in conformity, which is clearly what she was doing. Assuming she does, then the rules would permit the state to then bring in specific act evidence of this defendant. The defendant is trying to say she is a peaceful person. She has no malice. I believe that will open the door to allow the state to bring in the fact that she is a 4-time convicted murderer. Next, the defendant in.
Let's think about this like good example for Murdoch, right? So for example, there were many doors open in that trial. The first onslaught of doors happened because the defense, right, when they were cross-examining state's witnesses, the defense asked questions from some of like, who was it? Paul's friends, and also from one of the law firm people, right? They asked questions about, did they ever see him yell at anybody? Did they think he was a truthful person? So they asked questions about things that went to his character, right? It was character evidence. And one of the ways that the state got the door open the first time was because it's like, look, this is before they were able to get into financial crimes, right? It was like, look, they're trying to say he's an honest person who would never steal and who would never do this or that. And essentially that was like part one. I think it was denied. And then there was the part two to that, which was with the birthday party video with Chris Wilson being there. Anyway, so it happens, right? If you're trying to And here it was the defendant saying it about herself. She's not going to get anyone to get up there and be like, she's a wonderful, loving person who doesn't hurt anybody, right? It came out in her opening statement, which is even worse than eliciting it from somebody on the stand. So came out in her opening statement, and I'm a loving person and all that bullshit you guys heard. Dude, but the way Trina K doesn't even beat her on the bush, she's a 4-time convicted murderer. Oh my God, please let it come in.
The defendant is trying to say she is a peaceful person. She has no malice. I believe that will open the door to allow the state to bring in the fact that she is a 4-time convicted murderer. Next, the defendant, in terms of bringing up information about Brandon hiring a PI and trying to make it appear that he has some vendetta against her, we have worked very hard to try to say there is an incident in Chandler. Brandon Boudreaux was very aware of the fact that this defendant and her brother had shot and killed Charles Vallow. And this is why he was very afraid for his life and trying to realize where she was and where Alex was. So if she wants to go into all of that information, then again, I believe she will be opening the door to allow Brandon to then explain why.
Okay, so remember, the attempted murder of Brandon happened like 7 days, I believe, like exactly a week before Charles Vallow was shot and killed. So in other words, what's happening here, right, is that Brandon Boudreaux, in the timeline of things, he went and hired a PI to follow her. And that was after he found out that Charles was killed. And you can see exactly why he freaking did that. So this is a very interesting point that she's making.
Of the fact that this defendant and her brother had shot and killed Charles Vallow. And this is why he was very afraid for his life and trying to realize where she was and where Alex was. So if she wants to go into all of that information, then again, I believe she will be opening the door to allow Brandon to then explain why he was in so much fear for his life, why he was hiring a private investigator to locate this defendant and locate Alex Cox. So I just want to make it very clear that should she go into those areas, I will be asking to then bring in the fact that she has been involved in the murder of Charles Vallow, her own children, and her current husband's wife.
Okay, so that's a great segue into this question. Is Lori going to have to go to trial for Daybell's ex-wife's murder? Chad Daybell does not have an ex-wife. He was still married to Tammy Daybell when Tammy died. So not an ex-wife. She's already been convicted of that murder. That was the first trial in Idaho, right? That was for the murders of Tammy, JJ, and Tylee. So both Chad and Lori have been convicted of that murder already for Tammy Daybell.
All right.
And I believe 405 will permit that, Your Honor.
So I had literally the same thoughts during her opening statement, especially when she started talking about I'm a person with good intent, kindness, peace and love, etc. And I was thinking in my head, wow, she's opening a big door right here. Now, it's not witness testimony. The jury has been instructed specifically that that's not evidence or testimony. But I think the notice that the state is putting out right now is well taken, because if you elicit testimony through
Her polishing her glasses while he talks about this. That's wild.
Witness or you testify yourself along those lines, there's several doors that would be
incredible
opened in that instance. Do you understand that?
I understand what you're saying, Your Honor.
Okay.
I mean, here's the other thing, though. She has nothing to lose. You know what I mean? That's the thing. Like, she can do all this stuff and it will be really crazy if she opens these doors. But I mean, she didn't have anything to lose anyway, right? Unless she really is delusional. Well, it is possible, right? If she's delusional enough to think that her Idaho convictions are going to get overturned on appeal, what that would mean is they would try her again. Okay. Now she's got, on top of those three, now she's got the conviction that happened from a few weeks ago for Brandon Boudreaux. I mean, unless she thinks that all three in Idaho plus the previous one in Arizona are going to get overturned, would this even matter? Because no matter what, unless everything gets overturned on appeal, she's facing life in prison no matter what. You know what I mean? So does that mean she's going to be extremely reckless? We'll see.
Okay. The schedule.
I also understand that the state also withdrew their 404B, that they had no intention of doing that. So
that doesn't mean you get to say whatever you want.
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I'm just saying they did give a notice for 404B and then they did withdraw it. So they didn't have any intention. I didn't have any intention.
The issue is if you bring in your good character as a reason of why this didn't happen, they're going to be allowed to rebut that type of testimony because you've opened the door to it.
Yep.
The schedule for today, I'd like to finish the witness that was on the stand yesterday. If he could come up.
And then Judge, just for scheduling, I have one civilian witness who only had a Ring camera. She is very fast. I would like to, after Detective Ferrer is done, put her on quickly before we recall Brandon, just
Okay.
so she isn't waiting around.
All right, so it'll be the witness from yesterday. We'll conclude with him. The defendant was in the middle of her cross on him. We'll do
But James, do you think Lori's out of custody right now? Because I don't know if that's what you're saying. Is that what you're saying? You think she's not in custody right now?
that civilian witness. At some point in the morning, we'll take a short break for the court reporter in about an hour. And then we'll recall Mr. Boudreaux to complete your cross or start and complete your cross. All right? Are they lined up? Go ahead and line them up.
And if I can go get a witness to bring them.
Okay, we're going to resume her cross.
The defense can continue with its cross of this witness.
Okay, Detective Ferrer, yesterday we were talking about you collected the evidence. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so what all evidence did you collect yourself?
The projectiles from a bullet.
Is there any other evidence that you collected?
At the scene or?
Yes, at the scene.
Yes, just the projectile.
Okay. And then was there a cigarette collected at the scene? Is that correct?
I don't recall that.
Okay.
I did not impound that.
You never saw it?
I don't recall it.
Okay. And you had collected the items that were in the Ford F-150, is that correct?
Yes.
And you collected the earplugs that were in the truck?
Yes.
And you stated that those were common among people who frequent a shooting range, is that correct?
Yes.
And during the course of your investigation, did you learn that Alex Cox frequently visited shooting ranges?
No.
Okay. You mentioned that you remembered Alex Cox's vehicle license plate because it was personalized, is that correct?
That is correct.
And in the course of your investigation, did you discover what his license plate stood for?
No.
Okay. Or what it was a reference to?
I do not know.
Okay. Did you learn in the course of your investigation that Alex did stand-up comedy?
No.
Okay. We talked about the hole in the Tesla, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said it was consistent with a bullet hole, is that correct?
Yes.
And so that could be a bullet from a rifle or a handgun?
Yes.
Okay. So either one.
Either one.
And those fragments weren't tested to find out if that was from a bullet or, I mean, the bullet was from a rifle or a handgun?
I did not send it for testing.
Okay.
So let me see what you guys are saying. I'm not saying they didn't offer her a deal. When they may have offered her a deal. They absolutely may have offered her a deal. But you know she would have declined. I mean, that's obvious. Look at her. 100%. Right. So, okay, I thought you were saying that she was out, like outside of custody. And just to be clear, she's in custody. But we talked about this earlier, that it is definitely awful that she can speak to any witness on cross-exam. But that's a thing. And sometimes, like we said earlier, sometimes there's people who choose to represent themselves per se for that very reason. And it's awful, but it is part of their constitutional rights. Yours, mine, and theirs. So, but yeah, we don't know that she was not offered a deal, right? The thing is that that doesn't come out. You know what I mean? That's not part of, that's never going to be on the record for the public to see unless somebody accepts it, right? If they accept it, then yeah, then you know, because then that's what happens. But if a deal is offered and not accepted, then you don't ever learn. So.
You also said that you were the one that canvassed the neighborhood for videos?
One of many.
Okay. But in your report, you said that at 3854 Phelps, that the individual had heard a loud bang, but did not investigate it, said it didn't sound like a gunshot. Is that correct?
Can I object to hearsay?
Sustained.
And you had stated that you did collect the fragments, is that correct?
Objection asked and answered.
But the majority of the bullet was never located, is
Let
that
me
correct?
rule on the
Oh, sorry.
objection. It's sustained. Next question.
And the majority of the bullet was never located, is that correct?
We had a projectile. That's what we found, just pieces of it,
Okay.
fragments.
And you had put in your report that you believed it had fallen out when the victim drove away?
It's a possibility. There's a lot of possibilities.
So my question is, how would it have fallen out? How could you explain it falling out? Could you explain that to me?
It depends where the bullet hole or the projectile goes into a vehicle. There's several, a vehicle is not sealed. I would all sealed up, so there's not ever breathing or anything like that. So there's holes in it, and there's ways that, let's say like venting and that type of stuff for a vehicle. So when a vehicle is in motion, it moves, right? It rocks, goes over bumps. That's why they have shock absorbers. So anything that's on top, it's just like when you accidentally leave your coffee on top of your vehicle and you drive off. It's a good chance it's going to fall off. And it's the same as a projectile on a vehicle also.
Okay. So how far down were the fragments that you found into the hole that was made in the Tesla?
It was located by another detective, but it was easy enough for us to retrieve.
So like
I don't,
inside the hole somewhere?
yes,
But just so I understand, the bullet breaks apart, is that correct?
yes.
And so maybe the majority fell out and those pieces were left inside.
Yeah, I wouldn't know how much of the bullet was taken apart or how much damage that bullet or projectile would have had.
Okay. But some of the pieces could be in there and the majority of it could fall out?
That's a theory, yes.
And it wouldn't be wedged in?
We didn't locate anything that was wedged in.
But that could have been due to just driving around the block because, like you said, the car jostles.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
If the car had not been in motion, then the bullet should have been intact. Is that correct?
No, when a bullet hits, it depends on the type of bullet, frangible or non, the make, the model. If it hits a solid object, bullets have different properties. So some will break apart a little easier than others. Some will go right through. It just depends on the make and the model of the bullets.
Okay. So no testing was done on this bullet to find out what kind of bullet it was?
The projectile, correct?
I mean, no.
I did not send it for testing.
Okay. Is that something that could be found out?
What do you mean?
What kind of bullet it was from the fragments?
I believe there's a test that possibly does it.
Okay. And you didn't think that was necessary?
I was not the case detective on this.
Okay. So since those bullet fragments were not tested in any way, the markings on there that you had testified to yesterday that were copper were part of the jacket. Is that correct?
The coloring?
Yes.
The color, yes.
So that's just from a visual. That's not from any kind of testing of the copper. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. So just looking at
It's
it.
the color.
Okay. That color, copper color, could have been from the Tesla itself?
I didn't see any copper coloring on the outside of that Tesla. It was white in color.
Okay. And then when you said you canvassed the neighborhood, or the Gilbert Police Department canvassed the neighborhood, there was no camera coverage to your knowledge. Is that correct?
People I talked to did not have any. I believe there was camera footage found by other detectives or officers, yes.
Oh, there was,
Possibly, yes.
but you did not discover any?
No,
And you have never seen any?
no.
Okay. And have you been working on this case this whole time, or what was your involvement as far as from October 2nd to when you worked on this case?
The original call out I was part of, and then I was requested to go execute the search warrant on the Ford F-150. And that was December 23rd.
And that kind of ended your
Yes,
dealings with this case?
yes.
Okay. So all of the reports that you had written were in between that time frame?
Yes.
Okay. No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Detective, I'm going to start with sort of where we were just ending and go back to some issues from yesterday. In this Tesla, did you note damage to the molding where the window would have gone up into the frame of the Tesla?
Yes.
Can I have the ammo, please? Thank you. So we're looking here at Exhibit 39. So would it be fair to say that there's not a great seal anymore between where the window went up into the frame and the car itself?
That is correct.
And did you also view the glass itself?
Yes.
That was laying on the driveway?
Yes.
And did you also, Exhibit 46, note that little notch or divot in the glass itself?
Yes,
And was that sort of consistent with the location of where the window would have gone up into the frame of the vehicle?
that is correct.
So when you're talking about a seal of a window going up into the frame, does the fact that the molding was broken and that there's a divot in the glass and the glass was completely shattered impact whether or not all those fragments or pieces of that projectile might remain inside the Tesla?
There's a good chance they would fall out of the Tesla.
Because the seal is no longer the same as it once was, right?
Correct.
You were asked yesterday about the length of the bullet hole or the size of this bullet hole. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When you're talking about the A here, were you trying to measure from not just the damage of where the bullet started to impact or cause that concaveness in the frame, but just the actual hole itself?
Yes.
Does that still tell you the size of the bullet?
No,
That's just the damage that it caused as it entered into the frame of this Tesla?
that is correct.
You were asked yesterday about casings and fragments, and can we explain what a casing is, what a projectile is, and what fragments are?
Sure. A casing is what the bullet is contained in. That's where the black powder and the actual bullet itself is attached to. A casing is usually discarded after the bullet is fired out of the gun. And it's usually, it could be caught, it depends on what kind of weapon there is. Revolvers actually keep the casings in as a circle. Rifles are known to, could keep the casing inside until you eject it yourself. The semi-automatic weapons, which police use and which are more common, they have a semi-action, it will eject the casing out. The casing just holds the bullet. Once the bullet is fired from the gun, it comes out very, very hot. Like we were trying to explain, is when it hits a certain item, it just depends on the integrity of the bullet itself. How strong is that bullet? Is it going to be strong enough to go through metal? Usually not. And so once it hits an item, it is compromised. The bullet is compromised and it makes fragments. It falls apart. And that's where the fragments come from. And that's what we found in this Tesla, with just fragments of the actual bullet.
Okay, so when we're talking about the fragments that you recovered, those pieces of the projectile after it broke apart and after it had first gone through or into the Tesla frame, this metal, and then broke apart. That's what you're talking about when you talk about the fragments that you recovered?
And that is correct.
Now, the defendant asked you about casings and if you found any at the scene. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do remember that.
If you were advised that the person firing the rifle was laying or lying in wait inside of the back of a Jeep, that only part of the barrel of that rifle came out the rear window, and then the rifle was fired, where would you expect that casing to land?
More than likely, it would still be inside that vehicle, the Jeep.
Okay, so you would not expect it to fly forward out of the Jeep and land out on the ground.
No.
The defendant asked you about if you saw a casing over by the pool. Would you expect, absent, I guess, a hole in the floor of the Jeep, to find the casing over there if it was still in the Jeep?
No.
So,
Never found the casing next to a pool.
but you wouldn't expect to find a casing over
No.
there, right?
No.
There was no evidence of anyone shooting over there,
Right.
and there would be no reason for a casing to be over there.
Correct.
So in this case, given the information you were given, were you surprised that you didn't find a casing?
No. It doesn't mean we don't look for the casing. We automatically look for the casings. But since it was inside of a vehicle, it's just like a drive-by shooting type of thing. We'll say once we pull the car over, the casings will be inside that vehicle, most likely. Then one or two might pop out if they have their gun outside the window, something like that. The casing might. But usually we searched. There was no casing found in this, so we determined it was more likely than not inside that vehicle still.
In the casing?
Heather, I don't use.
Sorry.
Yeah, the casing was more likely than not inside that.
So I don't
The
do
Jeep.
that.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
But that's really funny.
Are there any questions from the jury? I don't see any. Sir, you can step down. Thank you, Your Honor.
All righty, next witness.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear that testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah, go ahead and have a seat right here. You'll scoot into that microphone there.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Lena
And what's your last name?
Mendoza.
Thank you. Do you currently live here in Arizona?
I do.
Back on October 2nd of 2019, where did you live?
In Gilbert,
And what was your address back then?
3893 East Fairview Street.
And how long did you live at that location?
In total, 6 years.
Okay. I'll show you. If I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 2. You look at Exhibit 2, a map. Does that show sort of the area of your neighborhood as well as where your house would have been located back in October 2nd of 2019?
Yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 2.
So I wonder,
Objection.
sounds like there's going to be some Ring doorbell.
Who's admitted?
You're welcome, Kat.
Okay. So you told us your address was 3893 East Fairview Street?
Yes.
We see Fairview here on Exhibit 2.
James, is
Approximately where was your residence
charges
on this map?
It is the house on the very corner.
Is it the corner of Fisher and Fairview? Or which corner are we talking about?
It's been a little while. It's been a little while. I'm sorry. It's,
There's a map right for me.
oh, sorry. I'm trying to think. Record.
This is Fairview.
Right. So it's either Fisher or Cole. I can't remember which street corner. So there's a park and it's right on the corner.
Okay.
Fry, Record, turn in, Morelos around to Fairview.
Let me put up 3. Is this the park you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. So right on the corner here?
Yes, right there on the corner.
So you're
Right there. Yes,
right here. Okay.
Yes, that's the house.
Back on October 2nd of 2019.
I think they're just laying, yep, the Ring doorbell. Okay. They're just laying the foundation. So we're going to go to the next part. So here comes Brandon on cross. Okay. They're just laying the foundation with her, which is what they said, which means this video will be showed. Let's just make sure they're going to show it.
Recognize that as your residence
Yes.
and your Ring video
Yes.
and the footage that you sent to the police?
Yes.
Did it have both audio and video?
Yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 120.
You can publish?
Yes, if we can move.
Okay, here it is. Excellent. They're publishing it. Here, I'm gonna- Wow, sunny.
And if we can just show at the beginning we missed where.
Oh, you can hear the gunshot. That's why.
Right. So when you had your,
Okay, I was wondering if it was when we were going to see a car or something over there. It's for the gunshot. Did you guys hear it?
when you had your Ring video, would it sometimes like glitch and you'd see a vehicle like we saw in the beginning, a black vehicle?
Yes.
So in this video, were you asked to look for vehicles and a sound of any shooting?
I remember being asked to look for a vehicle crossing in that time. And I saw that at the beginning of the vehicle you see, or the video, you see the vehicle. And that was what I noticed first.
Okay. And then when you were watching it yourself,
I
you
did not
heard
see a vehicle.
a bang noise?
Correct.
And so given that, looking for the black vehicle and then you noticing the bang, that's what you sent to the police?
Yes.
And that's your home sort of looking out, as we said, of Fisher and Fairview?
Yes.
Thank you. State has no other questions.
Hang on, a black vehicle. What? Hold on.
And if we can just show at the beginning we missed where.
Oh, okay. The black vehicle. Well, okay. Yeah, unfortunately, when they show the black vehicle, hold on. Watch. Okay, what I want you guys to pay attention to is where there's that bush, there's like a tree and a bush. Right next to the bush, you're going to see that's where the black vehicle is. But it's when the lighting is also crappy for some reason.
And if we could just show at the beginning we missed where.
Try to pause it. Right there. So you can, that's why it's hard to, so it's right, there's a black vehicle. Now that I don't think is the Jeep or whatever. I think the point being is that they told her to look for a vehicle. And so she saw a vehicle. And now I don't think this is supposed to be the vehicle that is in question. Unless this is supposed to be the Jeep, but it looks black because of the coloring. I don't know. But it sounds like the point was like she heard the shot. So let's hear this again. And now there's nothing happening. Right there.
So
And there you can see
when
the
you had your, you had your ring video, would it sometimes like glitch and you'd see a vehicle like we saw in the beginning, a black vehicle?
Yes.
So in this video, were you asked to look for vehicles and a sound of any shooting?
I remember being asked to look for a vehicle crossing in that time, and I saw that at the beginning of the vehicle you see, or the video, you see the vehicle, and that was what I noticed first.
Okay. And then when you were watching it yourself, you heard a bang noise?
Correct.
And so given that, looking for the black vehicle and then you noticing the bang, that's what you sent to the police?
Yes.
And that's your home sort of looking out, as we said, of Fisher and
a black vehicle.
Fairview.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, a black vehicle. You know what? The Tesla was black, wasn't it? The Tesla was black. So maybe that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. It's the black Tesla. Okay. That makes sense. We got it now. The black vehicle, that's the Tesla. And then the gunshot is right after he drives pulling up. Okay. Yeah. That's him pulling up to his house. That's the car. And then the bang. That makes sense. Okay.
State has no other questions for this witness?
Yeah. I was thinking it was supposed to be in reference to the Jeep. And I was like, what? No. It's the Tesla. That makes sense. Okay.
Cross-examination.
And you know what else? Because you can see the van. Let me go back one more time to the video. Because in my mind, as I saw this, I was like, is that the white van? Because you can see a white vehicle there. I was like, is that the white van? I don't know if it is or not, but now that makes total sense that that's the black Tesla and then the gunshot. Okay, perfect.
Thank you. State has no.
Is she going to cross-examine her? Really?
No, Your Honor, no cross.
Any questions for this witness from the jury?
So next we have the cross.
All right, members of the jury, we took Mr. Boudreaux's cross-examination out of order. We're now going to complete that. So I'm going to ask Mr. Boudreaux to come back up into that microphone. Examination of this witness.
All righty.
Your Honor, when Robert Abernathy gets here, he has some photos and things I need to have marked. So can you stop for a minute when he gets here to do that?
Swear to God with her stupid pictures.
Just have him go right up to the clerk when he gets here. And do them.
A million hours late, all her people.
Mr. Boudreaux, you and I met in 2009, is that correct?
I believe we met in 2008.
Okay. Before you got married, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you got married in 2009, is that correct?
I believe I was married October 31st, 2008.
Okay. But that's when we met, is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
So we've known each other a long time, is that correct?
A long time can mean a lot of different things.
Since 2008?
Correct.
Okay. And we had a familial connection, is that correct?
Yes.
And we always had a friendly relationship, you and I, is that correct?
I wouldn't say always.
Okay. Until what time?
Until probably end of 2018.
Okay. And we spent many holidays together?
We did.
And you and Melanie were married a little over 10 years, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I was there at your wedding, is that correct?
Correct.
And I came to Utah to help you when your first child was born, is that correct?
I'm going to object to relevance.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Correct.
And I was there when your second child was born, is that correct?
You were not present when my child was born, but
Well, I came to help and watched Braxy, so I was there.
you visited you were with my family. Correct.
Okay. And I flew in from Hawaii when Blake was born to help with the kids, and I watched them while you and Melanie were at the
Gonna
hospital.
again
Is that correct?
Object again to character evidence.
Sustained.
And I did watch the kids when Breezy was born as well. Is that
Your Honor,
correct?
I'm going to object and ask to
Sustained.
go into 405 soon.
And we went on vacations together, you and I. Is that correct?
Ms. Vallow, okay, move on to relevant information, okay? You've established you have a relationship with him that's close family relationship since 2008. So go ahead.
And you came to visit me in Hawaii a few times. Is that correct?
And Your Honor, I'm going to object.
I'm just asking in the sense that it was him coming to me.
All right.
There's things that happened there that I'm going
Approach.
to.
Approach.
Okay.
Wow. We're up to 28 on her objection counter. Wow. Wow.
Brandon, you and I had never had an argument with each other. Is that correct?
That's not correct.
Okay, when did we ever have an argument? You and I.
I'm going to object to relevance. If there's something specific about that, are we talking in 10 years?
I'll overrule it. You can answer.
So, Twiz, I'm not quite sure what you mean. This is completely different in like every way. I mean, every time there's a ruling made in a trial, I feel like it should be taken like on it. What's the right way to say it? You know, it should be taken at that moment, right? Out of by itself, right? Because there's been a couple of times where Judge Bev has made rulings that, you know, or for example, like there was a couple of times where she allowed stuff that I thought was fair and she did the right thing. Whenever that happens, I point it out, right? And the other thing is depending on, you know, you're saying allowing stuff, right? So it depends on who's doing the questioning, who's moving for something. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot. It's hard to just say that every time somebody allows something or doesn't allow something, you know, because it depends, right? It's an adversarial system. So, you know, if the Commonwealth's moving for something and allowing it in is one thing. If the defense is moving for something, allowing it in is different. You know what I mean? So, and I knew Heather would agree with me on that.
The most recent argument that I would say we have is when I was texting you in June.
That was June 25th, 2019. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Welcome back, Flash. I mean, Bev is dirty. That's for sure.
And had you been upset with me before that time?
Are you talking about ever in our lives?
Yeah.
I'm sure we're all human. I'm sure there was times I was upset with you.
Is there something specific that you were upset with me about before the June 25th text messages?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevance.
Yeah, I just feel like, dude, she's
Something more specific.
Yeah, this is
Sustained.
Were you upset with me about Juice Island?
I'm going to
Juice
object as to
Island?
relevance and 404.
Oh my
Sustained.
god. Juice Island.
Brennan, you had mentioned before that Melanie and I were close. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you were aware that I loved Melanie. Is that correct?
I can't say if you loved her or not.
Yeah, speculation.
But you saw that over the 10 years that you were married to her, right? You witnessed it with your own eyes.
What is it you're asking that I witnessed?
Me loving Melanie.
As I said, I can't state what you did or did not
Yeah,
feel.
ask Melanie, Lori.
But I acted in a way that was loving towards her, as far as you knew.
I'm going to object again to relevance.
She's
404 and 405.
and asked and answered and asked and answered.
Sustained.
So we were all together as a family frequently. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Lord mercy.
And there were times when we were at your house as well as my house. Is that correct?
An objection to relevance.
Sustained.
Yeah, and asked and answered as well.
And until you sent me that text message on June 25th that we read yesterday, you and I had never had any disagreements with each other. Is that correct?
I would not agree with that statement.
You and I had ever had an argument?
Oh my God.
Can you ask that question again?
Did you and I ever have an argument?
And again, as to foundation
Asked
of
and
when.
answered.
I'll allow him to answer. You can answer.
That was an objection. The objection there was vague as to time.
I'm sure we had, I don't know how you would define argument, but disagreements.
Right.
Face to face, you and I?
Oh my God.
Before the June 25th?
Hold on.
That's all I'm asking. Just before
Okay,
that.
maybe rephrase it.
So by the time we met in 2008 until June 25th, 2019, did you and I ever have an argument?
Is there something you're looking for that you're trying to specify? And I'm not sure I can, that's a broad question that I can't think of a specific time where
Oh God.
we argued face to face, if that's what you're looking for.
Correct. So you and I have never had an argument in our lifetimes.
I wouldn't agree with that. I would say that there have for sure been disagreements between us, but I can't think of a specific time that I could share where me and you face to face argued. I'm not a confrontational person.
Okay.
Oh my God.
You've known me for all these years. Am I a confrontational person?
Oh my God. What the fuck? Lori. Sorry, guys. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Okay.
Oh dear.
You've
It's her being confrontational in a passive aggressive way.
known me for all these years. Am I a confrontational person?
I'm going to object to character
So-
evidence under
Wow.
404 and
Make
405.
her stop.
Sustained.
Look at Judge Boreski. Oh my God.
Would you agree that I supported you as a husband and a father to your children?
Character evidence.
I'm going to object to
Yeah.
relevance.
Yeah.
Sustained.
So in your testimony yesterday, you talked about this long argument that you had with Melanie. Was that on the same day on June 25th, 2019?
It was.
Okay. And you said it was a long argument. How long did that go on?
It started in
That was
the afternoon
reminds me.
and it went through past midnight.
So several hours?
Yes.
What'll happen is it's going to take a lot, and here's why. Because of the fact that she's pro se, the standard is different, okay? And they're going to warn her a million times. Like they did this in the last trial, right? Where it's like, in my opinion, it's like, oh, clearly the door was open, right? But instead it's like they warn her, they warn her, they warn her, they warn her because of the fact that, again, she's a defendant representing herself, and you're trying so hard to make sure that this doesn't get overturned on appeal because you know, you want to give them, basically you give them every type of leniency with this, right? But if the state feels like the door has been opened, they keep objecting because she's on the verge, right? If they feel like the door has been open, they'll say, objection, can we approach? And they'll send the jury out. And outside the presence of the jury, they will discuss it. And this happens with every case whenever there's a possible door being opened. They always send the jury out and they have to go through it and do a whole thing. And in this case, it'd be, what was it, a 404A analysis? They would go through the whole thing as to whether or not the door has been opened. It's not like it just is opened like, in other words, it's not like the question is asked and then immediately the door is opened. It's like you have to approach, and the reason is because there has to be a very thorough record made by the judge, right, as to whether or not the door has been opened, because this is a huge issue on appeal for any time that this happens. So they have to make a very thorough record, and they have to give both sides an opportunity to be heard. They have to go through the case law. Sometimes it can be hours, right? It just depends on what it is. So if the next thing that would happen, if the state thinks the door has been opened, you will hear the state ask to approach. Now, they could ask to approach for any number of reasons, right? But we would then hear them on the record discuss the door being opened versus a sidebar, okay? Hopefully that helps.
And you remember this date because that was the day you sent me those text messages. Is that
Great
correct?
point.
I wouldn't say that's the only reason I remember that date. It's a painful date.
Okay.
Mhm.
So you remember that date specifically?
That's right, Mary.
Yeah, I do remember that day.
Okay. And you had mentioned that this argument started as a result of Melanie not wanting to attend your grandfather's funeral. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you were aware that Melanie had trauma with all funerals because her mother passed away when she was 9. Is that correct?
Object to relevance.
I'll overrule the objection. He can answer if he knows the answer.
That's exactly right,
I can't say
Mary.
why Melanie was feeling the way she was feeling. I'm not Melanie.
Fair.
But you know she had an issue with funerals
Mary?
before your grandfather passed away.
Oh my God. Ask Melanie.
As I said, I'm not Melanie. I can't say what she had an issue with or not.
But you're aware that her mother passed away when she was 9, right?
Yes, I'm
Asked,
aware her mother passed away.
answered.
And that she had to go to the funeral.
I'm going to object to relevance.
I'll sustain it at this point. Go ahead. Next question.
He is so quick to sustain these objections. I freaking love it, man. Wow.
But she's your wife of 10 years, so you knew that about her. Is that
Oh
correct?
my
And again, I'm
God.
going to object to relevance. Same
Argumentative.
question.
Argumentative. Y'all. I can't help myself but yelling at the same time. Good thing I have the CCs on, right? So you can hear what they're actually saying. Because my gut feeling, I'm like, it's argumentative, but like they're finding other reasons to sustain it in addition.
But she's your wife of 10 years, so you knew that about her.
Sorry, it is
And again,
argumentative.
I'm going to object to relevance. The same
Same.
question.
Oh my God.
It's completely understandable that you would want your wife at your side at your grandfather's funeral. So a disagreement between a couple
Objection counsel's testifying. Objection counsel's testifying.
would begin over that issue. That's not
Objection to
far-fetched, right?
testifying.
Literally. Did y'all hear that? Literally. Literally. Listen.
Would begin over that issue. That's
Objection
not
to
far-fetched, right?
testifying.
There she is. Yup.
That's a statement. Can you, if you want to phrase it as a question, go ahead.
So your argument began because of this issue with not wanting to go to your grandfather's funeral. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was Melanie upset or crying at that point?
No, just me.
Okay.
Wow.
So during this long, several-hour disagreement, you would have covered a myriad of topics. Is that correct?
What?
Can you define a myriad of topics?
What the
Just
fuck?
several different things probably came up during this very long argument.
Okay, now she's testifying again, and she's in speculation
We
on behalf of her, not the witness, because it's not a question. She's testifying.
talked about several different things, yes.
I'm with
Okay.
you.
And one of those things I had come up in the conversation. Is that correct?
Zach her.
One of the things that came up was you getting your temple recommend and me hacking your computer.
So I'm saying I was brought up in that long conversation just the one time.
Oh, she's doing this thing again. You guys remember when she did this last time? She really wanted to know how much people were talking about her. She did this with, what was her name? Nancy Joe or whatever, the awesome chick who was super feisty, that Charles went on a date with. And she really wanted to know how much people were talking about her. Interesting. The narcissism is real.
I don't know if I could say just the one time. It was quite a long time we spent on that particular topic, which was bothersome.
Okay. So as you were trying to change the subject, Melanie was going back to that?
As I was trying to understand why it was important to her, she focused very much on the subject, yes.
Okay. And you had stated before that Melanie saw me as a mother to her. Is that correct?
I said a mother-like figure.
Right.
I just want to just point out for anyone who didn't see the last trial, when Nancy Joe, I think her name was Nancy Joe, she was so awesome. When Lori was crossing her and asking all these questions about how much they talked about her on their date. And then Nancy Joe literally said to Lori, "Don't flatter yourself." And it was like an epic, epic, epic moment. It was so good. So that's what Heather is quoting there.
And it's not out of the realm of possibility that your mother-in-law would be brought into a very long argument. Is that correct?
Objection, speculation, relevance.
Or someone close to your wife.
Sustained.
But I was not the focus of that entire argument. Is that correct?
My focus was my family, my wife and my children. I love them and I didn't want them to go through pain.
Is that what you spent all those hours arguing?
Yeah, because I love them and I wanted to work through things with my wife. Yes, I didn't spend it for any other reason.
And during this argument, there were several issues that you discussed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And one of those issues was Melanie informing you of text messages that she had viewed?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh boy.
Is one of those issues a video of you on Facebook dancing at the pink pony that Melanie showed you?
Oh, this whole thing. You guys, what was the deal with this? Was this, I'm trying to remember what this was. There was something funny about this. This was considered to be, okay. This was debunked, and I can't remember why. I can't believe she's bringing this up. There must have been a motion limine. I'm trying to remember. I wish Northwest was here. Northwest would remember the specifics on this, because this was like a whole thing that it was completely fabricated somehow. I just can't remember how. Tell me how.
Evidence to
Wow.
404B evidence. and 403.
Sustained.
Did Melanie show you a video of yourself
Objected
during
again
that
to the same
argument?
manner.
Sustained.
Wow.
What else was discussed in this argument?
Objection, relevance,
You gonna
foundation,
beat her record?
something specific.
Vague. That's what you're looking for, Trina.
Sustain the objection.
Objection vague.
How many topics would you say were gone over during this long argument?
That's an answer again.
I couldn't say.
So until
Oh, here she goes. I already hate whatever it is she's going to say.
I ever answer the text messages that you sent to me?
I never received a
Weird.
reply.
Were you at that point blaming me for that argument
Wow.
in your mind?
I think that the only people who can be responsible for ourselves is ourselves. So I was focused on myself and my wife.
Okay.
That was a generous answer from him. Though she doesn't deserve it.
So that argument ended up beginning your divorce proceedings, is that correct?
At the end of that argument, she told me that she needed a divorce, correct?
And who filed for divorce?
I did.
And when was that?
In July.
Do you know the date that you filed?
It's complicated because I went and met with a mediator, but she didn't file the paperwork for a while. So I guess it depends on how you define who filed for it and when.
Interesting. We know he said he didn't want a divorce. I don't know enough of this would be a family law thing, right? I wonder, and maybe it'll come out on redirect. I wonder if the reason he filed for divorce is because I wonder if you're the one that does it first, if you have some sort of advantage, which I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case, right? That even though he didn't want a divorce, so the mediator seems to have maybe indicated that was the smart thing to do. And it could have to do with assets. I'm not sure. As you guys know, family law is complicated and it's like its own thing. But I bet it will come out. If it doesn't come out on cross because she asks a question that elicits the testimony, then it'll be they'll be able to redirect on that because it was brought up in cross. And so hopefully we'll find out more.
Okay. Did you file it with the court?
Okay.
Like file for divorce with the court?
A mediator did.
Okay. Oh, so you don't know when she actually put the paperwork in, is that correct?
Correct.
When did you meet with her? Do you remember that?
I do.
What day was that?
In July.
But you don't remember which day in July?
We met several times.
Okay. Did you meet with her on your own or did you and Melanie just meet with her together?
We met with her together.
Every time?
Yes, every time we went together.
Okay. And that started in July?
Correct.
And do you know when that was final?
Mid-October.
And you were able to come to mutual agreements during that time? With the mediator?
Can you give me more? What are you looking for specifically on that?
I'm just saying the mediation was completed, so you came to your agreements. Is that correct?
We filed for divorce, so yes.
Okay. So when was it that Melanie moved into the rental house from the house that you were living together in?
I believe I moved her on July 14th, I believe. I'm not certain.
And then you stayed in the house until what date?
Until my home sold.
When was that?
We got it under contract in September, beginning of September, and closing was October 1st.
Okay. And when did you move into your rental house? What day was that?
Mid-September to late September. It might have been in the 25th, 24th, 26th, somewhere in there.
And then you had a schedule with the children, is that correct?
Can you ask that question?
I'm just saying you had agreed to a schedule with the children, is that correct?
Part of our divorce, we had a schedule, yes.
And so on October 2nd, all 4 children were with you, is that correct?
It depends on what time you're speaking about.
Well, they spent the night with you, so they would have woke up with you on October 2nd, is that correct?
On October 2nd night, they slept with their mom. On October 1st night, they slept with me.
Okay. That night turned into October 2nd, is that correct?
If you're saying October 2nd in the morning, then yes. Yes, that would be, my kids would have still been at my house in the morning.
Yes, okay. And then you had taken them to school, is that correct, in the morning?
Correct.
You said that you guys got up, you had food, you were getting ready.
Yes.
Normal, typical morning, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you dropped off your 2 oldest at their elementary school, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you took Breeze to her mom and dropped her off at the park, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you took Blake to his preschool and dropped him off, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then where did you go from there?
I went to the gym.
What was the name of your gym? I'm sorry.
EOS.
And you worked out for, you said, an hour to an hour and a half?
Yeah, I wasn't watching it super close, so I can't tell you exactly how long it was.
Okay. And then you drove straight home, is that correct?
From the gym, yes.
Okay. Now, on that day, you had an interview with Detective Pillar, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that the first time that you met Detective Pillar?
Yes.
It was on that day on October 2nd, 2018?
Correct.
And in that interview, you told him basically what had happened, is that correct?
I answered the questions that he asked, yeah.
And you told him all about Melanie, is that correct?
It's a pretty broad question. I don't know that I could say that I told him all about Melanie.
You discussed Melanie, is that correct?
We did, yes.
And you discussed me, is that correct?
We did, yes.
And he had asked you kind of what happened, is that correct?
He asked me what happened? Yes, he asked me what happened.
And you talked about your divorce, is that correct?
We did discuss parts of my divorce, yes.
And you had told Detective Pillar that someone had convinced her that you were gay, is that correct?
Can you ask that question again?
You told Detective Pillar that someone had convinced Melanie that you were gay.
I can't remember if I specifically told him that someone had convinced Melanie that I was gay. I would have to review the conversation I had with him to be able to say for certain that's how I worded it.
Okay. Do you recall telling him that she has a friend named Lori? Melanie?
I did not say she has a friend named Lori. No.
You didn't? Would you like to look at your interview?
I
To
said
refresh your
that she-
recollection?
I said that she has an aunt named Lori.
Would you like to review this to refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Okay.
Have your physics? I think she has a exhibit she needs to approach with.
If you want to just read that page to yourself, and then I can ask you a question again.
Flash, a conditional deposition is something like, how in trial, okay. So typically in a criminal trial, states have different rules. For example, in North Carolina, depositions are not allowed pretty much ever in a criminal trial for any witness. In other states, I think in Florida, they're pretty common. But anyway, so a conditional deposition would be like if somebody is basically, for example, let's just say that there's a witness that is in hospice or they've been diagnosed with cancer and they've been given a week to live or whatever. They're expected to not be available, like in a big major way. A conditional deposition would be to go ahead and get their testimony on deposition to play at trial in the event that they can't be there. Unless there's some other, that's my understanding. I don't know what else it could possibly mean. I don't know the context. I don't know what transcript it's from. But if it's a criminal trial, that would be what I would understand it to mean, is that it's an exception because the witness is very likely to be unavailable. Depositions are conducted elsewhere, typically. But they're considered an in-court statement because they're on the record and they've got both parties there and, they're sworn in. It's testimony under oath, just like anywhere else, just the same as like an affidavit would be, right? It's still considered, it's considered to be just as good, with the exception of the jury can't witness them there in person and like judge their demeanor in the same room, for example, right? It's like they're going to play the deposition and that's basically the thing. It's for like more like, it's if, does that make sense? Yeah. That's fine. There's nothing weird about that, Flash.
Okay, thank you. Did that refresh your memory, Brandon?
I read that. I think that maybe a transcriptionist miswrote that because I wouldn't have referred to you as a friend named Lori. I would have referred to you as a man named Lori.
Right. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true.
And it was me that you were talking about that convinced her that you were gay. Is that what you were referring to?
In that context, I never said that Lori is the one who convinced Melanie that I was gay.
Okay. So in the second paragraph, it didn't say she's the one that convinced her that I'm gay.
Improper impeachment, refreshing. I'm not sure what she's doing.
Sustained.
Would you like to read it again?
If you would like me to, I can read it again.
Okay. It's line 251. Thank you.
So she can't approach
Did that refresh your recollection?
right? She can't approach witnesses.
Yes, I read a different line. That is the in 251. I did specifically say that I thought you.
That I had convinced her.
Can you ask that
That I
question?
had convinced Melanie that you were gay.
I said that I specifically thought that you had been involved in convincing her that I'm gay. Yes, correct.
Okay. And so she did not show you herself a video of you dancing at the Pink Pony. Is that
Oh
correct?
my God,
Relevant
really?
to 404B.
Sustained. It's also
Dude, did he almost jump up out of his seat? The judge, I mean.
Video of you dancing at the Pink Pony. Is that
Again, Your
correct?
Honor, to relevant to 404B.
sustained.
Oh
It's
my
also sustained.
God. Oh my God.
What was your understanding of how I convinced Melanie of this accusation?
Oh.
Kind of speculation.
Can we sidebar?
Yeah. I don't even know. Okay. It's a long one. Jesus Christ.
Please remember the admonition.
Okay, they're taking a recess. Wow.
The parties are present, the jury's not present.
This might be when she gets kicked out, guys. This is outside the presence of the jury.
Ms. Daybell, if you continue to ask lines of questions where I've sustained an objection, into areas where I've sustained an objection. If you continue to speak over me or the prosecutor when it's not your turn to speak, I will give you a chance to speak and make any record that's made. If you continue to do all these things, I may be forced to revoke your pro per status.
Aha!
I understand, Your Honor. I apologize.
Are we?
Remember how we were just talking about this, guys? How on rare occasions, did you hear that? Revoke her pro per status because she's not behaving. There it is. Literally, I did not know that this happened, but it's so funny because we were just talking about this. There you go.
Chance to speak and make any record that's made. If you continue to do all these things, I may be forced to revoke your pro per status.
There it
I
is.
understand, Your Honor. I apologize.
Are we ready to continue with the cross-examination?
Wow.
Yes, and I'm just going to ask a few questions of clarification.
Go ahead.
I mean, when
So she keeps pushing it. Interesting. Will it happen? Will it
we
happen?
get up there, that's fine.
Hmm?
I'm just going to clarify a few things and then I'll move on
You mean with me or with the witness?
with the witness.
Okay, go ahead and get ready at the podium. Depending on when we finish with this witness, we'll determine when we break for lunch, I guess. It depends on who you have next. We could go to like,
I have to wonder. So I'm thinking this. I'm thinking that between letting her open the door on herself with all these repeated warnings and whatnot, and having to approach, and tell her don't do it again, and then she does it again. Here's what I think. I think that when this is just my personal opinion, because that's the first time he's said that. Now, her opening the door on herself has come up a ton already, and it came up in the last trial, right, with the same judge. I think that they had these discussions, and I think that this is just my own personal interpretation, that between letting her stay pro se, but opening the door on herself and then letting in all these prior convictions and everything, I think between that, even if it's warranted, and even if she deserves it, and even if she didn't heed the warnings and has done all the things, I think between that versus saying, look, you took your last chance, we're revoking your pro se status, which means your pro se status. Now you're going to have an attorney, and now you're going to sit down, and you're not going to be doing this anymore. I think between the two options, what Judge Boreski is weighing is what would be the least biggest issue on appeal, right? Potentially. That, in other words, to keep her pro se, but let her open the door on herself and bring in all these prior convictions. I think that, and I agree, if this is what he's thinking, I agree that is a bigger issue on appeal versus for her own safety, for her own sake, rather, right? And for the sake of the witnesses, but also just because she's disrupting the whole entire thing. Like, in other words, revoking her pro se status is like another way to keep her from doing this, right? How else can I say this? Letting in her prior convictions, especially when it's 4 murders, is the most prejudicial thing that could possibly happen to a defendant. It is the most prejudicial thing. Even if they deserved it, even if they opened the door, it is the most prejudicial thing. However, revoking their pro se status and having an attorney represent them, that the jury wouldn't hear any of that, right? Versus the jury hearing she's a 4 times convicted murderer already. Completely different, right? So if they revoke her pro se status and they bring in another attorney, all that would be done outside the presence of the jury, and the jury would be like told not to consider it and da-da. It's way less prejudicial, and it would keep all that 404 stuff from coming in, like the prior convictions and whatnot. Does that make sense? And I wonder if that's what he's been weighing it out with, like, what is the better measure, right? Versus letting her say, okay, you brought it upon yourself, right? It's too prejudicial, I think. And I think that's what he's considering, and that it would be better to just remove her pro se status, and then she can't say a goddamn word unless she takes a stand. Does that make sense?
like 12:15 and then start again at 1:15. We can be flexible, but so I guess let's see where we are when we finish with this witness. All right, let's bring the jury in.
Welcome Too Fast.
I just had to take care of a legal issue. We'll continue with the cross-examination of this witness. Go ahead.
Notice how he's not blaming the defense or any of that, right? He's saying we have to take care of a legal issue.
Yesterday in your testimony, Mr. Boudreaux, you talked about your argument on July 25th. Is that correct? I mean, on June 25th with your wife. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Not again. We already did
And
this.
you had marital problems in those 10 years or no?
Objection, relevance.
I'll allow it briefly. Go ahead.
Yeah, it could be. We just don't know.
Can you define marital problems?
Well, like a course of contention. Were there other courses of contention in your marriage during those 10 years?
You know why she's asking.
If you've been married for 10 years, there's definitely times where you don't agree.
Absolutely. So would the fact that you traveled a lot during those 10 years been a course of contention?
Can I object to relevance?
Sustain.
But there are other issues besides what happened that day on June 25th. Is that correct?
Can you re-ask that question?
Like you said, a marriage has issues if you're married for 10 years. That's correct?
I'm not sure I understand the question you're asking. Can you ask it one more time?
I don't think it's real either. There was something funny about that. I wish I could fucking remember. I wonder if someone can find that out. Like, it was something like there's no way it could have possibly been him. Yeah, there was a whole thing because, in fact, I remember he ended up suing Melanie over that. Civil, for like defamation or something like that. Defamation per se, I recall.
You had stated that, I'll move on so I can be more clear. You had stated that to Detective Miller that Melanie had been going to the temple all the time. Is that correct?
I can't say for certain I stated that to him, but she did go to the temple often. Yes.
And that she had prayed about it and God had answered her in a call. Is that correct?
I can't say for certain that I told him that she had prayed about it and God had answered her in a call. If you have a transcript where I could read, I would be happy to read that to verify.
Okay.
He's being way too kind to her. Wow.
That's line 240 and 241.
Thank you. That's not what I read there.
Okay. Do you like to tell me what you read?
I'm going to object to improper, I don't know, impeachment, refreshing.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I think what you should do is look at it and maybe rephrase your question.
Okay.
Go ahead and hand it back.
So you had said that God answered her in a call.
In reference to the temple?
In reference to Melanie saying that she thought you were gay.
I did in her saying that she thought I was gay, but that didn't have anything to do with the temple, which was the question you were asking me earlier.
Yeah, so I was saying she frequented the temple. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. That was a separate issue. So I was asking that she was convinced of this because God answered her in a call, is what you told Detective Pillar. Is that correct?
What is of this?
Of the fact that she was saying that you were gay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, this makes no sense. Objection unintelligible. So the stomping, that is the paralegal because Lori can't walk around like that. But also the reason it's so fast is because this is on whatever, 1.25 speed. But this questioning makes no sense.
Her in a call is what you told Detective Pillar. Is that correct?
What is of this?
Of the fact that she was saying that you were gay.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be, can you ask that question again?
I'm trying to get to the fact that
I think you guys
she had her own personal revelation.
I think it's the paralegal because the paralegal is the only one that can approach him. And it's going back and forth, bringing the transcript. I don't think it's Lori. I think it's the paralegal.
Of that idea about you.
I can't say what she was thinking. I can't say what.
But she had conveyed that to you, that she had a God answer her in a call.
I'm going to object to hearsay at this point.
Sustain.
Where did you get that information?
Which information are you asking?
Okay. The information that you gave to Detective Pillar that God answered in a call. What was that in reference to?
the line before it was me explaining that I'd have to read the line again. I can't say exactly, but my understanding is that you're speaking about me referencing her talking about me being gay.
Oh my God.
Correct. And you're saying that she's the one that prayed about it and God answered her in a call. Is that correct?
Here's what Lori is trying to get at. Lori's trying to get at God told Melanie that you're gay, you being Brandon. God told Melanie that Brandon is gay, not Lori told Melanie that Brandon is gay. That's what she's trying to get at, which is just beyond.
Can I read it again? I would like to
Sure.
answer the question the best I can.
Yes. It's 240 and 241.
See, there's it's the paralegal, guys. You can see her walking. There she is. It's the paralegal. It's not Lori. I know you guys want to imagine her angry stomping, but it's the paralegal. She's just trying to be efficient, I guess.
Where did you get that information that you gave to Detective Pillar that she prayed about it and God answered her in a call?
I can't tell you for certain. I'm guessing that what I was sharing with them there was pertaining to my thoughts on our conversation from June 25th.
Okay, so on June 25th, Melanie conveyed to you that she had this belief about you herself. Is that correct?
On June 25th,
Mm-hmm.
Melanie told me that she believed that I was gay. Correct.
That she herself had that belief.
Yes.
Not that that belief had come from me, but that belief had come from herself.
God.
Are you asking me whether or not I think that that belief came from you?
No, I'm saying, did she convey to you that she had that belief, period?
Yes.
Okay. And then later in the next line, you tell Detective Pillar, you convey to him that I convinced her of that fact.
Yes.
Okay. What made you believe I convinced her of that fact?
Conversations I'd had with Charles Vallow.
Okay. So did you hear me tell that to Melanie Boudreaux?
Ruh-roh.
No.
Did you ever witness me talking to her about you?
Did I witness you talking to Melanie about me
Correct.
at any point?
About this topic, about being gay.
No, I did not witness you talking to her about this topic.
Okay. So you heard it from a third party, supposedly.
I heard it from Charles Vallow.
Okay.
Oh my
But
God.
not from me directly. Is that correct?
So there's, okay. So even more to this than we knew. Besides being like, what the fuck? What are we talking about? Why is this relevant? Da-da-da. Potentially, part of the relevance could honestly be because Charles Vallow was involved in talking about this. Like, that's what we're hearing. Like, my mind is blown right now. I'm like, oh my God. Well, and also, Lori, be fucking careful because the jury does not know what happened to Charles. Oh my God.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, Lord.
So on this day, on October 2nd, you conveyed these things to Detective Pillar. Is that correct? That she has a friend named Lori?
Can you ask that question again?
Yes, to Detective Pillar.
That misstates the testimony because he said he doesn't agree with that because he wouldn't call her a friend. That would makes no sense.
On
Anyway.
October 2nd, you conveyed to him that Melanie has a friend named Lori.
As I stated, I think that that's a typo. I believe
Yeah.
I said aunt named Lori.
Okay. So she has an aunt named Lori, which would be me. Is that correct?
Correct.
And she's the one who convinced her that I'm gay. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
But you didn't get that information from me or from Melanie. Is that correct?
I would not say that that's correct.
Okay. You got that information from Melanie?
I got what information from Melanie?
Did you get information from Melanie that I convinced her that you are gay?
I inferred from conversations that I had with her that you were the one convincing her that I was
You
gay.
inferred from conversations?
Correct.
Okay. But she did not convey to you, Lori's the one that convinced me, and I know this now to be a fact because Lori is the one that convinced me of this.
She never said those words to me, no.
Okay. And she showed you a video that she found on Facebook. I'm not going to say.
Again, to 404B
Are you
evidence, to
kidding me?
extrinsic evidence,
Are you kidding me?
to relevance, to 403
Oh
evidence.
my God. Zap her or throw her out. Do something to her. Jesus Christ.
But she had her own reasons.
Really?
That she personally believed these things that had nothing to do with me. Is that correct?
Asked and answered.
Well, I'm
And
also going to
relevance.
sustain the form of the question on Melanie's belief.
Yep. Speculation.
Melanie conveyed to you that she had several reasons why she had this why she was making this accusation to you. Is that correct?
Wow.
I can't say how many reasons she said. It's been a long time.
This is insane.
But I mean, we discussed it at length for a while, and both parties shared their reasons why it was confusing.
Wow.
Okay. And so Detective Pillar had asked you if she had any sort of evidence to this. Is that correct?
I believe he did, yes.
Okay. And would you like to see your answer to that?
I would love to, yes.
Okay. It starts at line. Detective Pillar at that time when he asked you what sort of evidence that you had.
I told him that it's silly evidence.
I'm sorry, what?
It's silly evidence.
You told him there was silly evidence?
Yes.
What did you tell him specifically?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again as to relevance.
Well, it's also hearsay. Sustained.
Oh, God. Oh,
So how are you aware that Melanie had this silly evidence?
And I'm going to object again to just relevance into this area and 404B again.
He can answer the question, how was he aware where he got this information? But other than that, the objection sustained.
From conversations with her.
Okay. So she didn't show it to you? She just talked to you about it?
Again, object, Your Honor. I don't know how many times we can object. to
Sustained.
this.
Let's move on.
wow. I agree with you as well.
So you
Mayor.
called it silly evidence and vague evidence. Is that correct?
I'm not sure about vague. I could have.
I agree with that one. Too fast. Yep, I agree.
Is it contradictory for you to tell Detective Pillar on that same day, in the same interview, that I convinced Melanie and that she had her own individual evidence that she presented to you?
I don't believe that that's contradictory, no.
You don't believe that's contradictory?
He just asked and answered. Sorry.
So
Sorry.
how is it that you think I convinced her?
As I shared, I had conversations with other people who
Tread carefully because the gaslighting of it all. I mean, that's really the fucking answer.
shared that was something that you were doing.
It's the simple answer.
But you never heard them from me or from Melanie. Is that correct?
I did not.
Okay. When you were talking to Detective Pillar that day, he had asked you, have you ever seen that vehicle before? And I'm sure he's referring to the Jeep Wrangler.
Oh, God.
Do you remember what you answered him?
It would be great if I could read it.
Okay. Go before, and what did you convey to him?
Not that I could recall.
Okay. And then he asked you to tell him more about the Jeep, and you gave him a color. What color did you say that you thought the Jeep was?
I believe olive or puke green.
Okay. And that you had never seen that Jeep before?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Had you ever seen the Jeep in my household before?
Are you asking what I said that day, or are you asking me today?
I'm asking you today. Before October 2nd, had you seen the Jeep in my household before?
I might have. I don't remember for certain.
Okay. And what color do you think the Jeep that was in my household was?
Are you asking what I think it is today, or are you asking what I thought it was that day?
I'm asking what you thought it was before October 2nd.
I don't know that I thought a lot about it, to be honest with you.
And you had never seen it before?
As I said, I can't recall for certain whether or not I had seen it before.
And it had never been parked at your house?
Which house are you talking about?
Your Quinn house.
It could have been. I can't recall.
Okay. And so before October 2nd, you were aware that there was a Jeep Wrangler in my household, is that correct?
Before October 2nd,
Yes.
I believe that at one point, Charles had called me to have me run VINs on all your vehicles because he was looking at insurance at the time. And so I did get the VIN for that vehicle.
Okay, so you knew the details of that vehicle prior to October 2nd, is that correct?
I had received them from him. I hadn't thought about it again.
Okay, but when he gave you those, did you look up the VIN numbers before October 2nd in doing that research for the insurance?
When he gave them to me, I used those numbers to run a report that would allow me to see what options he could have for insurance.
And in that research, were you made aware of the details of the Jeep?
I didn't dive into the details, no.
Okay. So were you aware at that time that it was like a 2-door Jeep or a 4-door Jeep? Any of those kinds of details before October 2nd?
I can't honestly recall whether or not he told me. I don't know that I needed to know that or that it was something I was thinking about at all.
Okay. But that day it came to your mind, is that correct?
Which day are you talking about?
October 2nd.
Can you give me a little more context on what you're looking for came to my mind?
Oh, on that day, you stated that it was a 2-door Wrangler. Is that correct?
In my conversation with Detective Pillar? Is that what you're
Correct.
talking about?
Mhm.
I probably, it would be better if I read it, if that's okay.
Sure. So you told Detective Pillar, or you conveyed to him that it was a 2-door Wrangler. Is that correct?
When we're talking about the Jeep that I saw that day, yes, I saw a 2-door Wrangler.
And so my question is, were you aware if the Jeep Wrangler in my household was a 2-door Wrangler or a 4-door Wrangler prior to October 2nd?
As I said earlier, I didn't think about the Jeep that was in your household prior to October 2nd. It wasn't something I had ever thought about other than taking a VIN and running it for insurance for Charles.
Okay. But that's how you acquired the VIN number for that vehicle?
That is how I acquired it.
And when was that about? About what time frame?
I couldn't even tell you. I can't remember.
When did you start doing that car insurance business, auto insurance?
The end of 2018, some point towards the end, one of the last few months of 2018.
Okay. So sometime within that year, he had you run all those numbers just to see if we could get a better insurance rate. Is that correct?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you when exactly.
Okay. Let's go to that day of October 2nd. In your interview with Detective Pillar, you had mentioned that you saw a little boy. Is that correct?
No.
Ask for some foundation.
Yeah, can you narrow
Okay.
that down a little
Sure,
more?
sure. Sure. In your narrative that you're talking to tell what happened to Detective Pillar in your interview, okay? Can I just show it to you and have you?
Your Honor, if you could just ask a question and properly
hold on.
question the witness.
I would suggest you just ask, did you see a little boy that day?
Okay.
If that's what you're getting at.
Okay. Did you see a little boy that day, right after the glass had shattered?
No, I did not see a little boy that day.
Okay. And why did you tell that to Detective Pillar if you didn't see a little boy?
I don't believe I ever said that to Detective Pillar.
Okay. Would you like to see your interview?
Sure.
It's 404. You might want to read that whole paragraph to get some context.
I believe that's a typo.
So what did you think that you said that that's a typo of?
In that context, I was describing the window rating. Without listening to that conversation, I couldn't tell you what the final word I said was, but I'm pretty confident I did not describe seeing a little boy there.
Okay, so that isn't why you thought that it was a paintball gun, because there was a little boy there?
That is correct. I did not think it was a paintball gun because there was a little boy.
Okay. And so you didn't say you thought it was kids just being kids?
I'd have to review if there's a line where I talked about that.
Okay. 406 to 414. So you conveyed to Detective Pillar that you saw a little boy, you thought it was like a paintball gun or something?
I'm going to object to
that
him
correct?
saying that. He did not say he said that.
Right. Sustained.
So after reading that, do you recall saying something like that?
The context of what I was saying there was I was describing my thoughts that I was talking to the dispatcher when I mentioned the paintball gun. And the context that I was explaining was that my window was broken. And so without seeing a bullet, as I've described earlier, I thought possibly it could be a paintball gun.
Okay. And on your street that day, on October 2nd, were there kids on the street playing paintball?
No,
Oh, were there kids anywhere walking around?
no.
And what time was this?
What time was what?
The time of this alleged shooting?
Kids would have been at school, Lori.
I can't say the exact time without looking at when I called 911 right after. So whatever time that was that I called 911.
Okay, so in the morning time, right?
Correct.
And it was like a bright sunny day that day?
Correct.
Okay. So you conveyed to him that you were thinking it was just kids being kids, like a broken window?
I did not convey that to him. No.
So you did not say that on line 416?
Oh my
I
God.
conveyed to him what I was thinking when I was talking to the dispatcher.
So why were you telling that to Detective Pillar if you did not believe that?
I just explained why.
Which was what?
I was explaining my thoughts when I was talking to the dispatcher.
So he wasn't asking you a direct question. You were just going over what you said to the 911 dispatcher?
I was explaining in that context that you're referring to what I was thinking when I was talking to the dispatcher, when I said that I thought it might be a paintball gun.
But you had said before you were confused because you didn't even really know what was going on at that moment. Is that correct?
I would not say that's correct.
So you did not convey that maybe somebody really didn't shoot over here?
As I said, I was explaining to him in that context about why I had said to the dispatcher that I thought it might be a paintball gun.
But you didn't believe it was a paintball gun at that time?
Move on, Lori.
Which time are you referring to, when I'm talking to Detective Pillar or when I made the 911 call?
Both.
When I made the 911 call, I thought someone was shooting at me. But as I explained, I had the thought nothing had come through my window. So perhaps it was a paintball gun, which I shared with the 911 operator. And when I talked to Detective Pillar, I was certain that someone had shot at me. I could see the bullet hole in my car. And as soon as I saw that, I knew for certain that all the other things made more sense. And that was exactly what happened.
Okay. So yesterday you talked about you kept driving, right? After
Yes.
you were shot at. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you went up to where the park was and pulled over. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you made a U-turn
Correct.
and went back to the house.
Correct.
So you didn't go around the block, but you went to the, just so I understand, you went to the pool, pulled over, turned around and went straight back to the house.
It's a big loop. You can drive either way. I ended up driving the full loop. I think everybody has seen how those streets work. So
Correct.
I did a U-turn up by the park and I came down around the other side and looped back.
Okay. So after the U-turn, you did the full loop around.
Yeah, I finished the loop.
Okay. That makes more sense to me now. Thank you. Then what, you drove back into the driveway? Is that correct? Did you go into the garage?
I did not go into the garage.
So you stayed out of in the driveway, is that correct?
I got out of my car and like I said yesterday, it's a little bit hazy, but I waited and stayed on 911 until the police officer arrived.
Okay. Was your garage door open or closed?
As I explained, when you drive that Tesla, it automatically opens the door when you hit it inside of a certain range. It didn't trigger in the initial drive-through when I was shot at, but when I pulled in my driveway, it triggered, so the garage just automatically opens.
Okay. So when the shooting occurred, the garage door was not open, but after you came back around the loop and drove into your driveway, it did open that second time.
It opens the garage when you pull up, yes.
Okay. And you did not drive into the garage, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You stayed in the driveway.
Correct.
And did you stay in the exact same place where they took all the photos of the Tesla?
I put my keys up on the dashboard and I didn't move the car until they were done.
Okay. And so we heard you on the 911 call where you stepped out and removed the window and then got back in. Is that correct?
Like I said, it's a little hazy. What happened is when you put that car into park, the door will automatically open. And the door automatically opened, the window fell. And from there, I can't remember exactly what I was doing. I remember talking to the 911 operator. I may have walked a little bit towards the street a little or something. And then I just stood right there in the driveway and waited for the first officer to arrive.
Okay. So you were outside of your vehicle at that point. when the window fell out?
I may have been. It's been 6 years, so I'm not 100% certain on that part of it.
Okay. But when you say that the window fell, did it fall to the ground or it just kind of crumbled on the door?
Well, it was shattered, so most of it you could see in that picture stayed together and fell, and then a lot of it fell all over my seat, all over me, into the door frame. I could hear it all fall down in there. It fell a little bit everywhere.
Okay. But it was removed from the Tesla over to the side. So did you pick it up and move it, or it fell out over where it fell?
That piece fell because you got to remember the door's swinging out, so it automatically opens itself. If there's no sensor, then it'll move further.
Okay. So the window fell onto the ground by itself without any assistance from you?
Yeah, I didn't want to cut myself.
Okay. And then the little glass shards came out as well at that time?
Yeah, they were all over.
Okay. So you never moved the window after it fell out. Is that correct?
I didn't touch it.
Okay. So where we see it in the pictures, that's where it landed?
Most likely. I can't tell you for certain.
Okay. And you may have walked to the end of the driveway. Is that that's what you're testifying to?
What I testified to is that I can't remember for certain, but I stayed on the phone and may have walked, may not have. I'm not certain.
Okay. You had testified yesterday that you thought that the 911 operator told you to stay in the vehicle and you were staying in the vehicle, but you had gotten out earlier. Is that correct?
And when I listened to that call, I didn't hear her tell me to stay in the vehicle. So I don't think she did, but maybe she did. Maybe I'm not remembering correctly.
I think that you conveyed that she had told you that. I didn't hear that.
Yeah. So then that conveyance must have been wrong on that.
Okay. So did any of that glass cut you? How were you careful to get out of there without getting cut by the glass?
I can't say for certain. I just think that I would have been careful. I wouldn't want to get cut by glass.
So it fell, when the window fell out, the glass fell in towards you onto your lap, or how did that work?
No. The big piece of the glass fell outward, which you can see. And then, I can't tell you how everything else fell. I don't have like a perfect memory of that. Just fell.
Okay. When you stepped out of the vehicle, the glass that was on you, did it fall to the ground?
I can't say for certain.
And when the police arrived, where were you located when they first drove up?
I believe I was located in my driveway or right near my driveway, and it was a woman who came.
Okay. And if you thought that you had just been shot at, were you not worried about standing there in the driveway where someone could drive by again?
The person that shot at me was in the Jeep, and I had seen them leave. Of course, I was scared for my life, but I was told to go back to my house, so that's where I went.
And I know it all happened quickly, but you were not worried about them maybe doing the loop and driving back around?
There's a lot of thoughts going through your mind when that happens.
Okay. And who arrived first? Who arrived first? Was it Detective or Officer Rob?
I can't tell you anybody's names.
Okay.
A woman.
Female officer.
Female officer.
Okay. And she began questioning you, is that correct?
Yes.
And you began to tell her what had happened?
I did my best to explain what happened.
And she, at some point, had taken her pin and stuck it in the bullet hole? Is that correct?
I don't remember that.
And where were you standing when you were talking to Officer Rob?
At what point I talked to her for a little bit, so we moved around.
Were you on the driveway
We talked on the driveway,
initially?
I believe on the sidewalk, yeah.
Okay. So was she trying to get you out of the crime scene area where all the glass was?
I can't say what she was trying to do. I'm not a police officer.
When was it that you called your friends to come over?
After I saw the bullet hole, realized that I was really close to being shot. I think a little bit of shock kicked in. I remember feeling a little overwhelmed, and I remember they were very considerate. I think when my hands even started shaking, I remember. And then they told me, do I have someone that can be with me? And then my first thought was my dad, he's kind of my strength. And then after that, I thought of my friends. So I have two really good friends, and that's what I remember is they said I could call them. And so they just came and tried to make things lighthearted, make things easier.
So was that Officer Rob that gave you the permission to call your friends?
I can't tell you for certain.
So was that after she finished questioning you on the events of the day?
I can't tell you for certain on that either. I don't know.
Was it before another officer arrived?
Like I said, I can't tell you for certain.
And how long did it take for your friends to show up?
I don't know. I probably was in a little bit of shock. I don't remember how long any of those things were.
Okay. And you had two different friends that showed up. Did they come together?
I think they came separate.
And at that point, when they arrived, was the crime scene tape already up?
I don't remember.
And so they would have had to park outside of the crime scene tape, or you don't know?
She's
I'm
trying
sure
to
they
get
did.
to
I don't know, though. I
contamination
can't
by
testify
the
to that.
friends at this point.
And so they stayed with you during that whole day?
Yeah, they were awesome. They dropped everything and they just spent time with me.
And they stayed until the police left?
They did.
Did they stay after the police left?
Yeah, they did.
And you guys went into the house at that point?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did any of the offers enter the house? Any of the officers or any of the detectives?
You'd have to ask them. I think they said they had to clear the house, but I can't remember. Like I said, I think I was in a little bit of shock for a little bit there.
And do you know if any of the officers entered the garage?
I'm sure people entered the garage, yes, at some point. I can't tell you when.
And when you got on the phone and called your friends, did you call them or did you just text them?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
And who was it that came to help you that day, your friends?
My friend Mark Bell and my friend Chris Pierce.
Did either of them get interviewed by the police?
You'd have to ask the police. I'm not sure.
Did you see any of them getting interviewed by the police? Did the police ask them direct questions in front of you?
I can't recall.
So by the time they arrived, were you done with your interviews with police?
No.
So when you were having this interview with Detective Pillar, where were your friends?
When I left for my interview with Detective Pillar, we were all
A
sitting.
lot of these questions she should be asking to the specific officers, right? I mean, this is all really annoying.
In the shade over underneath the tree. I don't know where I was with Detective Pillar, so I don't know where they were at that time.
And where was your interview conducted with Detective Pillar?
Inside his car.
In a police car?
Yeah.
And about how long do you think this interview lasted?
It's a long time ago. I don't know.
And then after you had your interview with Detective Pillar, you rejoined your friends?
I did.
Did you interview with anyone else besides Officer Rob and Detective Pillar?
Not that I can recall, but I may have talked to other officers. They might ask me questions.
So other officers were around there and they were asking you questions as well?
I didn't say that. I said I may have. I can't remember for certain.
So there were several people from the Gilbert Police Department in your vicinity, on your property?
It seemed there was a lot of police there because a shooting occurred, I assumed. I don't know the police process.
But you don't remember anybody else asking you any specific questions? Is that correct?
I don't remember any questions that anybody specifically asked, and I don't remember if they asked me questions or not.
Any follow-ups to what Officer Rob had talked to you about or anything?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Brandon, how many communications since October 2nd until now have you had with Detective Pillar?
I have no idea.
How many phone calls would you say over the last 5.5 years?
No idea.
More than 10?
I'm sure more than 10, yes.
More than 20?
Like I said, I couldn't testify to the exact number, so I have no idea.
A lot?
I talked to him about my case.
More than 100?
I honestly can't tell you. I have never looked to try and figure it out.
Okay. How about text message communications with you and Detective Pillar? How many times have you communicated with him through text message in the last 5.5 years?
I've never counted, so I don't know.
More than 10?
I'm sure it's more than 10.
More than 100?
That I can't testify to. I don't know.
How about emails to Detective Pillar? How
Same
many
thing.
email communications have you had with him in the last 5 years?
I can't testify. I don't know.
More than 10?
That I'm not sure. I couldn't even tell you if I have had more than 10.
Brandon, I'm going to show you what's marked as potential exhibit 192, defense exhibit.
Oh, I wonder if this is the photos that she was waiting on.
Can I see it first? Is that as an email between you and Detective Pillar?
can't tell you what this is. I can tell you what it says. I can't tell you if this is something that, where it came from. I don't have any reference on it.
I'm going to object, and maybe we can,
Let's break for lunch. Is the party's good with resuming at 1:15?
yes.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break. Please remember the admonition. We'll resume at 1:15 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, maybe this is the part where she gets picked out. Let's see.
Please be seated. The jury is no longer present.
Okay, outside in front of the jury. I'm wondering if this is it. What's you looking at?
All right, so I've reviewed Exhibit 192. The line of your question was to establish that this witness has had contact with Detective Pilar over the years, in the last 5 years. This particular email is actually, it appears to be 3 separate emails in a string from February 12th of 2020. So what's the purpose of this? Yeah, are you trying to admit it? What are you,
I would like to ask him about it.
what's relevant about it?
A lot of things, Your Honor.
What?
Judge, I can't hear her.
Please.
Oh my
speak into the mic.
It's relevant to his discussion with Detective Pillar from the October 2nd date until this date on February 12th.
What is relevant about it that is an issue for this jury to decide? That's what relevance means. It's something that this jury either makes something more or less probable for some fact that they need to decide.
It's relevant in the way that this email communicates that the information that was being given to the detectives was directly from Brandon Boudreaux.
I know, but what in the content of that email is relevant for this case?
The fact that the last line.
Did I miss something? What's the last line?
I got to see it as well.
At the bottom? That's, okay, hold on. Make sure everyone can hear you in the court recorder.
I would have to ask to see that as well. I don't.
So
know what she's
the
talking
last
about.
line was Detective Pilar writes, is it Pilar or Pillar?
Pillar, like a pillar in a building.
Pillar. Detective Pillar writes, this information is requested so we can see if Melanie has any financial gain from your death, basically, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that creates motive for Melanie. It seems like I guess it's fair area for him to talk about in general, but it's also a fair area for you to talk to the detective about what areas they investigated. But
Yeah.
let me hear the state's response. But as far as that particular email comes in, I mean, I suppose you could ask some questions about it, but let me hear from the state.
Judge, obviously, that's one, a conglomeration of emails, so I don't know that that fully covers everything. Two, I guess the defendant has never raised a third-party defense. I'm not sure if she's trying to say that this was all Melanie Boudreaux, but that is actually an open investigation that is still ongoing.
Oh, did you guys hear that? Did y'all hear that? Melanie's not free and clear yet. Interesting. That's good news.
The state has
Essentially almost like an unindicted co-conspirator situation. Ooh.
obviously in trial referred to her as an active member of this conspiracy.
Okay, there it is.
So I'm not sure if she's trying to
On
admit
the
that or just
record, Melanie Boudreaux is an unindicted co-conspirator. All right, she's like a 5-0.
question him if he was providing information to the police. But the last thing I will, again, just in terms of opening the door, is she's made a big deal about the number of calls and text messages. And as I've indicated, there is still an open investigation against Melanie Boudreaux. And so many of that information might relate to that case, or it might also relate to the Tammy Daybell case, because there was information about that, as well as the Charles Vallow case. So to infer that all of those conversations related solely to this defendant, this incident, October 2nd, is probably a little disingenuous.
Were you intending to enter that as an exhibit or just ask, were you asked to provide information that Melanie might have a motive?
I would like to admit it, and I would like to question him on it as well, yes.
Boy.
What is the bait page on
It's
that?
Bates 5465.
I don't know that there's anything in it that's particularly misleading or anything like that to the jury. I don't know how relevant it is, but I think to the extent that there may have been some questions about Melanie's participation and whether or not she had a motive are relevant. what's the state's response, I guess? I know she
It
didn't
is
notice third-party
hearsay as well.
defense.
I guess I'm asking now, is she doing that? Obviously, I have a right to know before the trial ends if that's an active defense she's asking for.
I'm not, Your Honor. I'm trying to say the connection that I've been accused of with Melanie connects me to Melanie. So that's why I'm trying to establish how am I connected to this. I didn't have a financial gain here. This is the financial gain through Melanie. This is conversations between the detective and Brandon that I want to question him on. I'm not trying to blame Melanie. That's my point.
I have
Well,
not alleged a financial gain for the defendant,
Okay,
so.
hang on.
What was that? I'm sorry.
Said I have not alleged a financial gain. I've not alleged much of a motive because we are trying to keep out much of that. So I guess, again, if we're going to start going into motives, then we have prior instance of the defendant having financial gain in the previous trial that we did here.
Right.
So if we want to go into the whole overarching financial scheme and cult activities, then we can do that. But again, the state had decided not to bring in any of that. If we're going to do that, then obviously we'll change who all of our witnesses are.
Okay, so let me just paraphrase. So Lori is saying she's not trying to blame Melanie, which I thought was she's not by showing this whole thing of Melanie having financial gain potentially. She said she's not trying to blame Melanie. She's just trying to, I don't even know. What did she say? Try to show how there's a connection. I mean, that doesn't really make any sense. But the state's response being that the reason that they didn't want to go into this is because it could open the door to other issues because of the financial gain with the other cases. And so specifically, somebody was asking earlier about motive. The state is saying that they're not even going with a motive so far, it sounds like. Like they're not even saying that she had a motive like previously where there was a motive of financial gain and whatever else being a trollop. That's me saying that. And that's why they're not going into motive. So.
All right, let me, rather than just make a knee-jerk ruling, I'll think about it. We'll pick this up at about
He's gonna think
1:10.
about it. Okay.
So please be ready to go at 1:10.
I know I keep saying maybe, so when they come back, maybe this is when she gets kicked out. Let's find out. It's got to be happening here soon.
We're on the record. The parties are present. The jury is not present. In relation to exhibit number 192 that we talked about before break, the defendant may ask the following question. You may want to write this down. In February of 2020, while this case was being investigated, did Detective Peller ask you to provide any documentation which might support whether Melanie had a financial motive for your murder or death, however you want to phrase that? The state may also ask follow-up questions on whether or not any financial motive existed, such as a life insurance policy. I don't know the answer to that, if she was the beneficiary of a life insurance policy. Additionally, the defendant has opened the door somewhat, and for now, the state may ask in redirect a question along the lines of, all the communication you had with Detective Pillar in the last 5.5 years was not solely about this case.
Oh dear.
Correct?
Okay.
Some of your communications with Detective Pillar were related to a separate investigation, correct?
Okay.
To the extent the door gets open further than that, I guess depends on where the defendant goes for the rest of her cross. I don't see any reason to actually introduce that exhibit 192 because it has other information on there as well. So that's the ruling. Are we ready to bring the jury in?
In 1 second.
Hi, Kane. Welcome.
And just to get ahead of the ball, when Detective Pilar eventually testifies, you would also be allowed to ask if he sought that type of information and why he would seek that type of information. All right, you want to go ahead and get ready at the podium? We'll bring the jury in.
So she's not getting kicked out yet. Is it soon, James? Okay, good. I hope so.
Mr. Boudreaux, in February of 2020, while this case was being investigated, did Detective Pillar ask you to provide any documentation to prove that Melanie, your ex-wife, had a financial gain at your death?
Yes,
And did you provide that information to him?
I believe I did.
How many documents would you say that was?
Can I get some more context around that?
Yes. So Detective Pillar asked you to provide him with some documentation of financial gain from your ex-wife, Melanie. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you did provide to him some documentation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so what were those documents?
What did I provide to Detective Pillar about that?
Correct.
I had a life insurance policy. I provided him with that.
What else?
I'm not sure there's anything else I provided him.
Okay. Did you provide the rental agreement for Melanie's address?
Are you talking about on that specific day or?
Ever?
I can't say for certain that I did, but I may have. I believe I had it. I believe I helped her when we were signing that.
Okay. So did you provide your rental agreement with him?
At some point, I believe I gave him my rental agreement for my property at 3875.
And did you provide information showing your financial shared accounts?
If he asked me for that, I would have provided it to him. I can't say for certain which accounts I gave him, but I'm sure if he asked, I would have given him any accounts he needed.
And you gave him the information, the contact information for your financial person at Chase Bank?
I would have, if he asked me for anything pertaining to the case, I would have given it to Detective Pillar so that he could investigate.
Okay. So he could help demonstrate Melanie's financial gain if you were to pass away. Is that correct?
I didn't say that.
No, he asked you for that. Is that correct?
I can't recall him asking me that.
So he asked you for any documentation that would help him demonstrate financial gain for Melanie if you were to have died around October 2nd, 2019.
I can't recall if he asked for that specifically. If you're asking if I can recall whether or not I talked with him about the possibility that she had financial gain, I definitely talked with him about her having financial gain. If you're asking if I can recall the exact wording that he used, I can't tell you that I can confidently sit here and recall the exact wording.
Well, you looked at this exhibit, correct, a minute ago?
You showed me a document.
Would you like to look at it again?
If you're asking if you would like me to look at it, I can look at it.
Okay. It's the last line. Did that refresh your recollection of your email with Detective Pillar?
I definitely read what you shared with me, yes.
And he had asked you to provide documentation to demonstrate Melanie's financial gain in case you were to die on October 2nd, 2019?
He asked me if I could provide any documentation that could have showed that there was financial gain for her if I had died on October 2nd.
And you did provide the information to him. Is that correct?
As I said, I can't recall exactly, but I'm sure I did.
And did you provide screenshots to him?
I'm going to object or ask for foundation of what? Screenshots.
Sustained, please lay more foundation.
Okay. Did you provide to Detective Pillar 6 screenshots in response to this email where he asked you for that documentation?
I gave Detective Pillar my phone, so they had literally every conversation I ever had. So I'm sure he would have had access to any conversation I had with someone
Okay, and when was that you turned your phone over?
at the time of the shooting.
So on October 2nd?
Correct.
So in February of 2020, February 12th specifically of 2020, did you provide to Detective Pillar 6 screenshots of messages to him for this purpose of demonstrating Melanie's financial gain?
As I said, I had a lot of conversations with Detective Pillar. So if you're asking for one specific conversation, I can't tell you right now that I recall exactly what I would give him in February of 2020.
Okay. Would you like to look at this?
If it would help, sure.
Okay.
For the dates.
Fast forwarding. Sidebar. This is long.
The life insurance policy that you provided to Detective Pillar, was that an active policy?
As of the date that
As
I
of the-
provided to him, or as of the date of my,
As of October 2nd, 2018?
yes,
Okay. And did you provide more than one life policy to him?
No.
To Detective Pillar? Did Melanie have a life insurance policy?
Protection relevance?
Sustain. Well, are you asking if she had an insurance policy separate from this on him?
Correct.
I'll allow it. If he knows.
not that I knew of.
Okay. But in your agreement, oh, did you provide also a copy of your mediation agreement to Detective Pillar?
Yes, I did.
And in that agreement, Melanie was supposed to get a life insurance policy as well on herself as you the beneficiary?
I'm going to object to relevance at this point.
Sustain.
Who was the beneficiary on the policy that you provided to Detective Pillar
On what date?
on October 2nd? Who was the beneficiary on October 2nd on your policy?
Melanie Boudreaux.
And did you change that beneficiary?
I could not. It's a whole life policy. It's not changeable without both parties.
And do you remember when you provided that to Detective Pillar?
I can't recall.
Did you provide any other financial information to Detective Pillar in regards to his email asking you for documentation?
Can you ask that question again?
Yes. Is there any other financial documentation that you provided to Detective Pillar after he requested it in the email to you?
Are you speaking like on that specific date or at
Anytime
any point in
after.
the future?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again as to extrinsic.
Sustain.
Brandon, did you meet with the prosecutor in preparation for this testimony?
Yes.
When was that?
I can't say which specific day, but I met a few weeks ago, 2 different times.
2 times?
Yes.
How long each time would you say? Or how long was the first time?
A couple hours.
How long was the second time?
A couple hours.
Did you review documents at that time
Yes.
to refresh your recollection of things?
To the best I could, yes.
Did you view any of the financial documents that you provided to police during those interviews?
I did not.
What documents did you review in preparation for your testimony here today?
The ones that I can recall would be my 911 call and the conversation I had with Detective Pillar.
So your interview with Detective Pillar?
Yes, the one that I had with him in the car.
Okay. But not all of your conversations with Detective Pillar ever, right?
I don't even know how I would do that.
Okay. You had mentioned in your testimony yesterday that the Tesla has a camera on it. Is that correct?
I don't know if I mentioned it in my testimony yesterday, but the Tesla does have a camera on it, correct?
On the front or the back, or how does that work?
They have cameras on the front and the back and on the sides.
So like a 360-degree view?
Depending on the Tesla, there's different cameras that they have, yes.
And were any of those retrieved to your knowledge from the Tesla, the cameras?
The model that I had was not one where it saved the recordings.
So it doesn't save any recordings at all?
It did not.
Okay. When you talk about where the Jeep Wrangler was located on October 2nd, you said it was nose to nose with the white van, is that correct?
Correct.
How close was that nose to nose, would you say?
To me, that means that they were basically touching.
Okay. And then you had stated that you kept going straight, is that correct, after the shot?
Correct.
And then the Jeep passed you, is that correct? At some point?
I stated that I went straight. I went around the corner and I parked, and then the Jeep followed the path that I did and went past me, went around the corner and then went down the other lane. Without looking at a map, I can't tell you what the name of that street was.
Okay. And so when it passed you, did you look over at the Jeep?
I saw the Jeep in my rearview mirror initially, and then I looked over to the right as it drove off down the road.
And did you see the driver of the Jeep?
I could not identify the driver.
And you have seen Alex Cox before, correct?
I couldn't see anyone.
But you have seen Alex Cox before, correct?
Yes,
And you have been with him on many occasions. You know what he looks like. Is that correct?
correct.
And so you would recognize him if you had seen him. Is that correct?
If I had seen him, I would recognize him.
So when you were looking, you said you first saw him in your rearview mirror. You saw the Jeep coming up towards you when you were pulled over. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so you didn't see the driver at that time either in your rearview mirror?
That is correct.
Okay. You couldn't tell who was driving?
That is correct.
Not if it was a man or a woman?
That is correct.
Okay. So you didn't see the driver at all?
That is correct.
And then you didn't see the plate number either as well. Is that correct?
I did not give them the plate number, no.
And you had your phone in your hand or you did not?
Can you give me some more context? When are you speaking of?
When the Jeep passed you, where did you have your phone in your hand?
My phone was connected to my speakers. So
Oh.
I was talking over the speakers, but I believe the phone was in my hand.
And like you didn't take a picture of the Jeep as it passed or the license plate or anything?
I did not.
Did you yourself personally take pictures of the Tesla after the incident?
Can you give me some context of when?
Anytime after the alleged shooting?
I sold the car, so I took a lot of pictures of it before I sold it. So yes, I did.
Did you take pictures of it immediately after?
Can you give me a definition of like when immediately is?
Like, did you take pictures of it showing the window missing?
At some point, I took a picture of my car. I can't tell you when specifically, with it missing a window.
And did you take pictures of the bullet hole?
At some point, I may have. I don't think I did though.
Did you send those pictures to anyone?
I may have. I don't remember.
Did you send those pictures to your dad?
If I took a picture of my car, I may have sent a picture to my dad. It's not something that I recall off the top of my head.
Did you send pictures to the two friends that were there with you?
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
How long was it before you sold your Tesla after October 2nd?
I couldn't say. I gave it to the police. They had it for a while to run tests and do whatever they needed to do. Then when it was returned, I took it to a dealership to get it repaired. And after that, at some point, it was sold.
So did they repair it? They were able to repair everything?
They were.
Did they have to replace the whole door?
I don't know what all they had to do. I just paid for it after it was done.
So the police did not ask you to turn the car over to them, is that correct?
That is incorrect. I turned it over to them.
When did the police have the car?
As soon as the shooting happened, I gave it to them, and they kept it. I can't remember when they gave it back to me, but they gave it back to me later.
So days or weeks or months or how long after?
Like I said, I don't know specifically, but I would guess it was a couple weeks if I remember correctly.
Okay. So if that happened on October 2nd, then you had it back maybe before the end of October?
I did have it back before the end of October, I believe.
Okay. And was it the same as when they took it? Was it intact the same way, the window missing and the bullet hole?
I mean, I can't say if I would believe that whatever tests they did were not intrusive. I don't know if they did anything, but as far as the car being the same, it looked the same to me.
Okay. And then you sent it to get repaired after you got it back.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. And then how long did it take them to repair that car?
I can't recall.
Like weeks or days?
Like I said, I can't recall. I can't tell you a definitive time.
Do you have to have a rental car during that time?
I borrowed a friend's car.
Okay. At what point did you decide that the Jeep was gray and not puke green or camo green?
Oh, God.
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
Did you provide information to the Gilbert Police Department that it was a gray Jeep?
I believe I referred to it as several different colors throughout conversations I had with law enforcement.
Okay. And where did you get your information from the VIN number that it was actually a gray Jeep?
I did not.
Where did you get the information that it was a gray Jeep?
Later at some point, I decided I thought maybe it was gray.
Later at what point?
I can't say for certain.
A month later? 2 days
To me,
later?
puke green and gray are very similar in color. I identify both of them very similarly.
But when did you change your mind from puke green or olive green to gray?
Like I said, I didn't say that I changed my mind.
So in all the reports, they say a gray Jeep. No one ever says a green Jeep. So that information did not come from you?
I can't say what the reports say. I can only share what I can testify to, which is that to me, those colors are very similar or the same.
So with you having access to the VIN number of a particular Jeep, would it give you the color of the car?
I never looked at it, so I can't tell you.
No, that it would
You never looked up that VIN number?
I never looked to see if it gave me a color.
Do you know if that's a thing that you can look up the VIN number and see the make and model and color of a car?
I can't testify to the ability to look that up. That's not something I'm an expert in.
And you've never done that?
Tried to look up a car color by the VIN number?
No, that you've never looked up that specific VIN number to that Jeep. Is that what you're testifying to today?
Can you give me some context?
Yes. So after October 2nd, did you ever look up the VIN number that you had access to of the Jeep Wrangler that was in my household?
I don't think I did. I don't have a recollection of it.
So did you just provide the VIN number to Detective Pillar?
Yes.
And when did you provide the VIN number of my vehicle to Detective Pillar?
I think on October 2nd. I'm not certain, but I think that's when I gave it to him.
So on this day, on October 2nd, you provided that VIN number to the detective?
I think at some point, if I recall correctly, I remembered that I had it. So I got it and sent it to him just to make sure that he had it.
So at that point, even though you thought it was a puke green or olive Jeep, he would have access to the information that it was actually a gray Jeep that was in my family household. Is that correct?
I can't testify what he had access to.
But you provided him with that information that very day?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
Brandon, did you know of Alex being an avid shooter?
I knew that Alex liked to shoot guns.
Did you know that Alex liked to frequent the shooting range?
I didn't talk to Alex a lot about that, so I can't testify whether he liked to or not like to.
But you knew through the family that he did go to the range a lot?
I mean, I can't testify. Like I said, I can't testify to whether or not I knew that he liked to go to the gun range.
Did you ever go to the gun range where he was there?
I did not.
Did you ever go to the gun range in anyone in my immediate family with him?
Can you define your immediate family?
Well, my brothers, sisters.
I don't recall going to the gun range with your brothers or sisters.
Did you ever go to the gun range?
Can you object to relevance?
Why is it relevant if he went to the gun range?
Do you own a gun, Mr. Boudreaux?
I guess it's sustained.
To relevance.
Oh, shit.
Overruled, you can answer.
I do own guns now, yes.
Did you own a gun on October 2nd?
I did not own a gun on October 2nd.
You did not have any kind of gun in your possession on October 2nd?
I did not.
Did Melanie own a gun?
She did.
It was registered to Melanie, not to you?
She bought it, correct.
When you say that you provided the VIN number to Detective Pillar, was that later in the day after the police had already left, or was it while he was still at the scene?
I believe it was after he left, but I'm not certain.
So how would you have gotten him that information?
Would have probably been through one of my friend's phones because he took my phone when he left.
So would it have been an email or a text message?
I believe it was a phone
Right?
call, but I'm not certain, like I said.
And at that time, you had handed over your phone to Detective Pillar?
Yes.
When did you get your phone back?
It was late that night. I believe he had to give it to somebody who, I'm not a police officer, so I'm going to probably say this wrong, but they had to copy everything off of it, and it takes however long it takes. And so I turned it over, and then I just waited until that was done. And apparently I had a lot of stuff on that phone, so it took a long time.
A long time, meaning a day, 2 days, 6 days?
Ladies already testified that night.
Sustained.
I'm sorry, I missed that. You had it back that night.
I actually, as I think about it, it may have even been in the morning that I went back and picked it up. I'm not certain though. It was either that late that night or it might have been in that morning because I think I didn't have my phone that night.
Okay. Did you go buy another phone in the meantime?
No,
You just waited for it to be returned to you?
that seemed like the most logical thing to do.
Did Melanie provide information to you that she was going to be out of town that weekend before October 2nd?
She did.
And was that the first time that you, that weekend of October 2nd, or those weekdays, I guess it was weekdays at that point, is that the first time that you activated the mediation agreement where the children were with you at the new house?
We were following our mediated agreement throughout the summer. However, that was the first time that I had a space where we both felt like the kids could move freely and be kids. So it was the first time that they got to come and spend time and enjoy it. They previously had stayed at my house, but I had to be very careful. It's an expensive house and it had to be show ready. Someone could come at any time.
So what day was it that the kids started being with you on your visitation that before October 2nd? Was it the first and the second, something?
No, it would have happened the day that she left, I believe. I mean, I haven't reviewed this, and it's been a long time. So I believe it would have been like a Thursday or Friday that I got the kids and had them over the weekend, and then until I did the drop off on October 2nd.
And what day of the week was October 2nd? I'm not sure I know. Do you remember?
I believe it would have been a Wednesday based off of our parenting schedule.
Okay. So on Wednesday, the day that you would have turned the kids over, they'd have gone to school and Melanie would have picked them up. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that morning,
You guys, I can't see. I don't know where it is where Lori gets kicked out. I figured it would have been time stamped, but they finish with Brandon and then they move on to the next witness, which is, oh, Detective Duncan. Right. He was the one he testified in the last trial and he was like sick. And then, okay, wait, hold on. Maybe it's around here. So basically, here's the thing. I'm going to have to wrap it up for this one, but I want to find the part where Lori gets kicked out if I can, and then we will come back to this. I'm going to write down where we are right here. 4:31. Let me see if I can't find the part where she gets kicked out. And don't worry, we'll watch it again whenever we get there on the next Lori stream. Let's just see if this is it.
Yes, it is.
Say we'll move to.
We'll take that.
During lunch hours, we watched all this though. We watched all the lunch hours. We watched it.
All right, please be seated. What was the number again?
Unless Court TV didn't have their cameras on for it.
What was it at 187 and 188?
187 and 188.
All right, what was the issue?
I just had a question on foundation. Did Detective Duncan say that he did the extraction? I must have missed that. I don't want to keep making the same objection if he did testify to that he did the extraction himself.
It's not an extraction. iCloud sends the records from Apple.
It wasn't an extraction from a phone or a device. It was a response to a search warrant subpoena, right?
So they just send over the whole account? And they sent it directly to Detective Duncan? That's what I'm trying to find out. He's the person that got this information?
I guess ask some follow-up on how he gets this information when the jury comes back in.
You're saying
And
it's
then-
over lunch. So okay, hold on. We watched Outside the Prince of the Jury, watched all this.
The fact that the last line.
We watched all this. And then they go to lunch. Here's the state's response. We watched all this. And then he says, we'll come back after at like 1:10.
I'm not, Your Honor. I'm trying to
they're at
say
lunch.
the connection that I've been accused of with Melanie.
And then they come back after lunch.
We're on the record. The parties are present. The jury is not present. In relation to exhibit number 192 that we talked about before break, the defendant may ask the following question.
Yeah, we watched all this. I don't understand. We watched all of it.
I'm sure it's more than 10.
Maybe court
More than 100.
watch it.
That I can't testify to.
Show you what's marked as.
See it first.
Do you recognize that as an email between you and Detective Pillar?
Can't tell you if this is something that
And maybe we can,
Let's break for lunch. Is the parties good with resuming at 1:15?
yes.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break. Please remember the admonition. We'll resume at.
We watched all of this. I mean, I don't know.
Please be seated.
Are you sure it was at lunch though, Happy Annie? Or maybe it was at the end of the day?
Please be seated. Is there anything else before Monday?
Judge, just that I do have the DNA person flying in if we don't finish with Pilar, depending on how that goes. And I also have like a couple people flying in on Monday. I may need to ask to break with this detective to get those people on and get them back out.
Okay.
So I have, just so we know, Dan Moss is flying in.
Say the name
Thomas-
again.
Dan Moss, Thomas Miller, and Emilyn Sabinosa. So all of those three are flying in that I do need to get on Monday. So I will likely ask to break with this detective to make sure that I can get them done.
Okay. All right. Anything else from you? All right. We'll be at recess. Thank you.
They're not outside the presence of the jury at all. What the heck? I mean, we watched all of this. We watched all of this. Morning break, okay. Oh, I wonder. Okay, hang on. That might, if they go off and then come back on, hold on. Wait, is that before lunch? Hold on. We watched all this. We watched all this. We talked about this. This is where she's
Of her being a good person, it could.
No, we watched all this. I'm so freaking confused. You're at sidebar.
Relevance to 4.
Now you're saying so now it's at the very beginning of the day. Oh my goodness. We watched this.
Opening. She spoke about that she was a person who loved all people, that she has no malice towards people, and then she also spoke about.
All right, the defense can continue with its cross of this witness.
Yeah, we watched all this. This is this lady. Remember, we watched all this.
For this witness.
Questions for this witness from the jury? All right, members of the jury, we took Mr. Boudreaux's cross-examination out of order. We're now going to complete that, so I'm going to ask Mr. Boudreaux to come back up. All right, sir, go ahead and have a seat on the witness stand. You're still under oath. I'll just remind you to try to speak into that microphone.
I remember this. I remember this.
All right, the defendant can start her cross-examination of this witness.
Some photos and things I need to have marked. So can
Okay.
can we stop for a minute when he gets here to do
Yeah.
that? Okay.
Just have him go right up to the clerk when he gets here. And
Okay. Mr. Boudreaux, you and I met in 2009, is that correct?
I believe we met in 2008.
Okay.
I have no idea because we've watched we've watched everything. I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know. Literally, this witness finishes, right? I mean, we just watched all this. I'm not going to watch it again. We literally just watched this. So I don't know. I don't know why. Why? Tell me why. Where's the morning break? Right here. We just watched
Evidence or testimony that she was a good
This is the
person
part where they're talking about the 404 stuff with her good person. We watched all this.
and that she may not want the door open to.
About her opening the door. We watched all this. We talked about it at length. And then he says, we're going to come back, but we'll just.
If the defendant opens,
Which would also be 404B that they withdrew.
no, it'd be 404.
Evidence that they can bring in to rebut that character, which could
Okay.
include being convicted of 4 murders.
And
So
would you
talk
like?
to your advisory counsel during the break. And
You don't need to yell at me either.
yell
I'm.
at you.
Wait, I don't remember. Hold on. How did we? Now I feel like we didn't hear this. Is this a second part where they talk about this? Because we heard the part, and I made a big deal about it, where Trina K says that she's been convicted of 4 murders. Was that before this? Okay, hold on.
I'm going to make another record at 10:24 to 10:25
I
on the
guess
sidebar
so.
that I don't think made it onto the
How the heck?
court
Okay, hang on.
record. That sidebar again discussed similar issues of if the defendant brings in evidence or testimony that she was a good person and no ill intent and those sorts of things, and specific acts of her being a good person, it could open the door to other things that she may not want the door open to. The state, the defendant, and advisory counsel were at the bench when we had that short 1 minute sidebar, but I don't know if anyone wants to supplement the record on that. Ms. Kay?
Just, Your Honor, that again, the state did raise any issue of
Oh,
character
yeah, we didn't hear this part. I don't know how we didn't hear this part, but we didn't hear this part.
evidence under 404A and 405, that if the defendant opens the door and tries to advise that she is a good person, a
Okay,
peaceful
here we
person,
go.
a kind person, a loving person, any of those other types of things, that we believe that would allow us under 405 to then bring in specific acts, such as the murder of her children, her husband, and her current husband's wife.
All right.
Which would also be 404B that they withdrew.
And that would be
Yeah,
405.
they withdrew it, but if you bring up 404 that you.
No, I remember this part. Well, okay.
All 404B is in, or do we get a hearing on what 404B can come in? If I open
Oh, okay. This part, so she's repeating herself, but this is new. Because I remember her talking about they withdrew the 404B, but that must have been earlier in the day. So she's repeating herself. All right, hold on.
All right.
which would also be 404B that they withdrew.
And that would be
Yeah,
405.
they withdrew it, but if you bring up 404 that you.
Then all 404B is in, or do we get a hearing on what 404B can come in? If I open the door, do I get a hearing? We stop trial and I get a hearing on.
Stop. We'll have a very short hearing, okay? If you're going to introduce how you have great character and good character, we're going to have a short hearing on what evidence that they can bring in to rebut that character, which could
Okay.
include being convicted of 4 murders.
And would you
Talk
like?
to your advisory counsel during the break. And
You don't need to yell at me either.
okay?
Yeah, you are, and you do not need to talk
Okay.
to me that way. I'm
Take her
very
out.
courteous.
Take her out.
I'm very courteous to you.
Okay. Couple things. First of all, we talked about opening the door and how they would have a hearing. That's what she's referencing from a legal standpoint. But let's listen to this. So no, we didn't. I don't know how the hell Court TV must have cut the cameras or something. Yep, they did. They cut the cameras. And so it looked, and then it said they were on a break. And so it was one of those things where we went to where it says they're off the break. Thanks, Court TV, for messing up your timestamps. Okay.
Withdrew it, but if you bring up 404 that you.
Then all 404B is in, or do we get a hearing on what 404B can come in? If I open the door, do I get a hearing? We stop trial and I get a hearing on.
Stop. We'll have a very short hearing, okay? If you're going to introduce how you have great character and good character, we're going to have a short hearing on what evidence that they can bring in to rebut that character, which could
Okay.
include being convicted of 4 murders.
Fuck yeah.
And would you
Talk
like?
to your advisory counsel during the break. And
You don't need to yell at me either.
yelling at you, okay?
Yeah, you are, and you do not need to talk
Okay.
to me that way. I'm
Take her
very
out.
courteous.
Take her out.
I'm very courteous
Yes,
to you.
take her out.
No, you have been nothing near courteous to me during the course of these
Oh
proceedings.
my God.
Talk with your advisory
Oh my
counsel
God.
about the rest of your cross. We're going to resume in 15 minutes.
All right. You guys, we have to watch it again. We have to watch it again. He has been so patient with her. We have to watch this again. Thank you, Annie. Thank you so freaking much for helping us find this. I kept thinking I mean, because we've been waiting for it. I kept thinking it must be coming up. It must be coming up. I don't know how. Okay. Thank you. We're correcting it now. We're righting it wrong. We're going to watch this again.
Stop. We'll have a very short hearing, okay? If you're going to introduce how you have great character and good character, we're going to have a short hearing on what evidence that they can bring in to rebut that character, which could
Okay.
include being convicted of 4 murders.
That's right.
And would you
Talk
like?
to your advisory counsel during the break. And
You don't need to yell at me either.
yelling at you, okay?
Yeah, you are, and you do not need to talk
Okay.
to me that way. I'm
Take
very
her out.
courteous.
Take her out.
Take her
I'm very
out.
courteous to
Take
you.
her out. No, you have been nothing
Woo!
near courteous to me during the course of these proceedings. Talk with your advisory counsel
out.
about the rest of your cross. We're going to resume in 15 minutes.
Where's her wheelchair now? Sorry, I have to one more time. This is so satisfying, is it not?
Hearing on what evidence that they can bring in to rebut that character, which could
Okay.
include being convicted of 4 murders.
And would you
Talk
like?
to your advisory counsel during the break. And
You don't need to yell at me either.
yelling at you, okay?
Yeah, you are, and you do not need to talk
Okay.
to me that way. I'm
Take
very
her out. Take
courteous.
her out.
I'm very courteous to
Take
you.
her out. No, you have been nothing near courteous to me during the course of these proceedings.
Oh my God. She turns and points at him. What the fuck is going on, man?
Your cross. We're going to resume in 15 minutes.
Get her the fuck out of there. I will just say that if I was talked, if a judge spoke to me like that, I would be in tears. But also, of course, I don't think that would ever happen. But like the fact that she's just like unaffected is, I mean, there you go. All right. Ew, with her troll hairdo and everything. Perfect day for that, right? Oh my God. Well, I'm glad we went back. I don't know why that's not time-stamped court TV. And they totally, okay, anyway, I'm pulling this back to where we were so that when we pull this back up next time, we will be in the right spot. We'll just go back a couple, so right around here. But yeah, it's odd, isn't it? So, wow. Okay, that'll be it for this live stream though, guys. And what we will do is on the next Lori, we will finish up with this day and then get into the rest. Of course, Karen Reed is in full force tomorrow, so that's what we'll be doing tomorrow night. Take her out. Words that will live in infamy. Thank you, Judge Boreski, for being amazing. But you guys are awesome. I love y'all. We'll be back here shortly for Karen Reed. And hope you guys all have a great next 16 hours or so before we meet again. But for now, squirrel out.